Chapter 2061. Li Longji suddenly remembered that Brother Yi could use his lifespan to exchange for items. Who would dare to compete with him? All magic tricks required the item to be hidden somewhere. Brother Yi didn't need to hide at all. As for his lifespan, he knew that it could be recovered. Brother Yi, you must be careful. Don't lose your bottom line all of a sudden. Helping you is also helping myself. Li Longji reached out and picked up the clove of garlic. He passed it to the side and instructed, cut it into minced garlic. Everyone, have a taste. Gao Lisher reached out with both hands. He also knew how precious this thing was. Normally, he would take things from the Li family Zhuangzi without hesitation. However, he didn't dare to let Li Yi exchange it for even a sesame seed. Xiaolon, pass down the order. When Tianxiang Pavilion will send a crooked shovel to every household in Hunan province who is planting greenhouses this year. In addition, give the blacksmiths in Hunan province an order of 100 shovels. As for the rest, find the craftsmen from the Li family Zhuangzi to do the work and pay them. Li Lang, you must be tired from cooking. Eat a braised large scallop to nourish yourself. Open your mouth. Princess Yongmu instructed Xiaolon, who was sitting next to her. She picked up a large piece of scallop meat and placed it in front of Li Yi's mouth. Got it. Xiaolon stood up and found someone to make arrangements. It was good for the people's livelihood and replenished the lifespan of the garlic. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate the scallop meat. Delicious. Is braised scallop meat delicious? Li Longji asked. Princess Yongmu didn't say anything. She directly pushed the plate in front of Li Longji. Eat. Li Longji didn't know why, but he had the idea of making Brother Yi conjure up a head of garlic. Empress Wang helped to pick up 2 pieces and push the plate back. When Tian is really filial to San Lang. It doesn't matter even if you give me all your favorite food. Yes, yes. The chopsticks are too short to reach. Princess Yongmu reacted. It wasn't about the plate at all. This imperial father. Humph. Li Longji nodded. One is marked by the company one keeps. Since when Tian is with Brother Yi, she won't be bad. It's nothing. It's just cooking a table full of dishes. Li Yi said. What's wrong? I cooked all the dishes. My future wife fed me a bite and you're being picky? Ha ha ha. Li Dan couldn't help but laugh loudly. This battle of words and schemes was simply too interesting. At this moment, both Bai Gu, who always looked forward, and Song Jing, who liked to find trouble with Li Yi, did not say anything. They lowered their heads and ate their food. Their family matters had nothing to do with him. However, the dishes were delicious. Eat more while they were still hot. Dongzhu, Fan Fan is calling. The team has returned. Heavy snow has resumed. The 5 new tribes have entered. There are close to 70,000 people. Awaiting reinforcements. The small robot interrupted the family game and reported the contents of the telegram. It could suppress small matters, but it had to wake Li Yi up if it was a big matter. How heavy is the snow? Can't you just send a telegram properly? Third brother, why don't? Brother Yi, quickly arrange it. Li Longji waved his hand. Why are you being so polite at this time? Hurry up. Order the Tang Dynasty Navy to send reinforcements. Prioritize the people. Don't worry about the goods. Li Yi ordered. Fan Fan was the first generation of winged knights. He was also one of the best. The team he was following was also of the same generation. The Li family's 5 farmhands, who could be sent out to take charge of an area, plus the Yulin flying cavalry, actually said that they were waiting for reinforcements. Of course, the winged knights themselves did not need reinforcements. They were unable to control the situation. If it were them, they would have already run back. Transfer the winged knights elsewhere? Li Longji waited for Li Yi to finish the arrangements before asking. It's too late. The navy docked on the other side is the fastest. Trust them. Li shook his head lightly. Where to find the winged knights? Celestial Army? Henji Army? Luoyang? Even if his yacht took people out again, it would take at least 3 days to cross the Bohai Bay. The premise was that the system had to control the yacht, and the yacht could not hold too many people and goods. The navy waited on the shore for those who had gone out to sea to look for seeds. They were familiar with the cold. Going out to sea was so difficult, but they actually dared to throw away a large amount of supplies. Courage, insight, willpower, and ability were all present. Let them go. If they really can't do it, they can just throw the things away and bring the person back. That would be enough. Fan, who had sent the telegram, was indeed in trouble. They were in a hurry, but in the end, with a whoosh, 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 a heavy snow fell. Originally, he was already prepared and was able to withstand it. Who would have thought that another 5 tribes would join together? When he went there, these 5 tribes didn't express any intention to join. The 5 clans were separated by dozens of miles. When they came back, they ran together and wanted to follow him to the Tang dynasty. Fan, Li Endong, and the others knew the reason, including Ajin and the other tribal leaders. Simple. When he went there, it wasn't snowing so heavily and the wind wasn't so strong. If the 5 tribes could live normally, why did they have to live in the Tang dynasty? The tribal leaders had a lot of power. Until the heavy snow that hadn't been seen in decades appeared, it was impossible to continue living normally. It was guaranteed that many people would die. At the critical moment, everyone chose the same method, huddling together for warmth. The 5 tribes gathered. After gathering, they found that it was still not possible. What should they do? It was no longer a matter of power. It involved life and death. It just so happened that the majority of the troops were on their way back. They had nothing left and were willing to go to the Tang dynasty. All of a sudden, there were more than 16,000 people. These people had very few horses, and their livestock were basically frozen to death. Their houses had collapsed, and there was a serious shortage of daily necessities. Even so, Fan, Li Endong, and the others were still not afraid and took them away. Everyone had a plan and left enough room for advance and retreat. This was the strength of the power soldiers. In the face of unexpected situations, they were already prepared. Who would have thought that another heavy snow would fall? The elites of Fan's first generation of winged knights were paralyzed. How could they play like this? He couldn't abandon the people in the team. He had to ask for help. Asking for help in advance didn't mean that the team was going to die immediately. He could still hold on. When he couldn't hold on and called for help, everything would be too late. Find small ginseng, pluck off its whiskers, and put it in the soup. In the current environment, continue to hunt. The animals also need to survive, so it's just right to kill them for meat. Don't take the dried mushrooms. Make a stew with them. Add more salt. You'll sweat a lot if you rush through the wind and snow. Dongzhu replied that the Navy will send reinforcements. Hold on. We'd rather slow down than push forward without worrying about fatigue. Fan received the instructions and told Li Endong and the others to find the other tribal leaders first and spread the word. Li Endong and the others quickly made arrangements. They didn't have time to complain about when it rains, it pours. They could only hold on. Fortunately, the people in the tribe were very obedient. They regarded the Tang dynasty's troops as their last resort. According to the rules, if you relied on other tribes, the other party had the right to ask your tribe to give up many old people. The Tang dynasty's army didn't ask to give up people. They only said to listen to the arrangements and not to cause trouble. After knowing that the Tang dynasty's troops had set off to receive them, the tribal leaders all obediently commanded their people to act. They put themselves in other people's shoes. If they were rescuing other tribes and the other party caused trouble, what would they do? They would definitely kill the other party and then absorb the other party's tribe. Chapter 2062. With the tribe as the main force, with the leader as the main force, with the tribe's old and wise men as the leaders, with the strong men as the backbone, with the strong women as the support, with the marching line as the outline, the main people are numbered, listen to my command. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi on Luoyang Mountain did not eat, only drinking, sitting in front of the computer and letting the little robot pass on the orders. The other side reported the number, he entered the number into the computer, made a list, and adjusted the movement at any time. The mouse flew, the keyboard shortcuts were pressed, even Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, the little girl, and her junior brother, who always operated the computer, had a headache just looking at it. Just like Li Yi, even if he was playing against an international team expert, others would not know what he was doing. Li Yi was being fed beer at this moment, he was in a state of excitement, and his EAPM was rising crazily. He looked at the table and the changing data set, and sent it over through a telegram. Fan and the others operated 4 radio stations to receive it, and the other 4 transmitters were frantically replying. With this method, nearly 70,000 people were organized and mobilized, in the wind and snow. The Winged Knights sent orders to the Southwest Barbarians, and the Southwest Barbarians sent messages to the designated people according to different areas and numbers. Li Yi operated, and small dots began to appear on the screen, the number increasing. His mouse moved slightly, and a small dot was selected, then the data next to it flashed, and another small dot changed. At the scene in the northeast area, everyone was shouting commands, and the troops were moving, including those in charge of cooking, watching the children, fixing the tents, clearing the surrounding snow, watching the horses, feeding the horses. The people who were being commanded found their backbone, and a series of orders were issued. They did not have time to think about anything else, and just followed the orders. The camp of nearly 70,000 people was stabilized after 1 hour and 20 minutes. Fan grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed his face. He wanted to keep up with the rhythm and understand the reason for each of Dongzhu's orders, but he found that his head hurt, and he could not do it alone. Guozi bent his knees and stayed behind Li Yi, his eyes looking at the screen, his hands rubbing his temples and the back of his neck. He did not bend his knees to kneel, but to keep his eyes parallel to the screen. However, he was already kneeling in his heart. What kind of command was this? What did those rows of numbers and symbols mean? How did the picture appear on the screen? The screen kept flashing. His eyes hurt, his head hurt, and he felt nauseous. Zaifu and the people in the group were also watching, but they immediately looked away after seeing the screen. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan carefully fed Li Yi beer with a straw and placed it on both sides of Li Yi's mouth. As long as Li Yi moved slightly, he would be able to drink it. In their eyes, the Li Lang in front of them at this moment wasn't just handsome and dashing, but super godly. What he looked like was no longer important. Even if he had a pig's head, he would still look good. The prerequisite was that pigs could talk and not snort. Song Jing watched for 2 minutes, then used his thumbs to dig at his eyes and rubbed them. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurry. He tried his best to move closer to Li Longji. Your Majesty, the monk who wants to discuss the scriptures with Dr. Li will probably fall sick tomorrow. This is a heaven-defying act and will be punished by the heavens. As Song Jing spoke, he used his hands to push up his chin from behind his ears. Generally, temporary tinnitus was treated this way. Li Yi's teaching was very effective. Sick. Li Longji didn't react for a moment, mainly because the person who spoke was Song Jing. Yao Chong also ran to the side and took a deep breath. Drank unclean water. Somewhere on the mountain there was a fire, and the smoke drifted over. Li Longji understood this time. Song Jing wanted to use unconventional methods to deal with people. Brother Yi didn't need to compete anymore. Guangping hasn't finished eating yet, right? Continue eating with me. Li Longji called Song Jing by his courtesy name. Your Majesty. The monk's current plan is not beneficial to the people. Dr. Li will use wine to guide his forefinger. The monk is selfish and can be kept or destroyed. Dr. Li's ambition for the people is indispensable. Although I am slow-witted and occasionally make mistakes, I hope that my name will be recorded in the annals of history. Song Jing was anxious, but at the same time, he was frightened by Li Yi's actions. Oh! Li Longji nodded and looked at Yao Chong again. Yuanji wants to tell the people to pay attention to hygiene, drink water, and don't casually put messy things in the furnace to burn. Zhang Jiling answered rudely and glanced at Li Yi, who was busy with his work. Oh! Where's Bai Gu? Li Longji saw that Bai Gu was ready to speak and asked a question. Due to the matter of taxation, from the time the Dharma and Tao were discussed, some people were busy using large amounts of manpower and material resources to set up a plan, wanting to pretend to fly into the heavens. Some people are busy with the people's lives. When they learned that the good people in their territory were seriously injured, they really flew over to save them. Some people gathered to dig holes, chisel rocks, and set up poles to pull the strings. Some people sent orders thousands of miles away to stabilize the people. Bai Gu followed suit. Today, he finally saw Li Yi's more powerful methods than when he was in Huazhou. The picture that appeared on the screen was a topographic map with grids and little dots flashing on the grid. The little robot said 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, and so on. Was the picture made based on these things? Well, now that we have the general situation, it will be much easier to mobilize later. Li Yi's hand left the mouse and keyboard. He got up and wandered to the trash can, squatted down and vomited. He drank too much wine and his stomach was bloated. He was too busy just now and didn't notice it. Now he was a little dizzy. After vomiting, he wiped his sweat and sat in front of the screen again. He operated again and the picture on the screen changed. There were a lot of grids and translucent graphics just now, but now they became animated pictures. There were mountains, snow, trees, people, tents, and wind blowing the snow. The picture could be enlarged and reduced, and the people there were busy. Brother Yi, is it like this over there at the moment? Li Longji saw for the first time that people and things could become alive by listening to data. The main dots represent key people. The colors of the dots are different for people with different jobs. They are moving, not necessarily prepared. It is only accurate within the scope of the work. The topography, the layout of the tents, and the direction of the wind are more than 92% similar to the actual situation. It's actually not difficult. First, add the coordinates through the data table, and then make a three-dimensional animation. Li Yi grabbed the mouse and moved it. He tapped the keyboard a few times and the picture on the picture changed. It was like playing a game. Not difficult. Li Longji's Adam's apple moved. He swallowed his saliva and repeated the word "not difficult" in a question. Xiao Yi, there are tents on the slope and behind the slope. Why don't you move all the tents on the slope to the back of the slope? Song Jing felt much better and was not so disgusted. He saw the wind blowing the snow to a slope. There were tents and simple wooden shacks at the top of the slope and at the lee of the wind. Look at the picture. Look carefully at the movements of the people on the slope. Li Yi didn't explain and told Song Jing to look at it himself. On the picture, a group of people were using simple tools to clear the snow and push it down the slope facing the wind. There were tents on the top of the slope, and there were simple triangular shacks made of wood on the lee of the slope. Chapter 2063. The audience soon understood that the wind carried the snow. There was no shelter on the slope, so the snow would fall down the slope. The tents on the slope helped to block a lot of the snow, and the leeward area was on fire. It was not a small slope, but many small slopes arranged in the same way. The horses were arranged separately. Can you fight a war? Although Su Yi was the Minister of War, he had never commanded a war before. You can beat the enemy to a pulp. Guozi gave the answer. Why? Su Yi was puzzled. When the Tang dynasty is in a battle formation, we must place our troops in front of any dangerous place. We don't defend the dangerous place to avoid having no room to attack. When the enemy is near, the Tang dynasty will send troops to attack first. We can't defend the dangerous place. Only when the soldiers at the front lose and buy time for the allies behind will we gather the remaining troops to defend the dangerous place. Li Longji explained the reason. The Tang dynasty's troops did not need to rely on dangerous places to stop the enemy. The Tang dynasty's troops were not afraid of fighting the enemy in any terrain. They should be afraid of the enemy who wanted to sneak up on them. When the mountain in the animation was changed to war, the troops would be stationed at the foot of the mountain facing the wind, and only a few people would be on the mountain. The mountain facing the wind could not be given to the enemy. The enemy could not even look for opportunities at the foot of the mountain because the Tang dynasty's troops would rush over. The dangerous place was to prevent the enemy from sneaking to the other side, and it could also reduce the enemy's escape route. Yes, the Tang dynasty's troops are so strong, Li Yi said with a proud expression. At least there was no problem now. The later period in history was over, just like the later period of the Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty. In the later period, old Li was muddle-headed. Look at the people arranged by the prime ministers. They were all useless, far inferior to Yao Chong and Song Jing. But it didn't matter. He was not muddle-headed. The world was so big, and there were many territories that had not been occupied yet. Let's have a war. The premise was that the Tang dynasty's internal stability and economic development could keep up. If old Li really could not do it, there was still the little fellow. Who didn't want to be the emperor? I only provided a lot of money. Alas! Bai Gu pretentiously claimed credit. I am in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. This old man has trained craftsmen for the Li family Zhuangzi. Yao Chong said shamelessly. He had indeed trained craftsmen before, but the purpose, Song Jing brought up an old topic, do monks and Taoists fall sick? It's the kind of disease that doesn't give birth to water and soil. What about gangrou? Zhang Jiuling agreed with Song Jing's idea. Looking at Li Yi's actions today and comparing them to the people of Buddhism and Taoism, they were dispensable. There was no need for them to stabilize the hearts of the people. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was very simple. A strong army, useful technology, ample finances, and easy-to-read newspapers. Simple, right? Gang Rou had done many things that were not simple. He alone controlled the military, economy, technology, propaganda, currency, medical care, education, sick, poison. Why? Li Yi understood. It was too easy for him to make others sick, even though he had never done it before. You're too busy, and they're too free. If they fall sick, they'll say that they're being punished by God. The people will believe it. Lu Chong watched the animation for a while and told Li Yi the reason. Everyone was disgusted with the monks and Taoists who were setting up the scene. You haven't eaten much today, and you're busy bringing people back to the Tang dynasty. We'll use a lot of means, but you can do it. You're the one who sent people to save me when I was poisoned. Your medical skills can save people, you can also kill people. Don't deny it. No need. Li shook his head and waved his hand. I'm waiting to make the people happy. The scene is grand. Hold it for 3 days, and everyone will watch it as entertainment. 3 days, I'm afraid it'll be a waste of money. Bai Gu set out from the point of view of the people. Do they want to eat and drink when they watch the show? Spend money. Advertise. Advertise for your Ministry of Revenue. Other businessmen will see their requirements. Those who sell snacks will push their carts over. Buddhism and I will subsidize them. We'll make up the profit and ask them to lower the price. If Buddhism and Taoism don't agree, I'll make up for it myself. Anyway, the people will vote for the winner. I'll pay more. If they're happy, they'll vote for me. Li Yi was still hoping to make some money, so he had nothing to do. Hard and soft, what if Buddhism and Taoism pay more? Zhang Jiuling thought. Money is good. It proves that they have a lot of incense. It's not a lot to collect 50% tax. Li Yi smiled. Ah! Zhang Jiuling was stuck. That's right. Li Yi had a lot of money, and the people had already accepted it. But the money of the temples was a problem. The people would think that they were cheated. In this way, the monks and Taoists could not take the money. Get me something to eat. I'll continue to make arrangements. It'll be fine when the snow stops. Li Yi was even hungrier after vomiting. He wanted to eat. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan brought a tray of dried fruits and beer. They fed Li Yi dried fruits. It was the most comfortable to eat and drink beer. Li Yi continued to communicate with the northeast region. From time to time, he asked about the situation, adjusted the data, gave orders, and made suggestions. The tribe in the snow had turned from panic to stability. The construction of the camp continued. Big branches were cut down from the trees next to them. They were arranged according to the shape and placed with other branches to form a small shack. The branches that were not suitable for building shacks were piled next to other shacks to block the wind. When the number of shacks and the number of piles of branches increased, the wind could not penetrate through. The shacks were not arranged at the spot under the stove. When it was cold, they would drink hot meat soup. The people guarding the fire would warm the fire and add firewood from time to time, regardless of whether it was wet or dry. When part of it was burned into charcoal, they would take it down and send it to the shack to warm it up. Anyway, the shack was ventilated and would not be poisoned. Jin was the leader of the first tribe to join. He was used to listening to Liandong and the others. He felt that the 5 of them were powerful. Later, he met the Winged Knights and found that the Winged Knights were also powerful. Many things that were difficult for him were easily handled by the Winged Knights. On the way back, they encountered a series of unexpected situations. The 5 of them were busy, and the Winged Knights seemed a little confused. He was already afraid. He was used to relying on others. If the person he relied on could not hold on, what would he do? At the critical moment, the person called Fan Fan discussed with Li Endong and the others and asked for help from Dongzhu. Jin admitted that he felt that Li Yi was so far away that it was useless to look for him. In the end, he asked for help. The device that could be used to communicate from a long distance rang non-stop. Following that, the Winged Knights began to make arrangements. In less than 2 hours, the entire camp was arranged. At the very least, everyone knew who was doing what. When he looked at Li Endong and the Winged Knights again, he could not find the slightly panicked look from before. Is this Li Dongzhu's ability? What does he look like? Jin stayed not far from the radio station and listened. He yearned for Luoyang more and more. He wanted to see Li Yi and ask how a person thousands of miles away could arrange things for others. In the past, De Zhuorong was inviolable in his heart. He was high and mighty because he was so powerful that he could gather countless tribes. Now, De Zhuorong did not seem to be anything special. When he faced the Li family Zhuangzi, his voice was gentle and he always had a smile on his face. General Fan, how did Li Dongzhu command us? Jin finally could not help but ask the doubts in his heart. Chapter 2064. The fire in the brazier in the tent with electricity and transmitter crackled, and the flying cavalry of the Yulin forest listened and responded. Fan Fan was resting. He was tired and didn't want anyone to die on the way back. He was glad that the old man in the team who took the initiative to sell himself was still strong. Without heavy work, the old man was more efficient than the young man. When the branches were cut down, the old man handled them properly. The young man didn't know how to use that skill. At the same time, the old man was calmer than the young man and didn't panic when something happened. It was good that the old man was leading the young man. At this moment, he heard Jin's question and smiled. Dongzhu's arithmetic is good. He can calculate it. What about the details? I don't understand if you only talk about arithmetic. Jin wanted to learn the details. Details? Oh. The details are that we measure the angle, distance, and draw a grid according to the method of making a map. Report the position, angle, and number to Dongzhu, and Dongzhu will use the data to map. After mapping, we will report the situation of everyone's leader. Whatever Dongzhu asks us, we will ask in your tribe. When the situation was reported, Dongzhu had a motionless map and moving character model. Through the model, Dongzhu can exchange data with us at any time. The angle and distance mapping needs a ruler, a straight line extension, projection comparison, triangles and trapezoids. General Fan, don't say any more. I don't want to learn. When Fan Fan was patiently and seriously teaching, Ajin stopped in time. He didn't want to know. The previous answer was better. Li Dongzhu's arithmetic is good. He can calculate it. You're also good at arithmetic. What I know is enough. Oh. It's actually not difficult. Fan Fan was a little regretful. Why was it so difficult to teach someone? When it came to the calculation method. Old Fan, have you forgotten how you cried when you were dreaming at night? One of the winged knights next to him teased. When did I cry? I was afraid that the water in the sea of questions was too little, so I helped to replenish it. Fan Fan refused to admit it. General Fan, what kind of sea is the sea of questions? Ah, Jean was even more curious. There was a sea that scared General Fan to tears. Sea of questions? Oh. A sea of questions. The sea of questions was the sea of stars that one could look up at night. The sea of questions was the boundless sea of changing tides after the moon was full and waning. The sea of questions was filled with sweet memories and a slightly bitter sea of the heart. The sea of questions was the sea of homeland that you could never lose even if you wandered for thousands of miles. The sea of questions, unforgettable, the sea of questions, with dreams. The sea of questions could make people instantly feel like they were covered in snow in the hot desert. The sea of questions could make people standing on the peak of a mountain return to the low ground of a basin in an instant. The sea of questions was not about harm, it was about love. It was love. Love. Love is the existence after the flowers bloom and wither in 4 seasons, love. Love the wandering time when looking back. Sigh. 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 Fan Fan's eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the flickering flame. In the end, he sighed 3 times. Ah, Jean, who was listening, did not have a dull look in his eyes. There was fear in his eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice, when I get there, I won't be asked to enter the sea of questions, will I? He was terrified of the sea of questions. What kind of existence was this? Could it turn the tenacious General Fan into a fool? There used to be someone in the clan who said the same thing. Later, one night, no one knew where he went and never came back. Perhaps, you, the sea of questions? Fan Fan quickly recovered and looked at Ah Jean in surprise. Yes. Ah Jean thought that everyone had to experience the sea of questions. You think too much. No, don't worry. Dongzhu only asked us to do the sea of questions. If others want to learn, Li Dongzhu's assessment is very strict. Some knowledge is not suitable for outsiders. It's not easy to learn, it's too tiring. Fan Fan reached out and patted Ah Jin's shoulder. Don't think blindly. Dongzhu can't teach you. Give up on this idea. Ah Jin was not stupid. He understood that what Li Dongzhu taught was a skill called the Sea of Questions. After learning it, they would be able to easily organize many people to face difficulties just like now. It turned out that the strength of the winged knights was not only about their strength and tenacity. They also had to learn the skills of scholars. When he faced the 200 winged knights on horseback, he felt like a mountain that could not be shaken. It was said that the emperor of the Tang dynasty had 30,000 winged knights. How powerful were they? He was silent, but the tent was always lively. People kept coming in to report information and then went out after receiving orders. Deleka, Brailo, and the others also entered the tent. They arranged their clansmen and came here to drink wine. Young Imo Aegon also came in and looked for Fan Fan. Although he was young, he was the chief's grandson and the most outstanding one among the 3 generations. He had a duty and was responsible for taking care of the children in his tribe. Then he assigned the leader of the children under him. He was only responsible for supervision. "I've done everything." Mo Aegon stood beside Fan Fan and said. He now admired Fan Fan very much. Previously, he competed with Fan Fan in archery. They shot while standing. For several consecutive rounds, Fan Fan beat him in every round. At first, he thought it was just luck and that he could win if he worked hard. Later, he realized that this uncle was too powerful. Then, he changed to horseback archery. He could shoot left and right. Fan Fan did not continue to tease him and showed his ability to eat. He seemed to be able to shoot arrows from any angle while on horseback. At the same time, he could control the speed of each arrow to be different. 6 or 7 arrows were shot at a time. They almost reached the same position at the same time. They could be shot at a point or cover an area. He showed young Mo Aegon the unity of man and horse, man and bow, or the unity of bow and horse. Mo Aegon was not depressed. Instead, he was more excited. A master. He was much stronger than the most powerful person in his tribe. He wanted to learn. So powerful. Hurry up and tell Dongzhu. Fan Fan said as he dug out a yellow mud lump from under the fire in the middle of the tent with a tactical saber. The saber moved to the side and knocked with the back of the saber. Soon, the fragrance of chicken wafted out. Fan Fan specially made beggar's chicken for the child, Mo Aegon. It was a pheasant. He did not have lotus leaves, so he directly used the yellow mud he dug out to wrap the pheasant with the internal organs and feathers. Now that he knocked it, the mud fell. The pheasant's feathers were stuck to the mud and fell together. In some places, the pheasant's skin also fell off. The pheasant was not a domestic chicken. It was very small, just like the fast-growing chicken that Li Yi used to sell in a few weeks. Eat it while it's hot. Don't burn it, Fan Fan said to Mo Aegon. I want to take it away. I can't eat it myself. I'll take it back with the children who arrange things for me. I'm their little leader. Mo Aegon swallowed a few times and shook his head. He did not want to eat it. He assigned some little leaders. He wanted to give the little leaders who did well to eat it as a reward. There are 2 more. You eat it first. They don't know. Fan Fan pointed to the other 2 positions with his saber. No one will tell. Mo Aegon looked at Ah Jin. Ah Jin was speechless. Don't eat it. If you eat it, I promise to tell the children in your tribe. Ah Jin was angry. I'm not from the same tribe as you. I'm an adult. How can I tell the children in your tribe? What do you think I am? Don't tell. I'll give you a drumstick. Mo Aegon did not panic and negotiated. Add a chicken wing. Ah Jin bargained. I'll give you both chicken wings. Your child has to eat it too. Mo Aegon nodded and agreed. Chapter 2065. Ah Jin got a whole chicken. He deliberately asked Fan Fan for it. When he saw Mo Aegon's appearance, he remembered that he had a son about the same age as Mo Aegon, whom he did not take much care of. At first, he was very smart. But 2 years ago, he fell ill and could no longer hear. Ah Jin, who wanted to train his child as the future leader of the tribe, had to give up. He could not let a deaf man be the leader. An abandoned child was like an abandoned old man. No one cared. He knew a little about Mo Aegon's performance today. He thought of his son again, so he brought back a whole chicken for his son. When they arrived at the Tang dynasty, life would be different. They would not have to give up on someone. The Tang dynasty was too powerful. In order to survive, their tribe had to give up some people and things. In order to bring them back, the Tang dynasty would give up everything else. If the warriors of their tribe fought with the army of the Tang dynasty, the morale of the tribe would be low. When people died in battle, their families would be taken care of, but it was hard to say how. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty died in battle. Seeing that Li Dongzhu valued them so much, their families would definitely live well. General Fan, are you afraid of death? Ah Jin wrapped the chicken in his clothes and suddenly asked Fan Fan. Who's not afraid of death? I'm afraid. I don't even dare to talk nonsense. Dongzhu won't let me. Fan Fan answered with a look that said, you're not a normal person. Then if you die, the army can win, and you live. If the territory of the Tang dynasty is lost, will you run? Ah Jin asked again. Run? Where can I run to? Every inch of land is an inch of blood. Let my blood nourish this great land. Fan Fan shook his head slightly and smiled. He could not run. The premise was that he died and the army won. If he ran, the territory would be lost. Would he not die if he ran? He would die anyway. It was better to die heroically. Unless the winged knights fought with the enemy and found an opportunity to run and save their strength. The winged knights could fight positional warfare, but there was no need for that. Have you thought about your family? Ah Jin always asked some uncomfortable questions. You can't imagine the life my family is enjoying right now. It's my turn to post. Fan Fan said as he replaced one of his brothers and sat in front of the telegraph. Mo Aegon grabbed a drumstick and gnawed on it. He was young and knew that he needed to eat meat when he was growing up. He could have taken 2 of the chickens back and shared them with his brothers, and given the other one to the other children as a reward. He chose to eat it himself. After he brought it back, his brothers would not be grateful to him, especially those who wanted to compete with him for power. When the weak gave gifts to the strong, they would never receive the other party's respect, nor would they be treated as equals. He wanted to eat half of the chicken, and then take the remaining 1.5 to his friends. On the other side, the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were also eating meat. However, he didn't eat meat. Instead, he ate fish, barbecued fish. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon picked out the meat and didn't let any bones on it. They fed it to Li Yi with chopsticks. Princess Golden Immortal watched and said to Princess True Jade, Sister, if you feed your Ron as well, I think he will be extremely grateful. Is he worthy? Li Yi is being served by Yuan Yuan because he is qualified. If Yuan Yuan wants to fly, he can fly with her. If I want to fly, Ron won't use a hot air balloon unless he pushes me off a cliff. He can continue building roads. He has experience. Life is so unfair. Brother Emperor calls Li Yi Brother Yi. Princess True Jade shook her head. She wasn't much older than Li Yi. She could choose any man in the world, and countless men younger than her were willing. Only Li Yi's attitude was very clear. He didn't like her. We have to eat more fish in the future. What's wrong with saying it's protein? Beef is fine. As Princess Golden Immortal spoke, she took out a Buddhist scripture translated by Li Yi. She glanced at it and threw it aside. It didn't talk about how to cultivate crop seeds. I'm not eating. Just 2 bites will do. I won't be able to drink if I eat too much. Li Yi said after eating another mouthful of fish. He was still listening to the situation and recording data. Li Lang, they are useful now. When the snow stops, the map will be useless. Xiaolon fed Li Yi beer. This is the first time I use this method. In the future, there will be no computers. I will use manual labor to complete the map. It's not just for rescue. It will be more useful when the artillery comes out. Recently, I've been learning the principles of mathematical modeling and familiarizing myself with computers. After that, I'll combine the existing models and see if I can create a model that is more suitable for the current environment. Li Yi didn't care about the current situation. It had already stabilized and he was practicing. Some things couldn't be copied directly. He needed to familiarize himself with it while changing it. This learning process was very tiring, but he was willing. When he was done, he would bring the Winged Knights to play the new game. It was very interesting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Princess Yongmu ate a piece of fish. Li Lang, you really don't need to go over and set it up. No need. The ground and underground have less advantages compared to the air. Besides, they are arranging it. How can I operate it if I go over? Li looked at the screen and pressed a series of shortcuts. He knew the monk and the Taoists' plan. They would bring a large group of people there. Then, they would dig, set up poles, plant fake trees. If he went over, there would definitely be some interaction. Why should he bury things in the place they dug? Well, he could bury 200 bags of explosives and detonate them when the time comes. We took half of the things. It won't be easy to manage it, right? We have a large piece of land. Our land is next to theirs. If we plant sweet potatoes, what will they do if they steal them? The sweet potato seedlings can crawl. If they crawl, we will reach their place. There's also the screw vegetables for making shrimp oil side dishes. Princess Yongmu was very skilled when talking about planting. She looked like an expert. We are not forcing them to die. Wouldn't it be better if we poison them to death? Their farming and management skills are too bad. Without the religion to fool people, they can't survive. What if they can't finish their crops when they increase production? In the past, 100 mu of land produced enough food for them to eat for 2 years. Now, 50 mu of land is enough for them to eat for 5 years. Obviously, they can't just leave the food there, right? They will find grain dealers to sell it. They will keep selling it. Li talked about the temple's land problem. The temple was still lacking. There was a lot of land in the temple. They sold it secretly. Princess Yongmu nodded gently. That means they can provide more food for society. Whether they give it away or sell it, the food circulating in society is increasing. Princess Yongmu didn't criticize them for selling food secretly. She even hoped that they would raise more poultry and livestock to sell. She looked at it from a higher position. Gold could be preserved, but food couldn't. It's not just food. I asked them to raise bean worms. It's a branch of Buddhism. Some Buddhists eat meat, some don't kill, and some only eat sanjing meat. Actually, I despise those who eat sanjing meat the most. Either you eat it freely or don't eat it at all. Looking for a bunch of excuses just to eat it. Hypocrites. Li despised eating meat. No matter how extravagant the words of those who ate sanjing meat were, they were just quibbling to defend themselves from eating meat. Chapter 2066. The wind and snow would eventually leave, just like the dark clouds couldn't cover the gradually rounding moon. In 5 days, it would be October 15th. It was now the end of November according to the Gregorian calendar. The people in the capital and the surrounding areas began to heat their kong beds. They couldn't freeze to death before the new year. The Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui had already installed heating a month and a half ago. Not only did Zhuangzi have it, but the areas around Zhuangzi also had it. Needless to say, the buildings where the migrant workers lived by the river were also installed with heating pipes. They needed to pay for the heating. It could be money and calculated according to the size of the house. It could also be a lump of coal. It couldn't be a lump of coal or a shaken briquette. It was impossible to use a lump of coal to heat the boiler. The heating value per unit of time was not enough. A lump of coal needed money, but it was cheap. When people were free, they would go to the coal mines to buy it and bring it back. The number of coal washers increased. When people cooked in summer, they were more willing to use lump of coal and honeycomb coal. When it was winter, they would use lump of coal during the day. When it was night time, washed coal was used. The combustion effect of things made with coal was relatively poor. It was more likely to produce carbon monoxide and had a high sulfur content. The coal that was washed with water was the special coal for smelting that the Li family Zhuangzi requested. This coal was used to heat kong beds at home. In the same weather, the survival rate was high. Even if people followed the method described in the newspaper, They wouldn't be suffocated to death by the coal smoke. There was no wind before going to bed. In the middle of the night, the air pressure changed. Even the stove on the Kong bed was burning. The night watchman looked at the sky and knocked on the door when he found that the smoke had fallen. He either put out the fire or left someone to guard the stove. Under normal circumstances, even if the fire stopped, there was no problem sleeping on the Kong bed. They covered themselves with blankets and the heat was suppressed under the blankets. Compared to the capital, the nights in Hunan were not warm. The people would heat their Kong beds for 2 hours before going to bed. They didn't need to put out the fire. When the coal ran out, it would end. The temperature outside couldn't be changed. The house was warm, especially the Kong beds. There was no such treatment in the mountains. The hunters could only think of their own ways. Build 2 more ladders. This place is too dangerous and not easy to climb. The huts below can't withstand the collisions of bears, wild boars, and insects. The insects can climb trees, but they can't climb the soft rattan ladder or the rope ladder. Hang them up. Spreading out from Luoyang, hunters worked hard to build huts. It was winter now. Regardless of whether the river was frozen or not, the peak hunting season would not change. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, in some areas, hunting was banned twice a year for a month each time. One was the 1-month mating period for most wild beasts, while the other was the 1-month lactating period for wild beasts. The hunters took the opportunity to rest before entering the mountain again. They had an extra rule. They wouldn't kill a suckling animal if they saw one, and they wouldn't kill an animal with a cub. But there were always novices who couldn't tell. Animals went out to look for food and went back to ask for milk. The novices would stupidly shoot an arrow, and then the prey would run away frantically. There were also cases where the prey bit off their own legs and ran away after being trapped. When they followed them, they discovered that they had died beside their children in order to feed their children. It was different from the army. The army would kill as soon as it appeared, regardless of the condition of the prey. Sometimes, hunters couldn't bear to do it. If they wanted to sell such prey, they had to deal with it in advance. Otherwise, the buyer would know at a glance that the price was extremely low. Even if you gave it to the buyer for free, the buyer wouldn't want it. Especially those whose wives are pregnant. If you're a hunter with a beast that was killed while it was breastfeeding, I won't take you in. Stay away from me. Therefore, most novices needed a master to take care of them. If you made a mistake once, the entire area wouldn't take your things in the future. They would think that you were dirty. After taking your things in the day, the children at home would cry at night, and the elderly parents would feel uncomfortable. Who could bear this? Therefore, under Blind Shi's guidance, many novices who could work followed him. They immediately built 2 additional ladders beside the fixed wooden ladders. One was a rope ladder, and the other was a ladder that only allowed one vine or rope to be lowered. The other rope wasn't easy to climb, so a foothold had to be chiseled out of the rock wall. Done. The cave here is especially good. It's enough to guard against snakes and insects. Blind Shi waited for the others to finish their work and personally went up and down a few times. He was satisfied. The others began to transport things up. There was a cave above, which was naturally formed. Other than reptiles and insects, other things couldn't go up. There was a pulley on top of a single rope, and a rattan basket was tied to the rope. If they were in a group and someone was injured and was surrounded by wild beasts, especially wolves, the others would go up and pull their companions up. The natural cave wasn't small. Everyone went up and looked at the spacious place with smiles on their faces. In this cave on the side of the cliff, they could store things and live there for a year and a half without a problem. Yes, living, not survival. The cave was spacious, and there was an opening slanted upwards, like an air vent. Build a stove here. Put yellow mud below and use a grass stick to make a fire wall. Weave a mat to cover the entrance of the cave. Put some realgar and golden beans to block the snakes. Scatter the ash thicker. Centipedes and other insects won't be willing to enter. This extended cave will be the bedroom, and this will be the kitchen. There's a hole above. Later, go up and take a look. We can't directly open it, or rain will enter. Dig a little here and see if the matter of relieving oneself is solved. Get a few wooden buckets up and fill them with water. No need, there's water dripping. It's enough as long as it keeps dripping. There's no need to go down to get water. Hang 2 pots up. No, add a wok and a steamer, and a claw for making pancakes. Someone climbed up and began to observe the surroundings, thinking about the future. After he finished speaking, he looked at Old Man Sure and asked, President Sure, Chief Sure, what do you think? Good. But I still want to go home. There are so many dogs at home. I have to feed them. Blind Sure admitted that the other party was right. It was indeed not bad. However, this place was more than 40 li away from Luoyang. A hunter's hut, a place to rest, and a cave were more comfortable than my home. I'm living in the Li family Zhuangzi now. When Li Dongzhu returns to Chang'an, I'll go back to my home there. Why should I live in a cave when I have a home? I'm saying that it's a base camp. Isn't it interesting? The hunter who was talented in spatial arrangements emphasized the importance of this cave. It was a good place. After he finished speaking, he looked at Old Man Sure, waiting for him to praise him. Whose child is this? Bring him back and teach him well. What a mess. It's easy to die in the mountains. Old Man Sure reacted. Whose child was this? He thought that he joined my team because he was young and capable. Did I say something wrong? Which arrangement is not good enough? This person was competing. He was not wrong. Look. How good the arrangement was. They're both at the same age. Compared to Li Dongzhu, the difference is like heaven and earth. Li Dongzhu would never say this to me. Old Man Sure did not want to say anything. After saying this, he slid down the rope. Old Guang, don't you understand the situation in the mountains? As the vice president, I have to explain to Li Dongzhu about the person you brought. Fang Taozheng was unhappy. We're here to build a hunter's hut, not to play with children. Chapter 2067. Alas! The man called Old Guang by Fang Taozheng sighed. He spoke to the young man he brought and the other young men at the same time. If there are more hunters, there will be more hounds, and the beasts will stay away. At that time, what's the use of having a base camp? A good place will waste a lot of manpower and resources. It will be a waste. Moreover, once people are greedy for stability and enjoyment, they will be less vigilant and easily die in the mountains. Fang Taozheng said from the side, hunters hunting in the mountains is almost like fighting a war. If you put a bed for yourself, you will sleep like a log. If you really encounter a situation, you won't be able to react. Can't we put a bed here? Another young hunter pointed to the spacious interior of the cave. Put straw mats and barricades in the cave. Before people come in, shout or throw stones. After they come in, put the barricade straight to prevent leopards and other agile carnivorous beasts from coming up. Owls and other animals that can fly are not afraid. They don't eat people. Although Old Man Sure was angry, he still had to talk about relevant matters to teach the young people. Some people in the team carried tools on their backs and made them on the spot. After that, they would leave a set of tools in the hunter's hut in the cave. The iron tools were marked with the serial number of the Li family Zhuangzi craftsman. It was not to pursue the responsibility of the craftsman if the tools were broken one day, but to prevent others from secretly taking them home. Hunters would not take them. What if someone was bored and went to the hunter's hut to play and took them away? There was no need to worry about the things in the hunter's hut. Anyone could eat and use them, including the woodcutter who went up the mountain to cut firewood. There was only one requirement. What was used and what was eaten must be reported to the government according to the serial number of the hut after going down the mountain so that everyone could replenish it. Otherwise, if you ate it all and didn't say anything, others would find nothing when they hid in the hut at a critical moment. That would be terrible. After dealing with the cave, the group continued to go to the location of the hunter's hut that they had discussed. The young man who wanted to enjoy himself in the cave just now followed at the back. It was impossible to let him leave. He would die in the mountain alone. After another place was set up, the sky darkened. Everyone ate something and rushed back with torches. The newbies who were brought to learn by their master couldn't bear it. They were tired for a day and didn't rest at night. They thought they would be able to eat barbecue, but they only ate dried rice soaked in boiling water and glutinous rice. Oh, there were also hard, sun-dried pickled vegetable lumps. This wasn't the treatment they received when they first arrived. Let's hurry up and get to the hunter's cabin tomorrow morning. We can drink some hot water there. Old Man sure acted as if he didn't know what the young man was thinking. The moment he opened his mouth, he told him to wait until the next morning. The village at the foot of the mountain is just a short walk from the hunter's hut, someone muttered. That works too. We can rest in the village. Old Man sure readily agreed. The other youngsters glared at this youngster. You talk too much. Fortunately, there was no rain at night, but the sky was very cloudy, and the stars and moon could not be seen. The weather in Luoyang was no longer warm. When the wind blew, the people who were sobbing unconsciously shivered. The other hunters did not have much of a reaction. They knew that Blind Sher was purposely trying to train the youngsters and teach them a lesson. He didn't do this when he came because he was afraid that the youngsters wouldn't be able to hold on. If they persisted on the return journey, they would arrive at the Li family Zhuangzi in 20 hours at most. Even if he fell sick from exhaustion during the journey, the Li family Zhuangzi would be able to treat him. The apprentices should feel the state of their bodies when they were continuously running or chasing prey. Don't think that you can relax just because you have a hunter's hut. The hunter's hut was used for resting, not to make you give up on chasing prey. Hunters went up the mountain to hunt and earn money to support their families. At this time, there were many people and dogs, so there was no need to worry about danger. Any large animals that came out could only avoid people. Was the tiger's sense of territory strong? If they encountered them, they would choose to endure. Don't worry, they will leave soon. They don't dare to stay in my territory for long. At dawn, everyone finally saw the hunter's hut. Then, they passed through the door of their home and went to the village more than 10 li away. There were villagers in the group. They were woodcutters, hunters, and farmers. There were a total of 3 families, and 2 people from each family went up the mountain. Usually, they would collect firewood in the winter and transport it to Luoyang to sell to the people in the city. If they did not sell it in the village, wouldn't the other villagers get some firewood from the mountain? Old Guan, are you still selling firewood this year? Old Guang asked the oldest third of the village who was a hunter. Of course. With more coal, the firewood is more valuable. With more people coming from outside, the firewood will sell well this year. A smile appeared on Old Guan's wrinkled face. With the money from selling firewood, the village bought 6 more cows. Burning coal required both soft and hard firewood. They couldn't just use a fire sickle to light the coal, right? In winter, more firewood was burned to keep warm. After dinner, it was safer to burn firewood to keep the Kong warm. Last year, the firewood sold well. Everyone liked the Kong, which was warm. People who did not cook usually did not light fires, but in winter, they needed a fire. However, there was less firewood for the greenhouse, so it was more cost-effective for them to burn coal. With the money they earned from selling things to Luoyang, the villagers discussed and gathered the money to buy 6 more cows. This winter, many villagers went up the mountain to find firewood. The good trees nearby could not be cut down. After cutting them down, there would be mudslides or landslides. With the hunter's hut, it was convenient for the people to keep warm in the winter. They brought their own things up the mountain and did not eat the food in the hut. Old Guan was happy that the days were good. My father always said that Hunan was the best Hunan this winter because His Majesty and Li Dongzhu were there. Old Guan's son, Zhong Guan, spoke. He mentioned His Majesty and Li Yi. He could not be Xiao Guan, because he had a son. His Majesty's breakfast must be golden, right? Another young man in the village guessed. Old Shi looked at him and said, "You guessed right. His Majesty might have millet porridge in the morning." What? His Majesty eats millet porridge? The young man was a little confused. Of course. Let's go to your village and see what kind of porridge they have. Old Shi smiled. This morning, he had millet porridge and pie. What about you, Xiao Yi? In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi did not sleep much. He got up occasionally to check on the situation. He went to bed at 4 in the morning and got up to eat. At 4 in the morning, the snow stopped in Fan Fan's village and the wind became weak. Everyone was relieved. I'll have some soup, spicy soup with more dry ingredients. I won't eat anything else. I'll go back to sleep after a bowl of soup. Li Yi only washed his face and brushed his teeth. He did not take a shower because he was sleepy. I'll eat the same thing as Brother Yi. One bowl is the same, 2 bowls are the same. Li Longji did not drink the porridge as Old Shi said, but he took an extra meat bun. Princess Yongmu nodded, expressing the same. Xiaolon grabbed a robot in front of her and said, "Contact the canteen and make half a pot of spicy soup with more dry ingredients." Okay. The robot replied. Chapter 2068. Xiao Yi. Did you hide the recipe for making the pies in Zhuangzi from this old man? This old man brought it back to my family. Why does it taste different? Old Bai took a bite of the pie. It was fragrant. He said that Li Yi hid it. Li Yi gave them some of the secret recipes for cooking, but he didn't give any special ones. It was the same recipe, but he asked why the taste was so different. Oh. Li Yi bowed his head and drank the soup with his chopsticks. There was indeed a lot of dry ingredients inside, more than stew. What are you hiding? Bai Gu took another bite of the pie. Oh. No. Li Yi sped up. Look at the filling inside. It's also meat filling, and there's a lot of lean meat. It's not suitable to eat fatty meat at home. What's the difference? Bai Gu opened the pie with his chopsticks, looking like he wanted to explore. Li Yi stopped and reached out with his chopsticks to pick up a pie from the pie plate in front of Bai Gu. He took a small bite, blew, and took a big bite, chewing and watching. He chewed and drank the soup, took another bite and continued to observe. Rabbit meat. Today's pie is not pork. Li Yi tasted it. The rabbit meat was stuffed with celery. The celery was chopped and not ground. Is that so? This old man will let them follow. Bai Gu said he understood. So that's how it is. Li Yi ate the pie with the spicy soup. He couldn't throw it away. He looked for water to rinse his mouth and went back to sleep. Long Zai, your family still cooks in Zhuangzi? Some of Yao Chang's family came to eat Zhuangzi. Xiao Yi said that we should eat some carbohydrates in the morning, which is rice and noodles. I saw that he didn't want it, so I said so. How can the same recipe not make the same flavor pie? Bai Gu said as he picked up another pie. He was going to eat 2 and deliberately brought 3. How cunning. Xiaolon couldn't help but mutter as she quickly covered her mouth. Little girl, eat your food. Bai Gu glared at her. Xiaolon covered her mouth and nodded. Don't look at me, I'll eat it. The people in the north are too slow. We have to wait to eat fresh pine nuts. Bai Gu turned around and talked about the dried fruits. He was in a good mood since he had achieved his goal. Li Yi said that he should eat carbohydrates. He thought of a way to ask Li Yi to eat a pie while he was still in a daze. Noble consort Lu looked at Bai Gu with admiration. This Bai Zaifu was good. It would be better if he didn't always look for Xiao Yi to scheme for money. It's already the last return. From the Heaven Soldier Army and Henji Army, there will be a large amount of pine nuts. The little robot seemed to have a good impression of Baigu. After Baigu finished speaking, it replied. There was a telegram from Jianggang. The weather was getting colder, and everyone was homesick after earning money. If they continued to head north and encountered special circumstances, it would be a military taboo if the supply line was too long. It was like the enemy was luring the enemy in. If they couldn't rush in, they had to be steady and take advantage of the situation to go home. What about the pine nuts from the later Turks? They don't have any left, right? Baigu had another problem. Pine nuts meant tax. I don't know. The telegram only said transportation and didn't say much. The little robot's voice was cute. The pine nuts didn't come back? Song Jing was worried. The little robot turned around and returned to Princess Yongmu's side, expressing its attitude through action. The pine nuts are all in the Heaven Soldier Army? It's cold there. Zhang Jiuling also wanted to eat pine nuts. He wanted to send some back to his hometown. Of course, he was the Prime Minister. At first, he didn't dare to treat his hometown too well for fear that others would gossip. Now he understood. If the Prime Minister didn't treat his hometown well, how could he treat the people of the Tang dynasty well? Besides, he didn't want the pine nuts. He bought them. He saved up all his salary and bought a batch of them. It's too damp. Wang Han asked the people to help dry them. He wants to follow us to Luoyang and become an official tomorrow. The damp pine nuts are piled up all the way here. Some of them might mold. The people can help dry them and get some money to subsidize the family. The little robot explained the situation. The pine nuts were all in slow dehydration. It was too damp. During the transportation process, it didn't look like a problem from the outside, but the inside was easy to mold because of the high temperature after piling up. The pine nuts couldn't be frozen because they contained moisture. They would melt after freezing, and the taste would be much worse unless they were cooked. Wang Han. Princess Yongmu looked up. She had heard from Li Yi that this person liked to write frontier poems. Most importantly, Wang Han also smuggled. He had a Jinshi degree, but he didn't become an official. He guarded his family's business and made friends with a group of people. Even Zhang Jiazhen had to be polite in the past. Wang Han's family was too powerful in the local area. It's just a Jinshi, the little robot said indifferently. Jinshi didn't represent the first place, much less the first place. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked other things, but they didn't lack Jinshi. Next year, Steward Songda still wanted to take the exam and get first place in the first place. With his thoughts of taking the imperial exam, he could be a steward in Zhuangzi in the future. Being an official was boring. If you had the ability to take the imperial exam, you could take the special grade. After that, the highest official given was a secondary class rank 6, like Guazi. Most importantly, Songda didn't receive secondary class rank 6 officials. Only secondary class rank 5 and above could. Let's put it this way. Officials who weren't qualified to participate in the court meeting weren't qualified to discuss matters with Songda. Their ranks were too low. The assistant ministers had to greet each other when they saw Songda. The Zaifu couldn't order Songda to do anything. If the Zaifu could meet Li Longji alone, Songda wouldn't have a problem either. However, he wouldn't look for Li Longji. He had something to say to Dongzhu. It's not easy to pass the Jinshi exam. Does your family Dongzhu have a Jinshi? Princess Yongmu raised her chin slightly. No, he doesn't. The little robot sounded wronged. Dongzhu is busy teaching Jinshi all day. He wasted his time studying and couldn't pass the Jinshi exam. He's delayed. Ha 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 ha, Li Dan laughed. The little robot was too funny. It was showing off seriously. Wang Han, who was being discussed by everyone, happened to be eating breakfast. He sneezed a few times and drank the mutton soup. It was probably stimulated by the pepper. I left after a month. When I reached Luoyang, it would be the 12th lunar month. I don't think it's enough to just write essays. Recently, I've been thinking about writing about the people of Luoyang. Does anyone have a good plan? I'll write it all down and present it to His Majesty. Wang Han wanted to be an official. Now that the world was peaceful, smuggling wasn't easy anymore. After the Turks were chased to Shanghai, the other tribes joined the Tang dynasty. Who would they smuggle with? Could it be that they went further north? That wasn't called smuggling. It was called normal trade. Send a batch of goods over, exchange them for sheep, and rush back. If they exchanged for 100 sheep, would there be one left alive when they rushed back? There weren't many sheep skins to exchange. Currently, the people in the capital and the surrounding areas were rearing rabbits. As the number of rabbit skins increased, sheep skins became less valuable. Unless there were a large number of horses and camels, exchanging them once could increase the number of animals for the Tang dynasty. Ziyu wants to propose a plan for the people's livelihood. Ah! Zhang Jiazhen lowered her head and pondered. After a few breaths, she said, "There are good plans. However, if we don't write about the people's livelihood, Li Yi is in Luoyang. I'm afraid it'll be difficult if you want to help." Chapter 2069. The mutton that was eaten with grass had a strong smell, so the heavenly soldiers drank it in full swing. They didn't have that much pepper, so they put chili oil and pepper noodles in the mutton soup. They blew on it and drank 2 mouthfuls, sweating all over. It seemed like winter was no longer cold. The commoners who came to bring pine nuts home to dry brought their own rations. They drove the carriages all the way to the relay station and asked for free soup. When they saw the soldiers drinking mutton soup, they happily took out the wooden bowls they carried with them and put more mutton oil. There were all kinds of rations, such as dry pancakes, cornbread with rhubarb, fried rice, fried noodles, and black bread. Then, they ate the heavenly soldiers' prawn oil side dishes, fermented bean curd, and sweet garlic. When they came, they brought fodder on the carriages, enough for the animals to eat. They also brought their own chickens to lend to the heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers were in charge of raising the chickens. The eggs they laid were eaten by the soldiers. When the new year or spring came, they would make air-dried chickens. The commoners would then bring them back. Many of the rations that the army ate had shells and needed to be shelled themselves. There were many husks of rice and wheat, which were suitable for raising pigs and chickens. Making air-dried chickens required seasoning. Salt alone wasn't good. The commoners bought seasonings that were expensive. They couldn't bear to spend money on chili powder. As long as the heavenly soldiers didn't sell it, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide it. With the addition of 5 spice powder, the commoners didn't buy it. The soldiers had eggs to eat. When the chickens were killed, the blood and innards belonged to the soldiers. The commoners got air-dried chickens, saving time and seasoning. To reduce the burden on the heavenly soldiers, the commoners brought chickens of similar sizes. When the time came, whoever took as many chickens would bring back the corresponding number. Otherwise, if the chickens were big or small, would they have to number them? Songde came up with the idea. He gave the soldiers things, but it wasn't convenient to give them eggs. Eating eggs every day was good for the body. He used seasoning to exchange with the commoners. The soldiers had to work harder, feeding the chickens and making air-dried chickens. Wang Han and the others each had a boiled and peeled egg in their mutton soup bowls. As a general, they had to keep up with the nutrition. Wang Han used a spoon to stir the egg in the soup bowl. After many days of thinking, I have a new idea that can benefit the commoners of Hunan province. Li Yi didn't think of it. Oh? Zhang Jiyan was interested. Ziyu, tell me. Guan Yujin, who was in charge of the telegram, raised her eyebrows. She was not in a hurry to drink the mutton soup. This method is actually quite simple. It's just that most people have never thought of it before. Wang Han looked at them. He continued, take advantage of the fact that the ground hasn't been frozen yet. Find a wasteland outside Luoyang and build a cellar. Store the autumn vegetables in the cellar. The commoners can prepare more vegetables for the winter, such as cabbages, radishes, and onions. When needed, they can go to the cellar and take out vegetables for half a month at a time. Build a cellar for every white household. It should be enough. Wang Han said his idea and then looked at the others. Zhang Jian and Zhang Jiazhen nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. Guan Yujin's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Han in astonishment. Brother Guan, there's no need to be like this. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Looking at Guan Yujin's expression, Wang Han smiled and waved his hand. No, it's not. That. Brother Ziyu. Luoyang Palace's winter is not that cold. On the north bank of the Yellow River, which also belonged to Hunan Prefecture, 100 households dug their own vegetable cellar. The top of the cellar was covered with wooden shelves and straw mats, and the top was covered with soil. If you dig a large vegetable cellar, how would the top be covered? Would you use the wood from the roof beams? What would happen if the commoners went in and out and took other people's vegetables? You have to coordinate with the commoners to take them out on the same day. Otherwise, if you open the cellar a few times a day, the vegetables inside would be gone. Guan Yujin was helpless. My family's Dongzhu never thought of this. They didn't dare to think of it. It would cause the commoners to die. Ah. Is that so? Wang Han looked at Zhang Jiazhen and Zhang Jian. The two nodded again. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. Did you think it was an ice cellar? It was used to take out ice in summer. How would the 100 households store their vegetables? Would there be a path? People would go in and out, and you wouldn't know who stole it. Ice cellars were different. They would take out the ice from the outside. How would the Li family Zhuangzi's vegetables be stored in winter? Don't tell me it's a greenhouse for cabbages. Wang Han thought of another situation. The Li family Zhuangzi was big. Zhuangzi has a large vegetable cellar. It's a fixed cellar. It doesn't use wood, and it's dug deeper. It's used every year. Under normal circumstances, the vegetables stored in a fixed cellar are enough for Zhuangzi to eat for 10 days. The next 10 days, they will change to another cellar. Some cellars store one thing and take it out gradually from the outside. Guan Yujin introduced the Li family Zhuangzi's vegetable cellar. It was big and not dug out. It could be used for a long time. Oh, so that's how it is. I have another plan. It's also for the benefit of the commoners. It's warm in Luoyang during winter. We can dig a pond and catch fish in the river. It's convenient to catch them during winter. Brother Guan, can you send a telegram for me? Even if it's not appropriate, I will know the reason. Wang Han thought of another plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell Li Yi. He couldn't go empty-handed. Writing essays was not a problem, but he had to come up with a plan. Guan Yujin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, after eating, Brother Ziyu can organize the message. I will send it. He agreed to give the other party face. The other party had power in the area. When the commoners came to sell the pine nuts home to make money, it was Wang Han who pulled the strings. Whether the plan was good or not, it had nothing to do with him. It was just sending a telegram. There's no hurry. I will perfect it in the afternoon. Wang Han was overjoyed. He ate the egg and planned to come up with a flawless plan. At noon, there was a light drizzle in Hunan Prefecture. The rain at this time was unbearable. The weather was already more than 10 degrees Celsius. When it rained, it became wet and cold. Fortunately, the pots used to make free soup were prepared. They added ginger to the soup to dispel the cold. There was a lot of ginger this year. The province next to the capital government planted a lot of ginger. They added extra fertilizer and kept all the mother ginger. They raised it well and planted it again next year. 3 years of mother ginger. A small portion was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi as medicine. The Li family Zhuangzi had 5 years of mother ginger. They couldn't bear to eat it and kept more each year. It wasn't only the crops. Zhuangzi kept all the steel ingots and thick steel plates. They were placed there and not used. The steel ingots would slowly release stress and be used in key parts in the future. They were usually used to make lathes. The Russians used to have a lot of them. After a few years, Li Yi's country took away a lot of them. Things that were accumulated over time were sometimes more precious than old wine. It will be colder after the rain, right? Princess Yongmu sat by the window of the cafeteria and looked at the drizzle outside. I guarantee it will snow. Then we will sell roasted sweet potatoes. Li Yi understood. Princess Yongmu had always wanted to sell roasted sweet potatoes. She heard that the things sold at Tranquil Orchid Pavilion were not down to earth. Roasted sweet potatoes didn't seem to be popular either. Could ordinary people afford to buy roasted sweet potatoes? Did the sweet potatoes want to lose face? Xiao Yi, why don't you seal the pond in Zhuangzi at the foot of the mountain? It will be easier to catch fish in winter. Bai Gu said the same thing as Wang Han. He just thought of it casually. The pond is too small. It has to be a lake. Otherwise, you will have to feed the fish. It will cost more. Li Yi waved his hand and refused. Are you stupid? Catch fish from the river and raise them in a small pond in winter? Do you think those are ornamental fish? Chapter 2070. Li Yi spoke tactfully, but Bai Gu could see the contempt in his words. You also have a pond in Zhuangzi, but it's sealed. Bai Gu mentioned Zhuangzi. There are eels and loaches in there. If I don't seal it, they will all run away. There's also a large forest behind it for raising forest frogs. Oh, there's also a pond for forest frogs. When did I raise living carp or grass carp? In winter, when the water freezes, there will still be fish in there. Li Yi continued to despise him. Did you forget that I made blood eels for you to eat when you wanted to nourish your body? Why don't you raise loaches and eels in your pond now? Bai Gu asked. The Yellow River is being repaired. Do you know how many loaches and eels are being cleaned every day? I'll buy a lot of them. Li Yi was still despising him. Can't you think about the problem more realistically? It's getting cold. Xiao Yi, the eels you made last year were not bad. Can we eat them at night? Bai Gu changed the topic instantly. I'll make eel porridge for you tomorrow morning. It's not suitable to eat blood eels at night. Li Yi did not chase after him. He knew when to stop. Bai Gu nodded. Okay. I'll listen to you, Xiao Yi. Since there are eels and loaches, there should be a lot of river snails and clams, right? Yes, I'll take them all. I'm afraid that the people won't cook them properly and will eat live parasites. Although it's written in the newspapers, when the quantity is large, there will always be people who want to save time in winter, but they're also worried that they won't be tender enough and will eat them. After I process them, I'll sell them to the people cheaply. After deducting the labor cost, purchase cost, and transportation cost, there won't be much profit. Then, I'll leave the shells and add them as feed. This is a little profitable. Li Yi knew that there must be parasites in the river. Every river clam had them. There were also small river snails. It depends on how you make them. When you eat them, you'll eat them with the dead parasites. Bai Gu nodded again. That's good. The spicy fried snails taste pretty good. Let's eat at noon tomorrow. Li Yi agreed. He saw Princess Yongmu's eyes light up. If she wants to eat, then let's cook. Dr. Li, bring one for my master. Princess Jinxian was talking to Li Yi at the table next to him. Ah! Heavenly Master Yi! Li Yi was slightly stunned as he recalled who Princess Jinxian's master was. It was Yi Fashion. What was Yi Fashion doing now? It had been a long time since they last met. Master and Venerable Kindness led the monks and Taoists of the capital government to do farm work in the greenhouse. They did not walk together with the Buddhists of Luoyang Palace and Mount Song. Princess Jinxian pouted unhappily and told him what her master was doing. Master ran to the greenhouse to plant vegetables, bringing a large group of people, including the fearless mage. Oh, the capital's tax is collected normally. 1 out of 10 taxes. I don't want half of their assets. Li Yi understood again. He was an expert. He went to work and protected the capital government. It was just that the fearless mage's idea was not good. He should be conferred the title of National Preceptor of the Tang dynasty and be a sect master. In history, he was the only one who could translate some sutras. He was naturally the sect master. Unfortunately, he had translated many sutras. He was not the only one who could do it. As for the national preceptor, Li Longji attached great importance to the prince's apprenticeship. There was no national preceptor now. Was the national preceptor more powerful than him? The prince was raised in Zhuangzi. He would teach him when he was free. Especially the little guy. The older he was, the more mischievous and active he was. No, the older he was, the more lively and clever he was. Princess Jinxian rolled her eyes at Li Yi. That's a matter for the future. Songda, make the arrangements. Li Yi had to give face to Princess Jinxian. He also had to give face to Yi Fashion and the fearless mage. The two of them were very cooperative in terms of publicity. For example, the capital government did not participate when the local monks and Taoists in Hunan were stirring up trouble. Yi Fashion had the title of duke. Shan Wuwei had formed a sect on his own. Back then, he had talked to the two of them alone. He had helped Yi Fashion promote Taoism and printed sutras for Shan Wuwei. Now that they had expressed their stance and stood on the same side, he had to give them positive feedback. Songda was not beside them. The little robot passed the message. It contacted its brothers to find Songda's location and explain the situation. Li Lang, let's go to the greenhouse to take a look after dinner. Princess Yongmu was sensible and suggested to get in touch. Okay. Li Yi immediately agreed. Princess Jinxian was very happy. Her identity as a princess was still useful. After dinner, the group of people went to the greenhouse. There was a specific location. Li family Zhuangzi had many greenhouses. Other people's greenhouses competed for seasons, but Zhuangzi's greenhouses formed an echelon. They guaranteed a fresh supply of vegetables every day. Cucumbers were available every day for 365 days, just like Li Yi's time. There were also cabbages, chrysanthemums, chives, eggplants, radishes, coriander. As for garlic stalks, garlic sprouts, and garlic yellow, there was even green garlic every day. It was even better than Li Yi's time. When they found Shan Wuwei and the others, they had just finished eating. They took their own food and ate it themselves. There was no leftover food on their plates. They knew the rules of Li family Zhuangzi. They could eat as much as they wanted, but there was no leftover food. In history, Li Longji looked outside the wall and found a guard who did not finish eating. He threw away the leftover food and wanted to kill him. Li Qingqi stopped him and told his brother that saving food was to save people and not let them starve to death. Now that you kill people, are you doing it for people or for food? The person did not starve to death. He threw away food because he could not eat and was killed by you. Li Longji let the guard go and did not kill you. Li Yi knew about this situation. He thought that the two of them were acting. Originally, Li Longji did not want to kill them. But with Li Qingqi's help, who would dare to throw away food in the future? The monks and Taoists of the capital office were not afraid of being killed. They saw how others ate, so it didn't seem right for them to throw away food. It was not like they were restricted from eating. They could eat as much as they wanted and it was free. Greetings to retired emperor. Greetings to noble consort Lu. Greetings to His Majesty. Greetings to the Empress. Greetings to King Song. Greetings to Princess Yongmu. Yi Fashion took the lead and started to greet the 6 people. Princess Yongmu's mother had become an imperial concubine. Normally speaking, Li Chengqi and the others did not have to greet them. But there were other kings, so they just had to greet them. They were given extra treatment because King Song was in charge of the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund. The Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund was initially set up to provide convenience for children. That Chao Tian Fund was the Chao Tian Fund for the children of the Tang dynasty. Later on, when they were in charge of more things, they no longer only provided scholarships, books, study materials, school uniforms, food, entertainment. Thank you, my young friend, for ordering people to send delicious food over. Yi Fashion spoke to Li Yi without hiding the fact that he loved to eat good food. There will be food tonight too. I almost forgot about everyone. Li Yi smiled and clasped his hands. It's good that you forgot. I'm afraid of being remembered. Shan Wuwei was joking. Many people were shocked and astonished. The great Taoist master actually knows how to joke with people. Fear comes from the unknown. The unknown of some things, the unknown of one's own death. Therefore, a heart of reverence is helpful to the people of the Tang dynasty. If there is no fear, others will suffer. The people are not afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? It shows that the imperial court did not do a good job and the people should not die. Li Yi used this topic to teach the other officials a lesson. They should not force the people to throw away their lives to resist. Chapter 2071. The winter solstice is not welcomed, the night grows longer, the southern geese fly late and the sun sets late. Mount Song is steep, the pine trees are green, the Luo River is soft, the leaves are yellow. The moon shines on the dark stars, the people are accompanied by fireworks. The sound of Zen music lingers, the dew is heavy and the frost is thick. Yi Fashion smiled as he listened to Li Yi's lecture on the people's livelihood. He could see the depressed expressions of the chancellors. Do I need you to tell me that the officials are forcing the people to rebel? Who are you telling that to? The monks and Taoists don't care about the people. Little friend, don't worry. My name is Wu Wei, but my surname is Shan, following the customs of the Tang dynasty. My name is good and fearless, not good at teaching people to be fearless. Shan Wu Wei smiled and said, my sect didn't offend you. According to the request, you give Princess Jingxian things and ask her to help us print books, and we help you spread how good the imperial court is. We are working together. Unfortunately, I always want to talk to you, but you say you don't know how to. If you don't know, how can you translate the scriptures? Oh. It's just that, you think too much. What do you lack recently? Li Yi's goal was achieved, but he was afraid that your sect would be troublesome. I lack money. Shan Wuwei answered. Money is a worldly possession. Tantra cultivates the body and the mind. Worldly possessions are harmful to the body and mind. But in the mortal world, you have to follow the rules. Do you know anyone who rents out land? For example, some temples are too big and can't be used up, so it's quite deserted. I'm willing to pay rent, really. Li Yi couldn't directly ask the Tokyo governor's temple, they were honest and obedient. Otherwise, why would they deal with the provocation of Hunan? I'll ask later. Shan Wuwei nodded. If you rent it, I'll give you gold powder to print the scriptures. My workmanship is better, the words printed are very beautiful. Li Yi put in the capital. Chang'an temple was too big, it had a square, and the temple took up a quarter of the space. I'll do my best to find a good place for you. Shan Wuwei was serious. Gold powder was precious. What about old Yi? Li Yi turned to look at Yi Fashion. Wu Wei. Yi Fashion didn't say whether it was okay or not. He wanted to let nature take its course. If it wasn't okay. Anyway, he did not lack books. His disciple was the golden immortal princess. Princess Jinxian used the bronze type to exchange with Li Yi for the type, and received a lot of extra things. Princess Jinxian's printing workshop was moving. She moved a portion of it and opened a branch in Luoyang. When the time came, she would continue to print large amounts of books. Princess Jinxian's elder sister, Princess True Jade, was also considered a Taoist. She also made a set of movable type. Other than printing some literates' books, she also printed scriptures. Sure. What are you all busy with? Are you full? After Li Yi came over and finished reading, he signaled for everyone to continue working. I didn't dare to eat my fill, so I had to bend over and do my work. Yi Fashion's words had a double meaning. If that's the case. Li Yi prepared to return. Dr. Li, said Princess Jinxian. Leaving as soon as he arrived? What do you mean by that? If that's the case, let's go together. Li Yi changed the topic. I'll give your princess some face. Thus, everyone entered the greenhouse. The temperature inside the greenhouse was higher than outside. Everyone took a brush and looked for male flowers to pollinate female flowers. All of their hands were steady. Usually, they used a brush to write. In this life, we are not fated to meet. The surroundings are not comparable to cotton. The ink brush dipped in the red dust, the wall contains the bud, the village meeting. Princess Yongmu grabbed Li Yi's right hand with her left hand and pollinated the cucumber flower with her right hand as she muttered happily. Li Yi could only hold the gun in his left hand and look around. He was not going to pollinate. He wanted to keep an eye on the bad guys that might appear. Xiaolan plucked the male flowers at the side so that Princess Yongmu could dip her brush in them. She frowned and thought for more than 10 breaths before echoing, "Weeds fill the garden and flowers are green. Childhood is bitter and happy. Butterflies dance and bees fly. The 4 seasons disappear. The branches and leaves are luxuriant. Let's eat hot pot here tonight. Think about what to eat slowly." Li Yi saw that the two of them were happy and willing to play. It didn't matter where they ate. Okay. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan responded at the same time. The two of them were happy. Li Lang had backup. The monks and Taoists of Hunan province were on their side. They would discuss it and send Yi Fashion and a few powerful people to help them come up with ideas. In case Li Lang couldn't remember anything, they would remind him through the earphones in his ears. Li Dan and noble consort Lu were looking for cucumber vines to pollinate. When they heard what their granddaughter said, they were happy. Back then, he took his granddaughter to Drunken Immortal residence in Lantian County to soak in the hot spring. Only then was his granddaughter willing to meet Xiao Yi. His granddaughter was not satisfied and forced her to marry Xiao Yi. What was the difference between her and the other princesses who were arranged to be married? More than 100 greenhouses were cleaned by the monks and Taoists in 3 hours and they rested. The other greenhouses did not need them. They were given a small area. They had more people. Li Yi began to practice with them. They set questions to simulate the situation on the 15th. The sky gradually darkened. They prepared several kinds of hot pot. Some people who did not eat meat cooked vegetarian hot pot. The moon slowly rose on the horizon. The place where the monks and Taoists of Hunan province were set up was filled with smoke and chanting. The people working changed shifts and worked hard under the light of the torches and the moonlight. They lacked the movement of the wooden fish, but they had the sound of the night watchman's clappers. There were also people in Zhuangzi who worked as night watchmen. They kept several tools to record time and tried to be on time. It had not started yet. It was around 21 o'clock. In front of Li Yi, there was a copper hot pot with a chimney. Li Longji and the others also had a pot of pickled vegetables. There was a lot of seafood in it. It was said to borrow the flavor. 2 caddies of dried oysters and a few caddies of prawns were thrown in to borrow the flavor. There was no need to cook anything else. The monks who did not eat meat used kelp and seaweed to borrow the flavor. There were pickled vegetables, oil tofu puffs, frozen tofu, tofu skin, dried tofu, egg omelets that could not be hatched, vermicelli, all kinds of vegetables. It was more expensive to eat a vegetarian meal in winter than to eat meat. Xiao Yi, it's a little cold at night. It's been 3 days since Lidong. Zhang Shua, who was still the magistrate of Hunan province, threw a few crab balls made of pure crab meat into the hot pot and spoke to Li Yi. Arrange for extra manpower to light the fire in the construction site at night. Pay attention to the air pressure and wind direction. Li Yi held a small wine cup in his hand and considered the problem of lowering the temperature. There was no need to worry about food. There was always poultry soup to drink. The people who ate the main meal had a lot of dry food, just like stewing vegetables. The workers slept in the simple shed. There were hay mats on the ground, wooden boards on top, and mattresses. There was only one fire wall in the open space. Their feet were facing the fire wall. Their faces were not afraid of the cold, but their feet could not stand the cold. There was always a fire to let in the wind. Otherwise, the air was not good. Bai Gu finished a mouthful of pickled vegetables. They eat a lot of meat now. Do they eat pickled vegetables too? They do more work. I didn't say that you don't work. Why are you staring? You should give them pickled vegetables. Li Yi thought about it. It was good for the workers to eat pickled vegetables. In any case, pickled vegetables were cheaper than poultry. This year, Hunan province told the people to pickle more vegetables. When the people finished pickling, the imperial court would buy them. The people bought salt. When there was no other food, they ate pickled vegetables in summer and pickled vegetables in winter. A lot of salt was consumed. Chapter 2072. How much is the salt in Hunan province? Li Yi thought that the people needed a lot of salt, so he asked the little robot to ask the person in charge of this matter in Zhuangzi. Well, salt is 1 coin per catty, sea salt is 1 coin per catty, and the purchase of coarse salt is doubled. Bitter salt from Hedongdao Salt Lake is 1 coin per catty, and the local people no longer ship salt out for sale. Bai Gu rushed to give the answer and looked at Li Yi with disdain. This old man knows the people's livelihood, you can't do it. Thank you, old Bai, you're still the best. I've neglected my duty. His Majesty has a group of salt wells in Shu. I've been too busy recently, so I haven't been able to take care of it. With you watching over it, everyone can rest assured. Li Yi's gaze was not disdainful, but grateful. I didn't watch over His Majesty's salt wells. Don't slander me. Bai Gu was stunned at first, then reacted. You're too bad, why would I watch over His Majesty to make money? Oh. Li Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Bai Gu, you're not in a shallow depression. You're really a scammer. Dongzhu, currently the salt is divided into 6 grades. First grade is the best, 20 coins per catty, made of bamboo well salt. Second grade is slightly more expensive, 5 coins per catty, white as snow. Zhuangzi's salt is used to mix vegetables. Third grade is Shu's well salt, calculated by the officials, 18 coins per catty, 1 coin per catty, 1 coin per catty, 1 coin per catty. Fourth grade fine sea salt, calculated by the bushel, 40% discount for well salt, influenced by the Haizhou Railway, and also influenced by the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia Fund. Fifth grade large grains of sea salt, mostly used for pickling, 50% discount for fine sea salt. Sixth grade livestock and poultry industry salt, humans should not eat it, the price is uncertain, cheap as it can be. Songda answered through the little robot. He had been quite busy recently and needed to familiarize himself with many situations. Old Bai, you're amazing. Li Yi listened and praised Bai Gu. Songda's report was very detailed. The price was about the same as Bai Gu's. Xiao Yi, salt nowadays is becoming more and more chaotic. It's different from how it was in the past. In the past, it was based on impurities. Tell me about it now. Li Dan didn't know much about salt, so he didn't need to worry about it. Li Yi nodded and began to explain. The most expensive salt was to put well salt in a bamboo tube and roast it. How was it eaten? Eat it as a snack and keep it in your mouth. The salt used in Li family Zhuangzi's dishes was a little expensive. Other people's skills were not good, but Li family Zhuangzi's production cost was not that high. Ordinary people ate 4th grade salt and 5th grade salt. The salt used to feed livestock and poultry was bitter salt. The bitter salt in the sea salt could poison people if they ate it. In the past, the people did not feed salt to poultry and livestock. Only good horses were fed salt. Now the newspapers tell them to feed them, ration them, don't feed them too hard, just feed them. Just like a monkey, if you give it a caddy of salt, it can eat 2 tails of it at once. After that, it will crazily look for water to drink. People in dry areas couldn't find water. There were monkeys there, so they fed them salt. When the monkeys were thirsty, they would go to places with water. The general method was to dig a hole in a large piece of dry and hard soil, or specifically find a hole in a rock. Eat something yourself and let the monkey watch. Then, put the thing into the hole. The hole must be the right size and depth. When the person walked further away, the monkey ran over and reached out to grab something. When it grabbed something, it clenched its fist and couldn't take it out. When you went to catch the monkey was anxious but didn't let go. At this time, if you fed the monkey salt, the monkey would think that you were good to it and eat salt. It's delicious. It's too addictive. In the past, they would find a little bit of salt from other monkeys' sweat. After tying the monkey with a rope and helping to take out its hand, the monkey would lead people to find water. In fact, it wanted to drink it. If you didn't tie it with a rope, it would run away and you wouldn't be able to catch up. Therefore, it had to be rationed according to what was written in the newspaper. Otherwise, it was purely a dream to expect poultry and livestock to control how much salt they ate. Even people couldn't control it. There's actually such an interesting thing. The people are willing to buy salt to feed pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. It's easy to get salt from the salt wells in Sichuan, and it's said that the salt drying by the sea can dry hundreds to millions of caddies a day. After listening to Li Yi's story, noble consort Lu looked at Li Qingqi and said. Li Qingqi was in charge of sea salt, pearl farming, and other marine products. Li Qingqi replied, yes, sea salt will be produced wherever it is stored in the shallows. Xiao Yi, you've worked hard. Keep up the good work. Noble consort Lu nodded at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi, you praise Li Yi, but look at me. Ah! There's nothing wrong with you, you're right. If you come over and slap me, I'm afraid that your hand will hurt. The people working at the bottom work harder. Only by putting in effort can one get something. However, the people have something to look forward to in life. They're not afraid of hardship or tiredness. What they're worried about is the instability of the imperial court, the unrest at the borders, the unclear state officials, the unclear county officials, and the current management. Li Yi didn't take credit for himself. It was fine as long as he earned his lifespan. He could give his reputation to whoever wanted it. Sigh. Noble consort Lu sighed. Xiao Yi, this child, only knows how to give away the good things to others. He puts in a lot of effort but doesn't ask for anything in return. As the people say, Xiao Yi is a magnanimous prime minister who wins people over with virtue. He only knows how to silently endure losses. Everyone, Li Longji was surprised. He was puzzled. Oh my God, are you sure you don't know my brother Yi? Empress Wang nudged Li Longji and winked at him. Li Longji instantly understood. Yes, to express the imperial family's attitude and to let the monks and Taoists hear. When it's time to talk about Tao, these people must know how to help. Li Yi was also stunned. Are you trying to praise me to death? That shouldn't be the case. Then he had an epiphany. He quickly picked up 2 cooked prawns and put them on a small plate. He came to the table next to noble consort Lu. He put them down, held a pair of chopsticks in each hand, and used both hands to peel the prawns. The prawns were peeled, and the shell was placed there. It looked like a complete prawn. To him, this was a routine operation. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't dare to perform surgery on others. The monks and Taoists nearby had already stood up. It was the first time they had seen 2 pairs of chopsticks peel prawns like this. Xiao Yi is such a good child. I look at him as if he's my grandson-in-law. Go back and eat. Don't tire yourself out. Noble consort Lu was happy. She could watch a performance while eating prawns. Li Yi went back. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were working hard to peel prawns. The 2 of them peeled a prawn with chopsticks. It was almost like inviting the pen spirit. Li Yi waited for the 2 of them to finish. The efficiency was countless times lower than when he peeled alone. Li Lang, you eat. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan finally finished peeling a prawn. Li Yi kissed Princess Yongmu as quickly as possible. In the next moment, he had already lowered his head to eat the prawn. Dongzhu, I just received news that many of the monks and Taoists in the open space next to the pear garden are taking over after eating. Some of them are even feverish. Songde reported the situation to Li Yi through the small robot. Ha! Li Yi was stunned. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. I didn't do anything. Food poisoning? No, many people are waiting to watch the show. I'm going to sell tickets to the important viewing platform. What's going on? Ask them quickly. I'll send someone to take a look. Could it be that their tofu has been left out for too long? Eating food with spoiled protein can kill people. Other than moldy tofu and moldy qianzhang, there's also fermented tofu and stinky tofu. The situation is different. Chapter 2073. It's really worrying, noble consort Lu said and continued eating her hot pot. Lu Chong, who was eating at the other table, frowned. Dr. Li, there are monks and Taoists who know medicine. I'm afraid that rumors will spread and harm you. He had been poisoned before. When he heard that someone had a stomachache, the first thing he thought of was poison. If someone poisoned themselves and said that it was Li Yi who poisoned them, they would have an excuse when they lost. Humph. Li Longji snorted. If that's the case, is there a need for them to exist? He gave the answer. The monks and Taoists had used such methods to eliminate them. It had nothing to do with the Tao discussion. They were enemies. What were the consequences of framing the prime minister? Slandering Li Yi was to shake the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Killing them was killing them. There was no need to explain the reason. Lu Chong blinked and saluted. Your Majesty is wise. He had thought it through. He had been poisoned and there was no concrete evidence. The person who deserved to die was already dead. Li Yi could not be poisoned or slandered. The Winged Knights would deal with whoever was suspected. They're not stupid. Li Yi shook his head. The monks and Taoists had outstanding wisdom. It was a pity that they used it in other areas and did not benefit the people. While they were talking, the ambulance was dispatched. It left on a small train. There were 6 nurses, 3 men and 3 women. There were both male and female monks and Taoists. It was not convenient for the male nurses to treat the nuns and female Taoists. In the pear garden, a group of people who were practicing singing and dancing had stopped. Li Longji found some people in the pear garden. The women from Pyongkong Square and some women from Sigong Square could practice together. When they were practicing, a Taoist priest who was familiar with the women from Sigong Square came to report that they were sick. The people in the pear garden did not know them, much less those from Pyongkong Square. The pear garden pulled out a phone line and called Zhuangzi. The imperial physician in the pear garden did not help at all. There were experts among the monks and Taoists. They did not treat them and came to ask for help. The imperial physician was afraid of failure. The other did not receive the order. Sister Xinyan, what incense did you use? It tastes really good. The woman who could be considered the head of Sigong Square smelled the scent of her colleague from Pyongkong Square and became curious. They had incense, as well as toilet water and soap, including expensive perfume in glass bottles. All these fragrant things just couldn't compare to the ones in Pyongkong Square. Sister Ziqi, it's this. Xinyan didn't hide it. She took out a glass bottle from her bag. The Li family Zhuangzi's perfume was all made of glass. Other glass bottles would have patterns on them when they were blown. The glass that Xian Yen took out didn't have any glass pattern on it. The pattern was drawn on and couldn't be touched by hand. It was an internal drawing. She handed it to Ziqi, and Ziqi carefully held it in her palm. It was a beautiful painting of an orchid. She looked at Xinyan inquiringly. After Xinyan nodded, she carefully sprayed a little on the inside of her wrist and fanned herself to smell it. Yes, it's this orchid. Why is the orchid perfume I bought different? Ziqi confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Orchid was also a perfume, and her perfume was expensive. She couldn't bear to use it unless she was receiving important guests. It's made by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's never sold outside. Xinyan generously told her where it was made. My perfume is also made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Ziqi liked this perfume, whether it was the picture or the smell. Li Lang added a fixative. It's different from the seller's perfume. Xinyan told her the reason. The perfume you use lacks something. Ziqi's mouth moved, but it turned into a sigh. Sigh. Sister Ziqi, don't be sad. After a few days, I'll talk to Li Lang. The woman from Sigong Square wants to come and ask for advice. Xinyan had a good impression of Ziqi. At least she didn't fall for money. Thank you, Sister Xinyan. Ziqi's eyes turned. She seemed to have thought of something, and then she was able to get the perfume now. Xinyan glanced at her. Sister Ziqi, don't think blindly. Remember not to do things in the boudoir. Ah. Ziqi was very surprised. Didn't you? Xinyan shook her head. They had thought about it before. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were interested, but the heartless flowing water was heartless. In other places, the women from Sigong Square were also looking for the sisters from Pyongkong Square to ask about the perfume. The good stuff was something that couldn't be bought with money. In fact, from another point of view, it was bought with money. The women from Pyongkong Square donated money crazily during the Tang dynasty's Yellow River campaign against Tubo. Later, they asked others to go to Heavenly Earth to get a plaque. Xinyan said, it's hard to change a person's family in this life. Heavenly Earth had military importance, but in the mortal world, women were abandoned. The Winged Knights spent money on brocade, and the Nanku family contributed money. The rivers could move to the sea, but the boudoir never changed, and the heart remained chaste. Heavenly Earth was the place where Li Longji made money to raise the Winged Knights. They used their status to help make money. At that time, Li Yi happened to get a large piece of sperm whale ambergris. It was used as a fixative, and a little at a time was enough. Therefore, he specially made the paintings, found the paintings given by Wu Daozi, and then put the perfume in them and sent them to Pyongkong Square. Wasn't this exchange with money? But who wanted to buy it directly with money? Li Yi didn't sell it. It wasn't like there weren't other perfume. This perfume represented a kind of recognition. Wu Daozi, who drew the paintings, also got the perfume. He occasionally sprayed it. It was fragrant. Now, the people living in the pear garden, including First Madame Gongsun. They practiced diligently, and the emperor didn't have to come or look for them. A fixed program didn't allow for mistakes. It had to be perfect. Improvised impromptu, mutual understanding was needed. Performing for the emperor, this bowl of rice was not so easy to eat. For example, Li Longji suddenly improvised a song. After singing, everyone had to know the style after a few words. The accompaniment and the music came out. Like Li Yi's impromptu singing, the waves run, the waves flow, 10,000 li of the torrential river never stops, all washed away. At this point, whether it was the pear garden or Nankou, they knew the direction of the melody and the style of the song. From here to the end of the first performance, they would add music and dance. The dance and accompaniment were a bit plain. The second performance, there were more changes in the dance and accompaniment. No one dared to stop and wait for the score. Give me a score and I'll cooperate. I haven't practiced yet. It was right not to practice. They usually didn't practice. During normal practice, there would always be someone suddenly like this. Everyone could only keep up after getting used to it. What you didn't practice wasn't the score and dance that you already had, but the basics. The amazing woman from Sigong Square came over to reach a mutual understanding with the Pear Garden and Pyong Kong Square. God knows if the emperor would be happy and ask for some people from Sigong Square to come over. They finally had a chance, but in the end, they couldn't cooperate at the crucial moment. They even had the heart to die. They smelled the perfume, but the other side was stinky. The monks and Taoists kept going to the toilet. When they came out, their legs were weak. They couldn't even do the martial arts squat every day. With great difficulty, they moved outside to catch their breath. In less than half an hour, they had to go back in. The key was that the number of toilets was limited. If they didn't go in and found a place outside to relieve themselves. Chapter 2074. No one knew how the news spread. The people around the Pear Garden ran to the empty space to watch the show. They were not residents of this area. There were no homes here. The Pear Garden, Tianshu, and Cemetery of Martyrs still needed to be built and hired people. The people who came from the east to the Li family Zhuangzi were arranged to live here temporarily. They would move to another place when the construction was completed. The older people helped raise livestock and poultry. They mainly had mules, donkeys, pigs, and chickens. There were no ducks or geese. There were ponds. They raised ducks and geese. It took a lot of effort to pick up eggs and trouble the elderly. The pigs, chickens, and eggs were eaten. The mules and donkeys worked together to carry things. When the Li family Zhuangzi found people to work, they couldn't ask them to carry everything on their shoulders. Livestock were the standard. The women did the chores. The men did the hard work and the simple technical work. Most of the children had never gone to school before. They started to learn now. They learned from the Pyong Kong Square's Nankou. The children who had gone to school did not have much of an advantage. They learned words quickly and had good memories. As for the teachers who taught them before, they could understand the content. It didn't matter. They only learned the 1,000-character classic and the Analects of Confucius. What level could the teachers who taught them be? What level was the Pyong Kong Square's Nankou? Moreover, the teachers usually looked very ordinary. The Nankou's Nankou girls liked them, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. This group of people worked peacefully. When they heard the news, those who were resting ran to watch from afar. The monks and Taoists were setting up the site. They didn't allow anyone else to help. They were afraid of leaking the secret. It would be bad if others learned it. The people were also unwilling to work with them. They disliked it. Did they eat something bad? Someone asked curiously when he saw the people in the distance go to the outhouse. The heavens have eyes. The people next to him gave such a response. Do you think it's Li Dongzhu's? The person asked again. He didn't dare to say it out loud. The heavens have eyes. More people responded. If they continue like this, can they compete with Li Dongzhu in 3 days? The heavens have eyes. Can you say something else? Oh! The heavens have eyes. This person did it himself. Everyone was happy. They deserved it. Who asked you to cause trouble for Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu is such a good person. He found work for us. The big families in Nankou Pyongkong Square teach their children because of Li Dongzhu. Those ladies were so beautiful that they didn't dare to look at them for too long. It was said that in Chang'an City, if you went to Nankou to listen to them speak, you would have to throw in 2 pigs. Their mouths were not that red. They had heard from the cripple's second son, who came from the west of the village, that his cousin had gone there to drive ducks. Those women's mouths turned red like cherries. They even spent the money they earned from selling the ducks. When he came back, there was a red mark on his face. It stayed there for 3 days before the mark of the 5 fingers became clear. After asking, he understood that the money from selling the ducks had been used to gamble. He didn't see the big shot of Nankou at all. His leg was also crippled for 2 months. Tell me, they used to treat other patients. Why are they looking for Li Dongzhu now? How serious is it? Could it be that he encountered something dirty? Buddhism doesn't work anymore. They should go to the cemetery of martyrs. When I came here, I went in and walked around. It's a big place. When I came out of my house, I was irritated. After walking around, I felt relieved. They have a guilty conscience. How dare they go to the cemetery of martyrs? In the future, when my daughter is choosing a husband, let him stay in the cemetery of martyrs for 1 night. We can't accept people with bad intentions. My son's wife is the same. Both of your families should go together. They're about the same age. 12 or 13, right? Let's settle the marriage first. After a few years, life will be better. My daughter is a girl. It's not good to be 2. Yes. What I mean is, my family will take the initiative. Let's go back. Tonight, bring your daughter and my son to stay there. What's there to see if other people have diarrhea? My daughter will stay with your son at night? You mean during the day? That's not good, right? Ha 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 ha, the people around them laughed. The monks and Taoists who were waiting in line for London heard the laughter from afar and seemed to be very flustered. The small train arrived and boarded. The horses were brought over and harnessed. The ambulance rushed to the set of the monks and Taoists. Everyone went to the toilet. It was more convenient. There was equipment on the train to take things for testing. The nurses were wearing protective clothing. They were more cautious. Dongzhu told them that if it was diarrhea caused by an infectious disease, it would be troublesome if they accidentally contracted it. If it was only troublesome, they would quickly tell Dongzhu and Dongzhu would treat them. It was impossible for them to die. They did not mind that it was dirty. They personally took samples and divided it into several toilets. Xiao Yi, people will slack off if they stay in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu slowly ate his hot pot. He was looking for trouble. He did not talk to others like this. You want to go back to Ziwei City? I will arrange it tomorrow morning. Li Yi readily agreed. When did I say that I want to go? Tomorrow morning, I will eat eel porridge and spicy fried snails at noon. I am praising you, Zhuangzi. Bai Gu was determined not to agree. Why would he go back? Ziwei City's government hall was quiet. It was scary at night. They didn't drink dirty water, did they? Hurry up and get better. I have not sold the tickets yet, but the advertisement position has been confirmed. Li Yi's mind was always on this matter, even if Bai Gu deliberately changed the topic. Eat prawns. Xiao Yi, the things you brought back are not bad. We will have good food in the future. Yao Chong also did not want Li Yi to waste his energy on unrelated people. The past was the past, and the present was the present. He had long stopped fighting with Li Yi because Li Yi had never fought with him. It could not be said that he had never fought with him before. He only fought with him once to save his son's life. In exchange, he would join the group with dignity. Just once. Before, he did not fight with him. Once he fought, he would join the group. At the beginning of spring, there are dozens of states that can easily eat seafood. Brother, is it time for our ships to come out? Li Yi peeled the prawns himself. The Navy's ships had been built for many years, and they were constantly in the water. Most of them were coastal ships. They were built quickly and used less materials. Their main purpose was to catch fish and transport coastal ships. The plan of the ocean ships had been adjusted because of the appearance of the steam engine. The coastal ships he was talking about were the ships of the barbarians. Every day, there were ships of the barbarians that capsized, but more barbarians came to trade. The barbarians had a fleet of 5 to 6 ships. If one ship was destroyed and the people rescued, they would still work, but the income would be lower. It was not a big loss to the entire fleet, but it was a big blow to the individual. A few people borrowed money to get a ship and join the team. What if their ship sank? When they arrived at Guangzhou port, they could help to negotiate the price. The barbarians were familiar with the situation of the barbarians. They could help the Tang dynasty to set the price. After they had saved enough money to buy a ship, they could bring back the goods and return the money they borrowed. Li Yi was in the age of the Great Voyage. Many European adventurers did this. Chapter 2075. After the trial, we will continue to apply tung oil. We plan to release them after the new year, starting from the east of Jiangnan all the way to Haizhou. Li Qingqi wanted to answer that he was in charge of this matter with a group of imperial clan members. Li Yi's power was so great that it was unimaginable. The crown prince was originally free and unfettered, but now he had to answer to Li Yi. The key was that no one complained. Li Yi didn't get much benefit from it. It belonged to the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund. If Li Yi wanted to eat seafood, he had his own boat, which was fast and had many ways to preserve seafood. He didn't dare to make money from it now. He had to give the rich people of the Tang dynasty some time to breathe. Brother is right. Leave something to look forward to, and there will be good days after the new year. There will be more pigs this year. There will be no pig epidemic in the capital and the surrounding provinces. Everyone will kill a pig before the new year, and we will transport it by train from Luoyang. Together with the locally raised pigs and poultry, this new year will be jubilant. Li Yi nodded a few times and talked about the new year. Release them before the new year to catch seafood. Let the people feel the benefits first, and there will be more hope for the next year. Li Qingqi understood. After the new year, before the new year. Didn't he see that Brother Yi always mentioned a good new year and killing pigs? How could things after the new year be considered a good new year? Have pigs been killed after the new year? Brother is thoughtful. I'll say one more thing. Before the new year, send a batch of gifts to the children covered by the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund. On the basis of sufficient liquidity, I have a surplus, and it will not be counted as tax-deductible assets. The remaining profits of the fund will be distributed according to the profit distribution model, and the managers who have worked hard for a year will be subsidized according to the proportion. Li Yi added that he had changed the plan compared to his brother. Now he had to give benefits. Giving benefits to a large group of imperial clan members would be counted as Li Qingqi's responsibility, and at the same time, it wouldn't make things difficult for Bai Gu. Including the kindness to the children, it would all be given to Li Qingqi and the imperial clan members. What Li Yi showed was the breadth of mind of a politician, not the calculation of a politician who was calculative about personal gains and losses. He attacked in terms of power and will, compromised in terms of economic benefits, and gave others a good reputation without causing the imperial court to suffer financial losses. Furthermore, his financial returns would come later. The commoners would be rich, and the aristocratic families would have even more money. Only then would it be convenient for him to sell his luxury goods. Otherwise, others would have no money. Politicians were like clowns in front of politicians. Just like the World Trade Organization back then, after rounds of negotiations, those countries thought that they had dug a hole for his country to jump into. His country jumped in, just like the formation breaker. The other party thought that his country was a bunch of armed soldiers who had set up a formation and were waiting for the armed soldiers to charge in and kill them. This was the thinking of a politician. In the end, he was a politician. He jumped in. More than 10 years later, the other party discovered that this wasn't the horizontal blade army, but the MO blade army. At the same time, they cooperated with the jumping army. Behind them, there were also crossbowmen to obstruct the enemy's shooting. The winged cavalry on the two flanks were holding the line. Mounted scouts were everywhere, and the Central Army's commander's flag fluttered in the wind. What happened to the traps and traps? How did it get flattened? They were dumbfounded. They left the World Trade Organization and carried out unilateral actions. They thought that it would be effective. In fact, they didn't understand that they were politicians and acted for their own selfish interests. And Li Yi's country's leader was a politician. He carried a heavy burden for the Chinese people. Li Yi was now working hard to learn. He coordinated the internal situation and dealt with the external situation. Bai Gu and the others listened. They didn't dare to make a sound, but they understood that a round of exchange of benefits had been completed. Xiao Yi's exchange of benefits with the imperial family was guaranteed to be the aristocratic family's next step. Sigh. Yao Chong sighed softly and shook his head slightly. He discovered where he was lacking. It wasn't in political skills, but in economic and technical knowledge. If he wanted to exchange benefits, he had to at least have something to exchange. When he used up all the things he could exchange, he would inevitably lose his usefulness. The key was that he didn't leave behind any reputation among the people during the exchange. Look at Xiao Yi. How many people helped him set up a memorial tablet and lit mosquito coils in the hot summer, afraid that he would be bitten by mosquitoes? Li Yi didn't know Yao Chong's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely tell Yao Chong that he was right. Wang Engshi had learned his lesson. He gained reputation from below and then fought in the imperial court. Unfortunately, it still didn't work because Wang Engshi was only pretending to be below. He didn't understand the situation below at all. As for himself, he wasn't standing on the shoulders of giants. He was standing on the graves of his predecessors. Dongzhu, E. coli exceeded the limit by 13,000 times. They are making stinky tofu. There's a problem with the brine. The current medicine is not effective. The voice belonged to a female nurse in Zhuangzi. There was a small robot in the ambulance that was used as a wireless phone. Upper Croton, pay attention to the monarch, minister, assistant and envoy. It can also induce vomiting and follow the perfusion and cleaning of the intestines. After a few hours of fasting, remember to replenish normal saline and drink more water. After that, it will be tomorrow morning, right? Feed them millet porridge and pickled vegetables. Pay attention to whether there is a fever. If there is, give them antibiotics. No, increase the amount of water they drink. Tomorrow afternoon, they will eat sorghum rice, perilla leaves, pickled vegetables, and celery leaves. I just remembered that I have opium poppy cream in the car. Feed them. There's so much of it. Feed them when they are emptied. Li Yi wanted the nurse to use antibiotics. But suddenly, he couldn't bear to do so. Antibiotics were exchanged with lifespan. He would rather use it on ordinary people. When others had diarrhea, he wanted to use Croton to fight poison with poison. There was nothing wrong with it. When they had diarrhea, Chinese medicine would prescribe laxatives. Don't be surprised. It's a routine procedure. There were even some Chinese medicine doctors who had a good relationship with them. When their children had diarrhea and fever, they would go and look for them. They didn't ask for money. They would take the pulse and look at the situation. Then, they would tell you to buy ice cream and popsicles for your children. If they eat 20 popsicles a day without eating rice, they would be fine the next day. One was low-temperature sterilization. The other was sugar and salt supplement. The other was water intake. The other was digestion. Eating popsicles was also a physical cooling. It was internal cooling. Li Yi wanted to do this. Empty the intestines first and then deal with it. The opium poppy cream was effective. Don't eat too much protein tomorrow. Eat millet porridge. Salt couldn't be lacking. Without electrolytes, dehydration would be more serious. Salt had a balancing effect. If there was more salt, stomach acid would be reduced. Li Lang, the method of making stinky tofu and fermented bean curd is stated in the newspaper. Why are they still having problems? Princess Yongmu waited for Li Yi to end the call. She was puzzled. The newspaper told the people not to do it themselves because the cost was too high. If businessmen did it according to the formula and precautions, there would be no problems. Li Yi scratched his head. I think both Buddhism and Taoism are involved. Some Buddhists don't eat meat. They eat tofu and then want to make fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Taoists like to study and mix all kinds of things. They also do it. When both sides cooperate, the products might be different from the formula and steps written in the newspaper. Then can they still compete? Princess Yongmu was not very happy. No problem. At most, I'll say that I'm praying for the people of the Tang dynasty and that I'm weak. I'll also compete. Then, we'll be even. Li thought of a way to deal with it. You're eating the wrong things. I'm doing it for the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 2076. When the sun rose, thick eel porridge was placed on the table. Everyone in Zhuangzi ate it. The Yellow River was being cleaned up, and the eels were dug out in piles. Most of the eels were raised by the Li family Zhuangzi, while a small portion was sent to the medical centers and pharmacies in Hunan Prefecture. Zhuangzi made eel porridge, and the blood was taken out to dry. The blood itself was poisonous and could be used to treat illnesses. Fresh eels were often used to extract the blood. Xiao Yi's culinary skills are indeed not bad. Bai Gu sat at the table in front of Li Yi again. I didn't make it. Li Yi did not give him face. Xiao Yi's culinary skills are indeed not bad. I can only eat good food if I teach others. Bai Gu followed up with another sentence to round things up. Eels are also delicious. After Zhuangzi purchases them, they spit out the sand, kill them, and sell them to the people. Princess Yongmu was afraid that Bai Gu would be embarrassed, so she spoke from the side. Yes, yes. Xiao Lan agreed and continued to eat the porridge. The porridge was too thick, so she could stand with her chopsticks. Stewed with tofu. Bai Gu liked eels stewed with tofu. The Li family Zhuangzi made it. Li picked up a fried salted ribbon fish. Zhuangzi eats eel porridge. I made a large amount of eel porridge in the morning and sent it to Luoyang Palace to sell. You can't afford it outside Luoyang Palace? Bai Gu found the meaning in Li Yi's words. I can't bear to eat it. I want to save money and settle down. Fortunately, the imperial court provides subsidies. Children who are not old enough to go to school can provide extra meat for their mothers and children. Li Yi did not refute Bai Gu. He was serious and could not always joke around. Li Longji's arrival allowed others to settle down in Hunan Prefecture like the capital governor. A large number of runaways ran over and did not pursue past matters. Unless they had hurt or killed people in the past, they would not come. The people trusted him, so he had to make proper arrangements when he arrived. Li Longji, the imperial court, the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Chaotian Foundation of the Tang dynasty provided the money. When the money was put together, the four sides would send people to participate in the management and supervise each other. The person who handled the money couldn't be greedy even if he wanted to. It was impossible for him to get his brother-in-law to buy something and sell it to the imperial court at a high price. Have some porridge. It doesn't taste good when it's cold. Bai Gu thought for a while and realized that he had nothing to say. He picked up the spoon and ate the porridge. At the place where the large-scale illusion stage was set up, a group of people were also eating porridge. None of them seemed to be in good condition, and their expressions were dispirited. What's the difference? What's so bad about it? A Taoist mumbled as he ate his porridge. Obviously, he was pondering over the steps of the scientific experiment to improve the stinky tofu formula. There were also people who rushed out after a few mouthfuls of porridge. They came back with the smell of the south and their faces were sallow. The person next to him took a small amount of warm salt water and dissolved a small amount of black ointment in it before pouring it down his throat. The nurse of the Li family Zhuangzi was busy checking on them one by one. She mainly increased the dosage of opium ointment. After all, as long as there was water, they wouldn't starve to death for 2 days. More than 1/3 of the monks and Taoists in the whole place were affected. They had all eaten the new stinky tofu. This proved that the Taoist who researched the stinky tofu was very popular. Everyone had probably eaten his food before. It's probably because the yin energy is too strong. It shouldn't be illuminated by the moon at night. Next time, it should be illuminated by the sun during the day. A Taoist tried to help by using the theory of yin and yang. It's not perfect enough. If it's illuminated by the moon at night, the moon won't be round. Another person thought from the shape. The nurse listened at the side and seemed to understand. During the day, the stinky tofu would be exposed to the sun. At night, it would be illuminated by the moon and the dew would be mixed in. As for what other secret recipes were added to the stinky tofu, they didn't know at the moment. They had to protect themselves and not get sick. It would be very uncomfortable if they had diarrhea. The female nurse thought for a while and asked her companions to enter the ambulance. First, they sterilized the clothes, hats, masks, and shoe covers. Then, they locked them in the box and sprayed disinfectant before taking out the food. Go ahead and do it. It's not a problem to make new things. After you're done, you have to find an animal or try it yourself. How can you share it with others directly? The problem is the system. No one has proposed a perfect system. Everyone thinks about it and only uses the theory of yin and yang and 5 elements to support it. Sometimes, the theory of yin and yang and 5 elements is quite useful. That was summed up by the statements of the predecessors. It's different from theirs. Yes, it's just like the surgery to treat appendicitis. The theory is correct, but the specific requirements are very high. The main thing is to find the location, disinfect, and reduce inflammation. Anyway, after doing so many appendicitis surgeries, I've become better. Don't brag. Some of the appendicitis mentioned in the books can't be done by us. We need Dongzhu to do it personally. We still have to practice. If we don't give them medicine, will they get appendicitis in this situation? When the time comes and they encounter a special case, don't think too much. A doctor shouldn't hope for others to get sick, let alone wait for others to have a minor lesion or serious illness before treating them. Should we report it to Dongzhu now? Wait for Dongzhu to finish eating. There's no rush. The 6 nurses ate as they relaxed their nerves. They were afraid. With so many people together, what if they were infected? It looked like malaria. An hour later, Li Yi was eating a grapefruit. There were many grapefruits in this season, and many of them were not as big and sweet as his. There were also oranges, which were usually eaten with crabs. This meant that eating crabs and vitamin C was not a problem. The dosage was not the same, and the digestive system would deal with it. The grapefruit is not bitter inside. Just don't touch it outside. I'll peel it for the 2 of you. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan as if he was coaxing children. He slowly peeled the grapefruit. I don't know how sick people are. In the past, they actually did some work themselves. Princess Yongmu mentioned monks and Taoists who had eaten something bad. They work for themselves. Of course, the people also work for themselves, even if they are hired. Li Yi did not worry about the sick people. As long as they survived, those who knew medicine would prescribe their own medicine. There were many kinds of medicine to treat diarrhea. Those people were probably lacking medicine. Weren't the Taoists and monks picking herbs? Dongzhu, they sent news. First, the little robot's light flickered and continued to repeat. The nurse wanted to talk directly, but it stopped her. Dongzhu was accompanying important people and peeling grapefruits for important people. The little robot said. Li Yi listened and began to wipe his sweat. He was a little disgusted. He used shepherd's purse to make stinky tofu. The salty stinky tofu belonged to the yeast category, just like fermented tofu. Not only did the other party bask in the sun during the day and collect dew at night, but they also added the reincarnation of the 5 grains. No wonder the E. coli exceeded the limit by more than 10,000 times. The reincarnation of the 5 grains, the reversal of yin and yang, and the extreme stench was fragrant. The reincarnation of the 5 grains was indeed medicine through special treatment. However, if it was not handled well, the golden liquid was poisonous liquid that was splashed down when defending the city. According to the Taoist priest's operation, he was not making stinky tofu. He was clearly cultivating coli. It's too cruel. There won't be parasites in it, right? What kind of prescription is it to kill insects? Li Yi wiped his sweat again and began to think of things to kill insects, such as betel nut. Chapter 2077. Erica was grown in the Tang dynasty for many years. It was a good thing that ordinary people could not eat. Erica must be grown in large quantities, but it can't be eaten by the people all the time. It's harmful to the oral cavity. Also, the pumpkin seeds we brought back can be used to kill insects with Erica. Li Yi said as he thought. He had tasted Erica before, so he knew what it tasted like. He would not eat it in the future. It did not mean that eating Erica would lead to oral cavity cancer, and ulcers would also be uncomfortable. The point was that it was similar to smoking. It was addictive and could be quit. It was not difficult to quit. It depended on whether one wanted to quit. In his time, Erica was sold everywhere, and Hainan had the most. There were many people who rode electric motorcycles and diesel motorcycles in Hainan, and they were all very skilled. The bottom half of the trees by the roadside and around the roots were usually reddish-brown. First-time visitors would wonder if it was blood. Later, they saw people spitting mouthful after mouthful of Erica juice that looked like blood. Only then did they understand. Now, just like how he did not want the people of the Tang dynasty to smoke, Erica should not be eaten unless it was used for treatment. The Tang dynasty could control it with the law. It was not like Yemen, where the leaves of the khat tree were addictive. It was similar to opium poppy and coca. Opium poppy was refined into heroin, while coca was refined into cocaine. A special type of marijuana and khat tree leaves were drugs. Tobacco was also considered as an irritant. Send it to them. Princess Yongmu knew that there was medicine for killing insects. Nowadays, the pharmacy was still keeping it for people to use. How do they treat the people? Li Yi was recalling that he had never discussed the matter of medical skills and practice with any monk or Taoist priest. Some of them would wrap incense ashes. Some of the pilgrims would pick herbs and brew medicine for them when they fell sick. When the scholars entered the lodging, they would also treat them when they fell sick. Usually, the scholars would leave behind poems. When the scholars become officials or become influential, they would naturally take care of the temple. Princess Yongmu supported her chin with both hands as she spoke. She was not afraid of biting her tongue. Li Yi fed the peeled grapefruit to the two of them. Don't support your chin while eating. I don't have the ability to treat your tongue in a day. Oh! Princess Yongmu put down her hands. She was afraid of pain. Li Yi licked his fingers. Bitter. He furrowed his brows. In the future, Pear Garden will be considered a tourist area. If a tourist falls sick, it will be easier for them to receive treatment in time. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. Does it have anything to do with the monks and Taoists getting sick from eating? Xiaolon quickly swallowed the grapefruit. The Li family Zhuangzi went over to open a medicine shop. Coincidentally, there was an imperial physician there. Ask the imperial physician to sell medicine to others. Xiaolan is so smart. Princess Yongmu understood. I only dare to say it when I'm with Lil. Miss Xiaolon smacked her lips. What does it have to do with me? It's in the hands of others. Oh. Princess Yongmu comprehended on her own this time. He was too smart. If he overshadowed his master, he would be dealt with. Li Yi fed the two of them another mouthful of grapefruit. Now, arrange for someone to bring the herbs over. He looked for Songde, and Songde made arrangements for the stewards. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lack herbs. If they built their own herb base, they would need herbs that hadn't grown yet. Those that were only 1 or 2 years old could be harvested. There were also ginkgo leaves, loquat leaves, orange peels, and other herbs that could be harvested every year. The Zhuangzi had even more, so they couldn't use them all. The medicine shops all over the country would send some of the herbs they had to the Li family Zhuangzi for tuition fees. The books were printed and sent to the medicine shops. They didn't need to pay for the books, and they didn't even need to pay for the books. The medicine shops had to treat some of the poor for free. Cheap herbs such as hawthorn water, mugwort, cypress branches, and bamboo leaves were given to the poor. The illnesses of the people of the capital government required more expensive medicine. They would go to the medicine shops in the southern part of Chang and to get their prescriptions from the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop to get their medicine. If they didn't have the prescription stamped, they wouldn't be able to get their medicine unless they poured it at the entrance of the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop. Li Longji gave half of the herbs that the Tang dynasty offered as tribute to the Li family Zhuangzi. His family lived in Zhuangzi, so half of the herbs were left in the palace to be used by the rest of the people. As for the rest of the people who couldn't come, they were still sent to the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop, especially those who needed surgery. At this moment, the herbs were being transported out of the palace by small train. Lu Youqiu walked over with a large enamel jar and brewed tea. Xiao Yi, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. He asked Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head slowly. No. Lu Youqiu was speechless. Ha ha ha, Bai Gu laughed. Xiao Yi, forgive me for being blunt. Lu Youqiu changed his approach. Before Li Yi could say, forgive me, he interrupted, that foundation of yours, the Tang dynasty's Qingdai Medical Foundation. Li Yi nodded. Of course. With so many herbs, what will happen to the people who practice medicine in the world? Lu Youqiu asked. Bai Zaifu. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu, who had just finished laughing. Aha! Bai Gu coughed. The price is cheap, and the people's illness can be cured. There must be a lot of people who seek treatment. The people live long, and the doctors are virtuous and rich. He answered that with so many herbs, there were actually more people who fell ill. It was just that many people couldn't afford to see patients now, so there were few doctors. Xiao Yi had mentioned before that it was impossible for the people who practiced medicine to not be able to eat when there were so many herbs. It turned out that only 10 out of 1,000 people could be cured. If one person could earn 10 coins, they could earn 100 coins. With so many herbs, medical books, improved medical skills, and cheap medicine, 300 out of 1,000 people could be cured. If one person charged 1 coin, they could earn 300 coins. I've learned something. Lu Youqiu understood. There are pros and cons in medicine, and there are pros and cons in medicine. The rich choose the best and abandon the worst. He was talking about himself. He had to spend more money to find better doctors to prescribe more expensive medicine, although he didn't need to spend money to see patients now. Before noon, the medicine shop was open for business, and the imperial physician was in charge. The sick monks and Taoist priests were told that there might be worms in their stomachs, so they had to pay for medicine. They knew what medicine to use, including how to suppress diarrhea. The people working here saw the new medicine shop and curiously came over to ask about it. "My back hurts. How much does it cost to see it?" The person who wanted his son to take his daughter to the martyrs' cemetery bent over and asked. There was a bruise on the left side of his forehead, as if he had been flicked on the head. The imperial physician looked at him. 200 coins. I'm the imperial physician of the Imperial Medical Department. Got it. Thank you. The person turned around and bowed even more. Are you working for the Li family, Zhuangzi? The imperial physician asked again, while observing the person's walking posture. Yes. The person turned around and nodded. The money is from the Li family, Zhuangzi. Come, give me your wrist. The imperial physician squinted his eyes and placed the pulse pillow properly. The Li Dongzhu paid? I don't want to see it. The person hesitated and wanted to leave again. He already did. We'll use the medical book he gave us to treat our illness. The imperial physician continued to stare at the person's body, including the rise and fall of his chest when he spoke. Ah! The medical book Li Dongzhu gave you? Where did he get it? The person moved forward and prepared to sit down. He didn't spend his own money, nor did he spend Li Dongzhu's money. Fine, I'll let you take a look. You idiot. Li Dongzhu is a genius doctor. My daughter can't be with your son. She'll become stupid. The person with a daughter scolded and stretched out his hand, as if he was flicking someone's head. Looking at the bruise on the head of the person with a son, the case seemed to be solved. Chapter 2078. Don't work for the next 2 days. Go to Drunken Immortal residence to soak in warm soup and get someone to massage you. I'll prepare the medicine for you. Take it to boil. I'll write it down and show it to them. They'll know how to deal with it. You need a shelf to carry stones. Can't you do it yourself? I'll get someone to send a message to Zhuangzi and ask them to send it over. After the imperial physician finished taking the pulse, he looked at the person's back and asked a few questions. Ah. Don't work? No. The person with the back pain shook his head. Go and find the nurse in Zhuangzi, the imperial physician instructed. His apprentice jumped out. Not long after, Li Yi received the news. There are people working hard without tools. Their bodies can't take it. Li Yi knew the reason. The animals were responsible for carrying things. Then someone would be anxious and carry them themselves. If it was a normal back, there would be a wooden shelf on the shoulder and a belt around the chest and waist. The stones on the back would not hurt the back because the wooden shelf blocked it. The belt could allow people to use their strength and was considered to be evenly distributed. A sack could carry 70 kilograms of stones. With the shelf, it could double and not be injured. Like weightlifters, they all had belts around their waist. Let them take off their belts and see if they could still lift it. Dongzhu, arrange for them to soak in the hot spring. Songda listened from the side and asked. He said, they. With one person, more people would be so tired. Go. Pay the wages as usual. Don't leave any lingering effects. Li Yi agreed. Handsome Dongzhu, Sun Xian wants to speak. A small robot slipped over from more than 10 meters away. Its voice was still so cute. Answer. Next time, add the adjective handsome. Li Yi smiled. The little robot also knew how to speak the truth. It had good taste. Okay. Connect, the little robot replied. Dongzhu, a group of people from Xiangzhou came. A total of 21,110 people. They are all people without household registration who want to enter Luoyang. How should I settle them? Sun Xian's voice sounded. Another person had arrived. It was from Xiangzhou, Meng Haoran's hometown, Han Xiangke. Why are there so many people without household registration? After settling down, he would first stay at the outskirts of Zhuangzi to have his body checked and recuperated. After that, I worked with the people from the southwest. The ships from the southwest are slow and have not arrived yet. Li Yi was a little surprised at the arrival of these people. It seemed that these people had contacted each other and arrived together. Sun Xian expressed his understanding and made arrangements. Li Yi stood up and looked around. He saw someone and said, "Old Yao, go and check what happened in Xianyang. Was it originally there, or was it a large number of people who lost their household registration in the last 2 or 3 years?" Yao Chong began to arrange for people, and Yao Chong came over by himself. "Xiao Yi, I think there will be more citizens arriving one after another. Is the schedule full?" "No. There aren't enough people. I want to build a railroad from here to Xiaolunan village. It will connect to the railroad tracks from Luoyang to Pear Garden." Li Yi used a small knife to cut the pomelo skin, preparing to dry it in the shade and mix it with other herbs. There were a lot of pomelo in this season. Every square had baskets for collecting pomelo skin. Even if the shape was not very good, it could still be used as medicine. Yao Chong squinted his eyes and said, "A few dozen miles of road is already considered flat. You spend so much money to build a railroad just to have people go to the Drunken Immortal residence to play. Shouldn't the tertiary industry be developed? My Drunken Immortal residence pays so much tax every year." Li Yi took another intact pomelo and prepared to peel the skin and give the flesh to others. He only wanted the skin. Tourists go there. The road conditions are good. The railroad tracks are important. 25 miles of railroad tracks. Sigh. Yao Chong stomped his feet and turned to leave. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. It's 35 miles. There are many mines in the area. Extend it in. Li Yi did not want to make Yao Chong sick from anger. If he fell sick, he would still have to treat him. What kind of mines? Forget about the coal mines. You have allocated too many coal mines in Hunan province. They are not worth much. Yao Chong turned around and picked up a large piece of pomelo and pushed it in front of Li Yi. Li Yi began to peel the pomelo for Yao Chong. The outer skin had to be peeled and only the flesh inside was eaten. It was not bitter. Let's talk about the construction of the matchwood factory. Why did I build a matchwood factory in Luoyang and not elsewhere? Why? Yao Chong asked cooperatively. Because there are phosphate mines in Feishan County. There is a local river called the Yi River. Its source is at Xiong Air Mountain and it eventually flows into the Luo River. If we use the waterway for transportation, we are limited by the seasons and climate. The water level is low and cannot be transported stably. There is also bauxite. After we smelted it, there was bauxite in the refractory furnace just now. I can also extract aluminum from it. It is just that we cannot use it at the moment. The industrial foundation is weak. Building a railroad is convenient for transportation. How can there be a dirt road for transporting ore? How can it be compared to a railroad? Li finally made it clear that he was not so free as to build a railroad between the Drunken Immortal residence and the Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion. Phosphate ore, bauxite, and iron ore were not used. There was too little of them and the quality was not good. The coal mine could not be compared to other places. Yao Chong happily picked up the fruit. I knew you wouldn't do such a wasteful thing, Xiao Yi. Not necessarily. If I am happy one day, I might even build an Ipang palace for my Wentian. Li Yi did not want to bear the name of a gentleman. Others would use him and bully him. It is too big. Kuang Acheng is not built yet. It is a sign of the country's demise. Princess Yongmu was listening from the side. She was happy and shook her head. Ipang Palace was not a good thing. There was still one called Acheng. Xiao Lan agreed. There are materials and manpower to build the road. Although the palace is big, how can it be as long as the road? If the house is luxurious, how can the people be willing? Beautiful sister Xiao Lan said it too well. Drink tea. A small robot pushed a canister with a water inlet below. There were teacups on the canister. Our cute little robot is here. Kiss. Xiaolan rubbed her face against the small robot's round head. You are blushing. The small robot responded. Yao Chong looked on enviously from the side. He wanted to have one. He reached out and picked up a teacup. He took a sip and frowned. What tea? High fragmentation, upper 5th grade. The small robot gave the answer. Oh. The worst tea is fragmentation. There is no lower 1st grade. Yao Chong knew. The worst is lower 5th grade. Lower 1st grade fragmentation is too expensive. This is for the common people to drink. There is a lot of it. The small robot corrected. There was a big difference between upper 5th grade and lower 5th grade. Yao Chong took another sip. Okay, he could drink. Provide tea for the common people. The new people who come to Luoyang are not acclimatized. Drink tea to recuperate. The bacteria in their bodies have to be smoothed out. Li Yi said. The common people from other places who came here had excessive heat. They could not be prescribed other medicine. Drink tea. Especially those who ate meat. In the past, they could not eat meat. Suddenly, there was meat to eat every meal. The gastrointestinal tract was not used to it. Yao Chong suddenly understood. He took another sip and found that the tea was sweet. Wouldn't the higher fragmentation of lower 5th grade tea be cheaper? It is exported. It is sent to Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping to be sold to barbarians. The small robot gave an irrefutable reason. The fragmentation of the highest grade tea leaves was treated as good things to be exchanged with barbarians. On the sea, everyone was not feeling well. Drinking tea could indeed prevent and treat some diseases. Chapter 2079. Your Majesty, I don't think it's wrong to kill the monks and Taoists who wanted to discuss Tao. Su Yi, who was listening to the conversation between Yao Chong and Li Yi, suggested to Li Longji. He supported Song Jing's previous words. Li Yi had sent people to check on the place after he had a stomachache. Li Yi had already arranged for a large number of new people to come to Xiangyang. The purpose of building the railway was connected to the match factory and refractory materials. The people who came from other places boiled tea and sent it to Xiangyang. Could the monks and Taoists arrange for the people to find work? Did they consider the people who had just arrived? They were not qualified to talk to Li Yi. Kill them. The temple was snatched and given to Li Yi. Su Yi looked at Li Yi with a hint of jealousy. Who was Li Yi's master? Why didn't the people from the Immortal Palace choose him? It was too unreasonable. Li Yi's actions were closely linked. He was not busy all day. Look at him if you don't believe me. He was touching Princess Yongmu's small hand. Your Majesty, where are you looking? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Su Yi realized that Her Majesty had turned her head and looked to the side. The mountains are good. The distant mountains are like black clouds and like eyebrows. The light and dark colors are like a halo. Li Longji talked about the mountains. Xiao Yi, what do you think of the mountains? Perhaps it was because of jealousy, Su Yi insisted on disturbing Li Yi. Princess Yongmu glared at him. She considered waiting for Bai Gu to join the group for 2 days and getting Su Yi in first. Li Yi continued to hold Princess Yongmu's hand. I think the mountains are charming. The mountains should be like this when they see me. He copied Xian Qiji's words, changing one word and subtracting one word. Why didn't God send down a big lightning bolt to strike you? Su Yi was very depressed. Ting Shua, you said you were tired? Li Longji turned to look at Su Yi. I'm not tired. I said that the heavens have eyes, but the people have no tears. It was the fortune of the great Tang to have physician Li. Dr. Li is outstanding in politics and has outstanding talent. His casual words are filled with zen. Su Yi was even more depressed. You couldn't hear me when I called you just now, but you can hear me when I'm mumbling so loudly. Even so, you can't praise him too much, lest he becomes arrogant and complacent. What did he do to deserve this? But a national scholar is unparalleled. Li Longji tilted his head, as if he wanted to see how charming Green Mountain was. Su Yi, Your Majesty, are you sure your words are not contradictory? What right do you have to add unparalleled scholar of the nation? I can also read 10 lines at a glance and have a photographic memory. Could it be that I've read the wrong books since I was a child? Your Majesty, look at Princess Yongmu. She's leaning her head on the mountain in broad daylight. Why are you looking at the mountain? Li Lang. When you make spicy fried snails at noon, put more scallions. I love scallions. Princess Yongmu leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder and asked with a sweet smile. Okay, put more coriander. The snails are raised to spit out sand. The children in Zhuangzi used small brushes to clean the shells one by one. Li Yi replied. He was not wrong. The children in Zhuangzi and the children who came later helped to clean the shells of the snails. Those with broken hands were not allowed to participate, for fear of parasites or bacterial infections. After they were done, the snails were raised to spit out mud and were fried with sweet and sour. They also ate it. Zhuangzi deliberately arranged for the children of the original villagers and the children of the new villagers to have more opportunities to interact. Brother Yi, do you want to see the people from Xiangzhou? Li Longji finally turned his head. It's about time. You too should be careful in public. Princess Yongmu sat up straight and pouted. She had not leaned enough. So everyone went to see the newcomers. Li Yi was responsible for part of the security. Wait for me. I'll push the tea cart. The little robot shouted behind. Qing Song, Tao Hong and the others hurried to take over. They also pushed the little robot to not waste electricity. Thank you. The early winter season is warm because of sincere feelings. It's you who blocked the cold for me. As time passes, I will never forget everyone's smiling faces, the past, the present, or tomorrow. If the heavens can hear my oath, I'm willing to Chong Air to accompany us forever. The little robot expressed its emotions and was pushed to save electricity. The eyes of the fourth generation Tao Hong, Chui Lu and the other palace maids turned red. What a good little robot. No matter how tired he was, it was worth it to push it. He would rather fall than let the little robot fall. So Qing Song, Guyen, you must push it well. Yes. The palace maids did not push it. They were only responsible for moving it. Qing Song and the others were responsible for pushing it. I want one. He has so many. Princess Jinxian whispered to her sister, Princess True Jade. Impossible, but we can live in Li family Zhuangzi. In the morning, there will be little robots coming to wake us up, singing and telling jokes. Princess True Jade also liked it, but unfortunately, she could not have it. What are the 8 hardships of life? There are things you can't ask for. I'll live here. I'll go wherever Li Yi goes. Princess Jinxian decided to follow for the sake of the little robot. She could get a place to live at the edge of the big courtyard. She could do what she did in the past. It would not affect her, and she could eat free food. The kings of the royal family were all there. Why couldn't she? The little robot not only had a nice voice, singing to you and chatting with you. They could also talk about scriptures and Tao with you and introduce food. This thing seemed to be unaffordable even with all the wealth in the world. It was definitely not for sale. If you push it, it will remind you that there is a pit in front. Don't push it into the pit. It will also tell you that there are herbs, poisonous insects, and snakes beside it. Be careful. It's good to live there. Living in someone else's place is like living under someone else's roof. Living in Li family Zhuangzi is like living in your own home. Princess True Jade also had the same plan. Her residence was in the corner of the mountain. Her people were also there, and she always came here to eat. There was an excuse. The Emperor Emeritus was there, so there was nothing wrong with her coming over. Sister, where's your Luoan? I haven't seen him in a few days. Princess Jinxian thought of someone who repaired the road. You are not farmers, so I don't ask you to shave. Wash your hair with soap. There's a grate on the side. Shave. Just as Princess True Jade was about to speak, a noisy voice came from the front, asking the newcomers to take a bath and wash their hair. The craftsmen who came to Li family Zhuangzi had to shave their heads bald. Family members did not need to. Craftsmen were not allowed to have long hair. Women's hair needed to be tied up and covered with headgear. Some were machine tools, driven by wind, water, and animal power. If hair was rolled in, it would die. Some women simply cut their hair short. When working, they wore short-sleeved shirts to prevent their sleeves from being rolled in. The people from Xiangzhou did not belong to Li family Zhuangzi, so the requirements were lowered. Wash. Xiao Yi, do you think we can ask the relevant officials of Hunan Prefecture to help guide them? Zhang Shua was about to turn into a wooden man. Now that he realized a large number of commoners had come, he felt that his administrative staff should be of use. No. You have no credibility. If the commoners come directly to Li family Zhuangzi, they will already explain the problem. Li Yi cleanly refused. The commoners seemed to be organized. They came from the west and went straight to Li family Zhuangzi. If it was Chang'an, the commoners would go to the government. They knew that the officials of Chang'an did not dare to deceive them because Li family Zhuangzi was there. In Luoyang, they were not familiar with the situation in Hunan Prefecture. How could they reason if the officials they found were deceived? Go to Li family Zhuangzi? Then why not go directly to Li family Zhuangzi? Life was difficult, and the heavens were speechless. Li family Zhuangzi was clear-headed and trusted Dongzhu Li Yi the most. This was a common saying among the commoners. If Chang'an's Bahui Li family Zhuangzi's Li Dongzhu was not worthy of trust, then how could the world be true? Chapter 2080. 21,110 people were divided into hundreds of teams. Some people were holding wanted posters and comparing them. They were mainly looking for people who were involved in criminal cases, such as murder, abduction, and fraud. As for evaders and evaders, they didn't have any money if they were caught. Weren't they just here to join a new household register and start a new life? After asking a little, they found out that Xiangzhou wasn't the only one who came. Suizhou in the east and Fangzhou in the west also had people who didn't have registered to join the team. The team moved all the way to Luoyang. Their local government didn't care. The imperial court had orders. Even if they saw people escaping, the bailiffs would pretend that they didn't see them. There was no reward for catching them because the other party had nothing to compensate. They weren't people in important cases. Over here, line up. Don't jump around. Once the arrangements are done, I'll put you together. Find someone nimble to take care of the children. Just like on the road. What are you crying for? You'll have good days in the future. You brat, do business. Memorize the Analects of Confucius. You can't take the imperial exam next year. You memorized it wrong. You're advancing. Wing Rui, not feather Rui. Where did you copy it? There was a man who looked to be in his 40s, but was actually only 30 years old, busying himself. The others listened to him, including those who were wrongly memorized by the Analects of Confucius. They corrected him and repeatedly recited the passage, "The monarch summons the serpent." "This person is okay." Li Yi watched for a while from 20 steps away and commented. Li Longji nodded. It was okay. Compared to others, this person's organizational skills were outstanding, surpassing many county magistrates. In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was nothing special. The villagers also organized their manpower in an orderly manner. Dongzhu, this person's surname is Zhang, and his name is Huang Ji. Huang is yellow, stop is stop, and Ji is thorny. Li Hengui came to report. He was originally in charge of Zhuangzi in Luoyang, but now he was also in charge. He gave the power to Songde and Sun Xian. After the population increased, he was too busy and had to study. Princess Jingxian stood beside a small robot. Her finger occasionally touched the robot's head. Every time she touched it, the light on the robot's head flashed. Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the others looked anxious, but there was nothing they could do. When she touched it again, the little robot suddenly said, "It's almost out of battery." Everyone looked over and she quickly withdrew her hand. This person's name and character are not correct. What is the connection between Huang and Ji? Aha! This name is... Sui coughed and wanted to tell Princess Golden Immortal. Ting Shua, wait a moment, Bai Gu stopped Sui and waved at Li Guizong, "You speak." "Oh." Li Guizong replied, "Although the country is small, its ambition is big, although it is remote, its political power is central." "Where's the little girl?" Bai Gu looked at Feng Qingdai again. Feng Qingdai went over and pushed the little robot beside Princess Jingxian away. "Where is Bai Lishi? Please redeem him with 5 pieces of sheepskin." "What is it?" Princess Jingxian was even more confused. She watched regretfully as the little girl pushed the little robot away. She could not stop her. When she was sick, she needed the little girl to treat her. The little girl's status was higher than the eunuchs and women. Her medical skills were the best. Sigh. Bai Gu sighed and looked at Li Yi with jealousy. "What are you looking at?" "No, why are you looking at me?" Li Yi glared back. "I didn't say anything. What's wrong with looking at you?" Bai Gu was even angrier. He actually knew this question. Obviously, he learned from the little robot. Sometimes, when the little robots were together, they would say some nonsense. "Nothing, I'm just asking." Li Yi was scared. He realized that old Bai still had not resolved the knot in his heart that there must be someone to learn from when the 3 of them traveled together. Whether there was a teacher or not was not important. The important thing was that old Bai did not treat Li Fuquan as his teacher. Looking at the situation now, his second disciple answered with the words of Confucius, and his eldest disciple answered with the contents of the Qin Benji. They all pointed to one person, and Zhang Huang's name came from this person. The others did not have any thoughts about the eldest disciple. No one could cure his congenital heart disease. The second disciple was almost cured. At least, they felt that he was almost cured. "Duke Mu of Qin, Bai Lishi." The little robot that was pushed away shouted cutely. "Ah!" Princess Jin Xian understood. The country's style is Qin's wind. The yellow bird stops at the thorn. She looked at the little robot in the distance. Tears welled up in her eyes. The little robot was so powerful. She should not have touched it just now. Now it ran away. Then, she smiled. The little girl pushed the little robot back and guarded it. "Summon him." Li Longji wanted to see this person. He guessed that the other party wanted to take the Zhongnan shortcut. He probably changed his name and character and organized people to go to Luoyang. However, the Zhongnan shortcut was not easy to take. Lu Cangyong could take it just because he ran to Zhongnan Mountain. He was from the Fanyang Lu family. That Wang Hanzhong did not become an official. Did he want to learn from Lu Cangyong? Seeing that he spent so much effort to bring the people to Luoyang safely, he would give him a chance. After passing the message, Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. He pointed at Princess True Jade and gestured to Li Longji. Don't compare me. Compare me. Look at Princess True Jade's road repair. Li Longji pointed at the ground and nodded slowly. Ron is repairing the road. Don't worry. This time, he will relax the requirements and won't dig a hole. Princess True Jade happened to see it. She actually understood. She frowned slightly and turned to the side. She made a gesture of using a shovel to dig the ground and pointed at her face. The people from her princess residence raised their hands and made a gesture of wearing a hat. She nodded and the other party ran away. She smiled and looked at Xiao Lan with gratitude. The people who were in charge of teaching her had all graduated. They were countless times easier to use than before. There was a system of entering the class at the end. After 2 consecutive examinations, they were sent to Xiao Lan for tutoring. At the mention of this, they were scared to death. It was similar to telling the winged knights to let Dongzhu play with them. Xiao Lan was pushing a small robot around 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. It could be charged. As if sensing being watched, she raised her head and saw Princess True Jade. She smiled and continued to push. Zhang Huang was called over. When he was called, he stood still and tidied his clothes and hair. When he came over, the movement of his legs was obvious, causing his robe to flutter like the wind. When Li Longji approached, his robe began to ripple like the wind blowing on water. Needless to say, he was trembling. Sit. Everyone, sit. Li Longji instructed. Tao Hong and the others quickly conjured folding stools and placed them behind everyone. When Li Longji said that he was summoning people, they were ready. Princess Yongmu, Princess True Jade, and the other women quickly moved to the side and sat to watch the show. Li Yi sat on the first seat to Li Longji's left. He was sitting on a box, a green pine trolley box. Zhang Huang trembled slightly and squatted down first, then tried to sit on the stool. It seemed that he was prepared for today's situation, but he was not. The psychological pressure was too great. A group of people, the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, His Majesty, several kings, and the retired emperor. Bai Gu thought it was normal. Not everyone could be like Xiao Yi, calling him Old Bai, don't mess around, the first time they met, as if they had been good friends for many years. Chapter 2081. Can you get some tea to drink? Li Yi suddenly spoke up when Zhang Huangru was feeling uneasy during the oral defense. Okay. Okay. A group of small robots responded and ran off. I want secondary grade 1, not high grade, and don't take grade 5 powder, Li Yi shouted. Got it. The small robot continued to respond. The small robot's voice was fun, and Li Yi's voice was down to earth. After the interaction, Zhang Huangru found that he was not so nervous anymore. His heart relaxed, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Li Yi, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. He instantly understood. This Li Dongzhu not only told him to relax, but also conveyed the message to others not to make things too difficult for him. What a good person. As expected, the Prime Minister was magnanimous and won people with virtue. Li Longji was surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Brother Yi. Why did he help Zhang Huangru? If he couldn't even bear this scene, what use was he? Li Yi moved the box and whispered, Third brother, it's good to have more experience. It's easy to cultivate later. It's more important to observe talent. Oh. Li Longji nodded. That made sense. Just like you, you've never been nervous, right? Li Yi was calm. He was willing to give the other party a chance. He remembered his diplomatic spokesperson at the time. That person had stuttered when he was the second in command of the embassy. Later, he appeared in the position of diplomatic spokesperson and had become powerful. If he didn't give him a chance because of his nervous stutter, how could he answer in front of so many cameras with ease? Zhang Huangru, who was about to be exempted from the exam, had brought at least 20,000 people to Luoyang safely. The tea was delivered in an insulated glass teacup. Through the glass, one could see the small buds bobbing up and down in the water. This tea was not from the capital government. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi's steward, Li Guiheng, followed Dongzhu's instructions and went to Huainan Road to find someone to pick it. It was Xinyang during Li Yi's time. It was now called Shenzhou, and the provincial government was in Yang County. The tea leaves were from Xinyang Maojian. There was also Liuan melon slice a little further to the east, which was called Xingtang County. The county name was well chosen, festive. Anyway, the tea leaves in this area were very famous, such as Mount Lu Yunwu and so on. Of course, the most profitable tea was in the Shu lands, where the tea horse trade and the Silk Road were located. Right now, everyone was drinking Xinyang Maojian tea. At this moment, it was floating up and down. Later, it would fall to the bottom, and in the end, the tea leaves would be consumed. Li Yi did not give the standard grade 1 tea leaves because the quantity was too small. After the tea leaves were soaked, they could be fried as vegetables. Zhang Huang gradually recovered while waiting for the tea. Everyone remained silent to give Li Yi face. Li Longji picked up his teacup and took a sip of the tea. Almost at the same time, all the ministers drank their tea and put down their teacups. When Zhiji teaches children, what does he teach? Do you want to hand over the yellow bird? Song Jing addressed the other party by his courtesy name. At the same time, he pointed out the meaning of the name of the place. Zhang Huang taught classes locally, especially for children who did not have a place of origin. Most of what I teach is pinyin. The second explanation is to talk about retribution first. Zhang Huang leaned forward slightly as a sign of courtesy. He mainly taught others pinyin and the contents of the newspaper. What about the literature? Su Yi asked. Occasionally, there are excerpts from the Great University, the Doctrine of the Mean, and the Minister. Although the children are young, they take care of their families and do not have much time to learn. Zhang Huang replied, I can teach the contents of the Book of Songs, but I can't teach them all the time. This is because the children have to help out at home, such as cooking. The adults have to work, or the family will not be able to eat. Cultivation resources to fill the belly of a gentleman? Zhang Jiling asked if the money he earned from attending classes was enough to fill his stomach. A nobleman who works as a farmer will have 3 meals. Zhang Huang smiled, I can work, I can do it myself, I don't expect tuition. Plowing manpower? Bai Gu was skeptical. You are farming and teaching, are you sure you have enough time? If it is not farming, there is no land for farming. Raising poultry, hatching chicks, collecting wild eggs, and gathering eggs. Zhang Huang picked up his teacup and wanted to drink, but his mouth was dry. He did not farm, there was no land. He raised poultry and artificially hatched chicks, ducks, and geese. There were many rivers and mountains in the area, so he could earn money quickly. After answering, he looked at Li Longji, Your Majesty, what do you want to ask? Li Longji picked up his teacup and blew on it. He did not ask, but his eyes glanced at Li Yi. You don't take the money from those who escaped. They help you take care of the poultry, and they raise them themselves. You taught them, right? So you only need to hatch chicks and ducks, and then use the big chickens, ducks, geese, and eggs to exchange for some old grain and chaff, and you will be able to bring back free-range poultry. Li Yi was not so genteel, he was straightforward. Zhang Huang revealed a look of surprise. Dr. Li also knows this? What do you think? Li Yi asked. I'm ashamed. I forgot about Li Dongzhu for a moment. Zhang Huang came to a realization. He had seen his method in the newspaper. The newspaper was published by the Li family Zhuangzi, so how could Li Yi not know? How embarrassing. Please don't give me a bad review. It's not easy for me. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. Dr. Li was one identity, and Li Dongzhu was another. Why did you think of using such a method to obtain a path of fortune? Li Yi continued to ask, as straightforward as ever. No thoughts of fortune, say it again. Li Yi interrupted him. No thoughts of fortune means no power to improve. However, this is not a shortcut. Without the imperial examinations, I don't dare to enter the imperial court. It's best to find a county deputy or registrar. In the past few prefectural examinations, they were all dismissed. In the end, it was difficult for them to do so, so they decided to try this plan 2 years ago. Zhang Huang said everything. He realized that facing Li Yi was more stressful than facing the 4 ministers. The ministers spoke in a genteel manner, so it was easy to deal with them. Li Yi spoke bluntly the moment he opened his mouth. Every sentence was on the key point. Bring me brush and ink. Li Yi ordered. Qingsong No. 1 stood beside him, looking at him helplessly. Take it. I'll get up. Li Yi got up. He was sitting on a box. Qingsong opened the box, took out something, and closed it again, indicating for Dongzhu to sit. I'll give you 15 minutes to drink tea. Then, in an hour, write an admonition that the people can understand. As for what to admonish and what to admonish, you can think about it yourself based on the current situation. Li Yi was as straightforward as ever. 15 minutes to prepare, and an hour to write 2 things. An hour? Zhang Huang emphasized the time. You two write too. Li Yi didn't answer him. Instead, he said to his eldest and second disciples. Yes. Master. The 2 children said. Gu Yan also opened a box and took out the 4 treasures of the study. Zhang Huang, he didn't dare to look down on the 2 children. He had long heard that Li Dongzhu had 2 disciples. They could read 10 lines at a glance, and they had a photographic memory. They had memorized all the books that could be read. What else could he say? Right. This was the only chance. If he missed it, he would probably miss it for the rest of his life. There wouldn't be a second chance. But wasn't this a little too difficult? How many people could write an admonition in an hour? Why don't you say compose a poem? Chapter 2082. Li Longji seemed to have guessed Zhang Huang's thoughts as he chewed on a tea leaf. He swallowed and said, You have an hour. Brother Yi, compose a poem. Teacher Zhang was both a teacher and a teacher. When you're done, he should be done too. You don't have to waste time. It's too tiring to compose now. Can I copy it? Li Yi didn't find it troublesome. I'll copy it when I'm done. Li Longji agreed. Bury it. The rhythm isn't good. It's not close to the body. Li Yi emphasized again. A limerick will do. It's for the people to read. It's like a letter of advice. Li Longji nodded. Zhang Huang heard it. He had an hour to compose too, and Li Yi would compose a limerick. He had to work hard. It would be best if he could finish as soon as possible. As he drank his tea, he said that he would have a quarter of an hour to prepare before he started. He was both nervous and excited as he prepared himself. Then, Li Yi didn't even take a sip of tea. Rich people don't need to buy fertile land. There are thousands of millets in books. There's no need to build a house. There's a house of gold in books. Don't regret going out without a companion. There are many horses in books. Don't regret marrying a wife without a good matchmaker. There are beautiful women in books. A man wants to fulfill his life's ambition. He diligently reads the 6 classics in front of the window. Li Yi didn't blush at all when he copied. Zhang Huang's hand trembled. The tea splashed on his hand and scalded his mouth. You're not even preparing. Why did you just open your mouth? Am I considered eliminated? You said you'd give me time to drink tea. Li Dongzhu, look, this tea is clear. There's water in Xiangzhou and Luoyang. Can you write a limerick about fish and water to persuade me? Zhang Huang's desire to live was strong. How could it end before it even started? Don't worry about me. I'm fast at copying things. Others can write ready-made poems. Li Yi waved his hand. I'm giving you a chance. I'm free. No, I mean, copy another one. I'm going to write. Zhang Huang decided not to drink tea. He thought as he wrote. Okay. You drink yours, fish and water, okay? Yes, I can copy it. Li Yi agreed. He wouldn't make things difficult for you. Turning his head, he took a sip of tea. Why don't the fish come ashore? Too little knowledge makes it difficult to breathe. People want to ride the wind and embrace the sun and moon, diligently study at the desk all year round. He wrote the character Ming stroke by stroke and recited the words Xian sentence by sentence. Life is hard and shrouded in a haze, but books have their own white clouds. Zhang Huang spat out a mouthful of tea. Fortunately, it was not blood. Brother Yi, how are you going to spend an hour like this? Li Longji was depressed. How can you be like this? How difficult would it be to call Zhang Huang? He had just taken 2 sips of tea. Eat the watermelon seeds. It's perfect for drinking tea. Princess Yongmu had to stand up for her husband. So what? My Langjun is so powerful. Melon seeds are good. Sorry to trouble you, Wen Tian. Zhang Jiling chimed in. There are extra pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. Pumpkins live forever, and flowers bloom in the direction of the sun. The little robot spoke again. It was being pushed around by Princess Jinxian. Princess Jinxian finally knew how to take care of the little robot. It was always charged and full of fear. The little robot could not eat too much, but it was protected. Amid the crunching sound of all kinds of melon seeds, Zhang Huang was sweating profusely as he wrote. He already had plans. He only wanted a small county deputy or a registrar. He did not dare to mention a higher official. The A students from the Li family Zhuangzi had to go to the village to be village officials and assist the village chief. He had not passed the provincial government, so how could he be qualified to enter the imperial court? Once he settled the matters in the county, the emperor would know. When the time came, he would be promoted and show off to those who looked down on him. Wasn't it just because he was alone and poor? They never invited him to hold a poetry gathering, and he did not have the money to invite them back. He wrote a letter to the county yamen to give ideas, but they did not care at all. It was a pity that there were so many good ideas. Sigh. He was angry and competing. The examiners were looking at his information. There was a small robot in front of each of them, and there was a screen displaying words. The people from the Li family Zhuangzi knew the situation through the mouths of the people and summarized it in words for everyone to see. Zhang Huang used to be called Zhang Zhen, and his courtesy name was Xinchen. Before the age of 15, he went to the county school. His grades were average and his family could not keep up with the nutrition, so he was poor. When he was 15, his parents fell ill and did not get up. He took care of the funeral and farmed the fields himself. He could not farm the fields alone. He could barely pay rent, but if he was asked to pay for silk, he had to weave cloth. He exchanged food for money and studied at the same time. No one took care of him. 3 years later, he finally began to owe money, and his grades became worse. He sold his family property and wanted to study hard. In the end, he fell ill and took medicine. In half a year, the money from selling his family property was gone. He could marry a wife if he wanted. Someone saw that he could read and calculate, so they invited a son-in-law to work for their family's shop. He did not want to work. There were daughters of ordinary families who made a living by farming. As long as he worked as a bookkeeper, they were willing to marry their daughter to him. He knew that his life was over, so he did not agree. Some villages were too far away from the county. If they asked him to teach children, he would mix in the villages. The children in each village could not study every day. If they did, they would live in the county. Later, he entered the county school to teach. He taught well in each village. The children saw that he had a promising future and entered the county school. When the county school found out, they asked him to come. After entering the county school, he began to give ideas to the county. Others did not need him to tell them what to do. "Since you are so good, why don't you take my position?" He had so many things to do. He wanted to take the imperial examination, but the county government had to issue a certificate. He was too old and needed to go to the township to pay tribute. He did not go to school. The township could not give him the qualifications. What if he went to Chang'an and talked nonsense? Until 2 years ago, when he suddenly resigned and quit his job. He went to find runaway families and gave free lessons to the children. He learned from Li Yi and Zhuangzi's way of raising students. He also learned a lot of survival skills from the newspapers. He led a group of people to raise poultry. Slowly, he considered sending these people to the capital office. The capital office did not have any restrictions on recruiting people. He gave them names and characters to express his anger. This was the meaning of the national style of Qin Feng's yellow bird. Make friends with the yellow bird and stop at the thorn. In the end, when he was about to go to the capital office, the emperor ran to Hunan, so he simply came to Hunan. In this way, he led a large group of people to the place before the 12th lunar month. His first choice was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji muttered. He used his hand to write on the screen, "Investigate." Song Jing, Yao Chong, Gao Lishir, and Li Yi all waved their hands to call people. When they came close, they gave orders to investigate Xiangzhou, all the way to the county. Song Jing represented the government. In Yao Chong's delegation, Gao Lishir was a secret agent. Li Yi's delegation was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi investigated because the Li family Zhuangzi gave him some benefits, such as some soap. Was the Li family Zhuangzi's money so easy to take? It was used to raise honest people. Li Qingqi thought about it and also arranged for his people to send things to the local government schools through his Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund. The officials in Xiangzhou would never expect that when they let Zhang Huang go to Luoyang, there would be 5 different teams investigating them. When they arrived, they could not bribe them even if they wanted to. The Li family Zhuangzi's people did not care about money at all, unless the officials themselves were fine. Chapter 2083. Zhang Huang didn't know that his matter had attracted the attention of a group of people. He wrote and stopped, occasionally taking a sip of tea. The little girl and Li Guizong beside him were writing furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About half an hour later, a small robot slowly slid to Zhang Huang's side. Words appeared on the screen of the small robot in front of everyone. Zhang Huang first wrote a letter to persuade the people. The arrival of the saint is a good opportunity. There are many candidates, and thousands of people are gathered to discuss. It's snuggling winter shoucho. Cross it out and write again. If Imo Dong doesn't come out, he can accumulate wealth. Quang City Wesley family, help to drive away diseases. In this cold season, there is no need to worry about wealth. Everyone understood the content. Persuade the people to come out and work. Cross out the words that should be followed by a transition, such as, yes, perhaps, also, again. Li Longji frowned. Bai Gu and the others also looked unhappy. Li Yi sighed secretly. If you want to show off your literary talent, you should write more obscure and difficult to pronounce. Obviously, you can't do it. If you want the people to know what you write, Qingdai. Li Yi suddenly called his eldest disciple. Master? The little girl looked up. Where are you? I've finished persuading the people. There are still a few dozen words in the letter to the people. First, read the Book of Persuasion to me. Okay. I'm Feng Qingdai, an official, grade 3. Let me tell you something. Now that my master is here, my master has a way to make money. Take a look at what you know. Quickly find the Li family Zhuangzi and ask them. Then, they will arrange things for you to make money. Don't take it lightly. Other people are rich, and you are poor. Other people eat meat, but you can't even eat vegetables and can only eat salted vegetables. A good opportunity is in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Fight for it and have a good life in the coming year. I'm not scaring you. When other people are rich, they won't be willing to interact with you. If you have children, your children are not as strong as other people's children. It's okay if you don't know anything. We will teach you, and you will know it. It's easy. The little girl didn't even look at the words she had written. She raised her head and shouted as if she was selling something. Zhang Huang looked at the little girl in surprise. Didn't they say that you were so good that you could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory? What did you write? Why is it so simple and straightforward? Third rank official. You're embarrassing me, Li Yi reprimanded. Zhang Huang nodded slightly. Yes, it was embarrassing. Master, this disciple has yet to learn, so it is difficult for me to adhere to the ancient language. I shall be surnamed by you. The extremities and shins of the limbs are diseased, and the choke penetrates the body. Giving a gift to a destitute person, treasuring the noble. This time, it was completely different from what she had written just now. He told Li Yi that he had not learned well enough. He could not teach the common people things that were difficult to understand. For example, if someone had a small illness in their hands or feet, he knew many prescriptions. If someone had no money, he would give them cheap ones. If someone had money, he would use expensive ones. Guizong, what did you write? Li Yi ignored the eldest disciple's question and asked the second disciple. More or less. What I wrote was, don't be idle this winter. Next summer, we will burn a lot of cement. You can save some money to build a new house. Those who raise chickens and ducks, don't stop. Those who don't, quickly raise them. There are still a few months left. It is enough time to sell them. Even if you want to catch piglets, there is still time. Those who work outside will eat more rice. Then, grind the rice husks and cook them with other things to feed the pigs. Li Guizong replied. He had also written plain words. You haven't learned well either. Li Yi asked. Lan Ji, the boy servant Pei Li. Although I admire you, you know nothing about me. Your appearance is graceful, but you are fearful. Li Guizong replied with a line from the Book of Songs, Wei Feng Yulan. The meaning was that once he used the traditional way of persuading the common people, there would be a barrier between him and the common people. He had to pretend to be an official. Zhang Huang broke out in sweat again. He finally knew that the rumors were true. He was indeed worthy of his name. When he was their age, what was he doing? Oh! Going to school, memorizing the mysteries of heaven and earth and the universe. The sun and moon waxed and waned, the stars and constellations lined up. He thought about it and looked at the others. Li Longji and the others smiled and nodded, their faces full of praise. Good boy, you don't have to write anymore. Come to me. Noble consort Lu, who was more than 10 steps away, called out to the little girl and her junior brother. The little girl ran first, then suddenly stopped. She turned around and kicked the slow junior brother. Li Guizong threw himself forward, his hands on the ground. He didn't dare to get up directly. His head hit the ground before he jumped up and rolled forward. Sure enough, the second leg swept over him while he was rolling and missed. Obviously, he was experienced. He braced himself just now to ensure that he would be hit. Humph! Next time, I'll sweep my leg. The little girl didn't kick him and pouted. You won't be able to sweep your leg in time. You used your body's inertia to kick the second leg. Sweep your leg and you won't be able to touch me. Li Guizong stuck out his tongue and made a face. He had already calculated how to dodge. Eat melon seeds and drink warm juice. Imperial concubine Dolu sat there, hugging her 2 children on each side. Aunt Zheng will peel melon seeds for you. The 2 responded tacitly at the same time. Good, good, good. Noble consort Lu was even happier. Sigh. 2 people sighed at the same time. Zhang Huang lowered his head and took out another piece of paper to write. He realized that what he wrote wasn't good. It had to be straightforward and simple. It would be best if he could use spoken English. He had to write a letter of advice and admonishment. The other person who sighed was Bai Gu. When he saw Li Guizhang's response, he thought of the Analects of Confucius. He couldn't find a disciple. Pearls and jade were in front of him. Xiao Yi, you. Bai Gu wanted to find fault with her. If you've seen the blue sea, you can't be water. If you've seen Mount Wu, you can't be clouds, right? Li Yi copied. It's okay. It's pretty good. It's all pretty good. Bai Gu was terrified. At the very least, he couldn't immediately say that sentence. Li Fuquan, Li Guizong, naturally found a powerful master. There was nothing wrong with that. He understood. The Blue Sea Island was in the North Sea. The water was pale, and the immortals called it the Blue Sea. I'm under the sun of Mount Wu, obstructed by high hills. Morning clouds, dusk rain. Morning, morning, evening. Below the balcony. They were all about immortals. They were either illusions or dreams. They were ethereal. Just like this disciple that Li Guizong didn't accept, he was close yet far away. When Zhang Huang heard this, he sighed again. He used to think that he had bad luck. Otherwise, he would have entered the imperial court. His literary talent was good. Today, he finally understood that he wasn't good enough in the imperial court. If he quickly wrote, would he still be able to become a county deputy or a registrar? He didn't expect to be a county magistrate. Wah! Wah! A child's cry suddenly interrupted Zhang Huang's thoughts. Xuanxin ran over with a family of 4. Among them, a 1-year-old child was crying. The other girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old, was wiping her tears. Dongzhu, his child was bitten by a mosquito. He was bitten when he was sleeping last night. Now, he's crying. The mosquito seems to only bite him. He sprayed some toilet water, but it didn't work. The bites look bigger. It's hard for the child to scratch them. Xuanxin pointed at the child anxiously. Have you peed? Li looked at the child and asked the family. Master, let me do it. Hurry, come with me to pee. We'll find a small teacup. The little girl pulled her junior brother and ran over. Chapter 2084. The little girl came closer and checked the child's condition. If his body was too weak, she couldn't urinate as it would hurt his hip joint. No urine. His body is full of bumps. Cry. Rub with all your strength to make him feel better. I don't dare to scratch. The child's father was about to cry. Okay, it's good that he didn't urinate. I'll massage you. The little girl nodded and instructed her junior brother. Li Guizong took a teacup from the side and poured it out. He placed it in front of the child's penis. The little girl found an acupoint and pressed it. The child stopped crying. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Shushu, Li Guizong cooperated. Then. Whoosh, wipe his body with your hands. Are you afraid that your hands will touch urine? The little girl glared. She was angry. I'm afraid that my hands will get dirty. Li Guizong looked aggrieved. Catch! Li tossed a bottle of alcohol to him. Thank you, master. Li Guizong took the bottle and disinfected it. Then, he dipped it in the urine and wiped it on the child's body. The bumps on the child's body were big flat bumps. Some of the bumps had bumps on them. He didn't know which part of the bumps attracted mosquitoes. In less than 2 minutes, the child was finished with the urine. The little girl stopped massaging and the child stopped crying. After another 2 minutes, the bumps on the child's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. I forgot. I'll write it in the newspaper later. Li Yi regretted his negligence. He had forgotten such a good method. Is it a boy's urine? Zhang Huang looked at the teacup with anticipation. You were bitten too. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or not. It's fine as long as it's your own. You. Li Yi suddenly understood. Oh, you have mosquito bites on you? Xiao Xiu, let me borrow your boy's urine. Zhang Huang started to roll up his pants and sleeves. Isn't it cold now? If it was hot, he wouldn't wear pants. He just covered himself with a robe. Li Guizong took the teacup and wiped the obvious bumps on Zhang Huang's body with his hands. I'll do it myself. Zhang Huang was flustered. He felt that his status didn't match with the child who was wiping his urine. You don't have to do this. My master is a divine doctor. I'm his disciple. Li Guizong continued to wipe the urine with a calm expression. What was this? He had done even dirtier work. When he participated in the surgery, he did not have the intention to be clean or dirty. He only cared about the patient's condition. This old man really can't teach. Bai Gu sighed as he watched. He knew that Li Guizong was too lively and quick-witted. He had suffered too much since he was young, so he didn't trust anyone. Most importantly, he was smart. If he didn't teach well, he might even kill his teacher. It was too wild and hard to tame. As for Xiao Yi, she didn't seem to have been tamed. It was just normal contact, but the child had changed. This kind of normal contact required knowledge. The more normal it was, the more abnormal it was. It's not itchy anymore. It really works. Are you going to take the imperial examination next year? Zhang Huang did not dislike the urine of a boy. He could even drink the urine of a boy, let alone wipe it. When he was young, he often peed on his hands, but he didn't wash them. He just grabbed food to eat. Just for fun. Stay with senior sister and accompany steward song. After Li Guizong wiped Zhang Huang's face, he turned around to take the doll's urine and wiped it again. In just a short while, all the bumps on the baby's body had disappeared. It was as if the baby had taken antihistamines. After relaxing, he yawned and tried his best to open his eyes before closing them. He lay in his mother's arms and fell asleep. The woman didn't care about the weight. She had a baby carrier on her, and there were words on it, When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. This was the most expensive and cheapest brand that commoners could own. It didn't cost money at all. Other than this free item, When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was also expensive. The man squatted down and picked up his daughter. Your brother has recovered. Don't cry. Yes. I know. So it's fine to just pee. The girl was happy, and her brother didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Princess Yongmu came over and took a small basket with silk decorations. It could hold about 2 caddies of normal things, not cotton. There were more than 10 kinds of dried fruits in it. She handed it to the girl. This is for you. Thank you, sister. I don't, take it. Thank you, princess. The man carried his daughter with one hand and took the small basket with the other. He couldn't casually take other people's things, but Princess Yongmu's was no problem. When he made money later, he would put up the longevity tablets of His Majesty and Li Dongzhu and burn incense. In summer, he would just light mosquito coils for a few minutes and bring them to his room. Such mosquito coils could calm the nerves and prevent the child's soul from being taken away. Everyone said so, and it was very effective. "Thank you, beautiful princess." The girl was sensible and quickly followed her father's words. "I'll give you a grapefruit as well," Li Yi said. He liked people who told the truth. He liked the little robot, and now he was called the handsome Dongzhu. Honesty was a good quality, right? Unlike the officials or group managers of his time, the first thing they did when something happened was to shift their responsibility. It was a failure of education, because some teachers were very hypocritical and Philistine. Although he had many teacher friends and netizens, those people were not bad. The key was that some of the officials even graduated from middle school. This was quite ironic. He wasn't hypocritical, so why didn't they tell the truth? Give it to the grapefruit. Hence, the girl hugged a large grapefruit and did not let her father carry it, as it was too heavy. The little girl knew how to be filial, and hugged the grapefruit as she was carried away by her father. "Wait, wait. There's a small cart, put it on and pull it away." Sun Xian pulled a small cart over. "Don't carry it. A child and a 6 kilograms grapefruit, it's too heavy." As for the little girl, she had to be carried. When she finally fell asleep, she would cry when she woke up. When the family left, Zhang Huang looked at him and threw his pen away. "I won't write anymore. I'll just follow the way the others did. Is that all right?" "All right. Go to Feishan County to be a deputy. There's a deputy there, and you'll be the second deputy. In the future, the county will develop rapidly, and one deputy and registrar won't be enough." Li Yi agreed. The fact that Zhang Huang threw his pen away meant that he knew what was right. What he threw away was his pen, and what he left behind was his heart for the people. Zhang Huang paused and looked at Li Longji. "All right." Li Longji was peeling sunflower seeds, and used his fingernails to scrape them. "After the new year, you won't be the Hunan magistrate anymore." Su Yi spoke to Zhang Shua. He had a good relationship with Zhang Shua, and Zhang Shua was the one who recommended him. Thank. Zhang Huang was in a difficult position. "Who should I thank?" "You don't have to thank me. What I said, there will be a lot of money in the future. If you forget your original intentions, I will use my life to help you remember." Li Yi opened his mouth. "I'm the one who asked you to go. You don't have to thank others." "Of course. You have to understand that I will be responsible for the positions I have assigned. If something happens to you, I will bear the responsibility. I will need to fork out a lot of money to compensate the people and make old Bai happy. When that happens, when I deal with you, don't feel wronged. Dr. Li. Li Dongzhu. It doesn't matter what you call me. If you have the ability to lead the people to increase their income by 10 times, even if you scold me, I will do it." Li Yi waved his hand. "It's useless to say anything. You just have to be an official, and I will increase my lifespan." Chapter 2085. Xiao Yi, there are 2 more days before the competition. Are you nervous? Early in the morning, Lu Huaishan came over during breakfast. He only ate millet porridge today and did not eat other staple foods. He only ate some pickled vegetables. "I'm nervous. There are still empty advertising spots that have not been sold." Li Yi nodded. "Are you nervous because you can't make money?" Bai Gu was surprised. "Yes. Why not make money that should be made? There are advertisements in the newspaper today. Let the rich businessmen advertise there." Li Yi was also eating bland food. Last night, he went to the laboratory to study urine. Why could urine block mosquito bites to a certain extent and treat mosquito venom at the same time? After autumn, the mosquitoes went crazy in the mountains and used the last time to suck blood. Today's newspaper wrote that it was best for everyone to apply urine when they were bitten by mosquitoes. The effect would be the most obvious. He was disgusted by the research and gave an uncertain answer. Mosquito venom was acidic while urine was alkaline. In the short time after the mosquito bites, the alkaline in urine could destroy the structure of the mosquito venom. After applying urine, it would depend on the situation. Some urine would be effective and some would not itch very much. After a while, it would itch again. After that, the itch would be due to the body's histamine reaction before the venom was removed. Histamine reaction would not work with toilet water or alcohol. Antihistamine would work. Antihistamine was a medicine with antihistamine effects. There were also a few types of Chinese medicine that were effective against different types of histamine. There were medicines in medical books that could be taken orally or applied externally. However, ordinary people did not use them and thought it was normal to be bitten by mosquitoes. He planned to make it into a cream. The byproducts of oil refining were paraffin wax and Vaseline. Some low-grade ones were treated as simple lubricants. He refined them and used them in medical and cosmetic products. Combined with other things, it became the clam oil that he used when he was young. The cost of the skin care oil now was high. In the future, he would reduce the cost and use it for the people in the north. Further north was the export area. Although it could not generate foreign exchange, it could take back the exchange coupons that were accepted by the foreigners. The antihistamine medicine was placed together with the Vaseline so that it was convenient to carry and apply. After studying urine for such a long time, Li Yi was in a bad state. He ate bland food, especially century eggs. The smell of century eggs was similar to the smell of dry toilets in the summer. Dry toilets in the summer did not require breathing through the nose, but through the mouth. Crunch, crunch. Princess Yongmu ate a piece of lotus root without caring about her image. The advertising slots will be sold out by today. Why? Baigu was suddenly curious. How was it sold? Teach me. Li Lang wrote in the newspaper that other materials for building the railway will be purchased from the merchants who advertised it. Princess Yongmu smiled and pointed at a stack of newspapers placed next to her. It was a thick book printed on one side. Most of them were advertisements. Yu Huaid and other tycoons from Chang'an needed to sell things. Li gave them preferential prices, all kinds of group purchases, discounts, buy one get three free, monthly packages. The items they sold were guaranteed to be returned within a certain period of time, only replaced without repair, warranty, return of goods, shipping costs, and so on. The big merchants of Hunan Prefecture realized that the sales of their goods had been affected too much in the past few days, so they had no choice but to follow suit and advertise. The commoners had a strong desire to buy, and they bought enough to paste windows and walls in their homes. They could also practice calligraphy by flipping them over, and if that didn't work, they could also rub them together to use the toilet. The Ministry of Revenue seems to be able to try selling wheaten food? Baigu asked Li Yi. Li Yi felt the temperature of the 8 treasures porridge, picked it up and gulped it down. He rubbed his stomach and asked, "Have you recorded all the accounts?" "Of course. A portion of the autumn grain rent will be paid to the officials, and the rest will be given in the form of exchange vouchers. Some of the extra autumn grain will be placed in Chongping's warehouse, and some will be purchased by the Ministry of Revenue's Wheaten Food Department at the price of bulk goods. It will be a little lower than the market price, less than 5%. The accounts will be clear if they are operated separately." Baigu raised his chin slightly. "I understand. It's impossible to make a direct turnover from the inside. A price difference of nearly 5%? Then we can just sell it directly based on the market price and reduce it by 5%? Li Yi didn't fall for it. What did he mean by less than 5%? The grain itself was a bulk trade. With a 5% difference in cost, would others still sell it at retail? It would impact the market. We won't sell the grain. We will make it into finished products and sell it. Baigu promised. Will you transfer it to the warehouse after buying it? Or will you put it in the original warehouse where the imperial court rents it? Or even buy it in bulk and settle it in installments? Are you trying to get something without risking anything? Using the manpower of other departments in the imperial court to save manpower for your own department? Li Yi had a problem. Could you just separate the accounts? Burning newspapers in the grave? Who are you trying to fool? Baigu, wait for me to ask. Oh my god. Baigu reacted. Simply put, I will buy 10,000 stones of rice. If the quantity is large, you will give me a discount for bulk goods. The rice will be placed in your warehouse, and I will transport it bit by bit. I will give you a batch of money as I transport it. I will buy new rice. If I sell 5,000 stones of rice this year, the rice you will give me next year should be the same. Baigu was sweating profusely. He didn't even eat and went to find someone to ask. Li Lang, it doesn't sound right. Princess Yongmu tilted her head and looked at Li Yi. You are clearly trying to buy new socialist rice. Li Yi nodded, then immediately changed his words. You are trying to cheat the imperial court of the Tang dynasty of grain. How? Princess Yongmu couldn't figure it out for a moment. Little miss, there are costs to storing grain in the warehouse, labor costs, and losses. Xiaolan reminded. Yes. Princess Yongmu suddenly understood. By the time she finished eating, Baigu had returned with a calm expression. He was too calm. Li Yi sighed. How did you deal with it? What kind of sick hands do you still need to train? I will help you with 33 people. Baigu said. Wealth moves people's hearts. The system must be perfected. Li Yi understood. 33 people deserved to die. Some of them followed him to Luoyang, and some of them were still in Chang'an. He made a call to arrest people and search their houses. Baigu took 2 deep breaths. Xiao Yi, why didn't you, why? The tax system I gave you has no loopholes. I only mentioned selling noodles, but did you ask me to manage the other operations? I was asking why you didn't impart such important knowledge to me earlier. I have failed in my duty. I am too ashamed to face. Old Bai, you want to join the group? No, I can still persevere for 2 more years. I can persevere. Xiao Yi, are you full? I will make tea for you. Baigu suddenly came to a realization. He shook his head and said that he was going to look for tea leaves. I don't dare let you make tea for me. Li Yi hurriedly stopped him. The people from Chang'an will be here soon. Train as hard as you can. Baigu gritted his teeth. I have to live, and then I will line up the squatters. I don't want to ask a volunteer to die on the operating table. Li Yi also shook his head and refused. There were many ways to kill people. Deliberately killing someone on the operating table? He couldn't. His heart couldn't bear it. He had never done it before. He had never even thought about it. It was true. You used the word volunteer well. Baigu gave him a thumbs up. Yes. Li Yi grinned. Chapter 2086. Handsome Dongzhu, beautiful and dignified princess, beautiful and smart Xiaolan, follow me this way. The little robot led the way. Li Yi, Princess Yongmu and others followed. Its learning ability was particularly strong. Li Yi was satisfied. He didn't exchange his lifespan for it. In case the little robot accidentally fell off the cliff, he quickly exchanged for another one and copied the cloud data saved by this little robot. Princess Yongmu's bag next to him contained the ointment he made in the laboratory last night. He sent it to the baby who was stung yesterday. He was worried that the baby's urine would repeat if he applied it late. Because Zhang Huang itched again last night, he took his own, and applied it. After breakfast in the morning, it itched again. It seemed that during blood circulation, oxygen supply, temperature, and humidity could cause a histamine reaction. Li Yi applied it to Zhang Huang first. It seemed that the effect was good. The other party had been following him. He went to find the baby. The baby had so many bags. He didn't want any other problems. Histamine could die. It was allergy. The patient was allergic during surgery. Were you afraid? When the mother was allergic during childbirth, would she tremble? Dr. Li, this medicine works. Zhang Huang called Li Yi with his official identity. Now he was the deputy county magistrate of Feishan County and was learning from the Li family Zhuangzi. He had never been a deputy county magistrate. He could see that he was lacking in some matters of handling official affairs. Li Guiheng taught him. He chose the teacher himself. Songda and Sun Xian didn't have time. Only Li Guiheng was better in his opinion. He studied for more than 10 days and went to take office in December. He also had a teacher, Purple Jade No. 3, who was responsible for teaching him conspiracy and internal struggle. The little robot knew the location and turned around. When the disguised Yulin flying cavalry was about to be confused, they finally arrived at the place. A family of 4, 3 of them were eating lean meat porridge. There was no fat at all. They were afraid of eating bad food. The baby was lying in a baby carriage made of bamboo. His body was covered with a quilt, revealing his little face. Not far away, someone was using a knife to chop bamboo. Someone else was using a grinding wheel to grind the chopped bamboo. Someone else took bamboo to make the baby carriage's basket and made the carriage's frame and wheels. The entire car was made of bamboo, and lubricant was applied to the axle of the wheels. The person who was working was wearing Li family Zhuangzi's clothes, with the word murky on his chest. They were skilled and their movements were smooth. It was clear that they were certified craftsmen who had passed the examination to join Zhuangzi. Li glanced at it and knew that it was too late to pee. There was a bowl in the baby's stroller, and the liquid inside was definitely not a drink. Li Dongzhu. The child's parents stood up, and the little girl followed suit. Dongzhu. The craftsmen shouted excitedly. They were now Zhuangzi's people. How many times have you applied it? Li first nodded to the craftsman before asking the child's family. 6 times. Every time little brother pees, we'll take it. The blister on his body will always bulge. After wiping it off, he'll go down again, the little girl said. It's too late. The effect doesn't last long. The poison is still in the body, and I didn't destroy the mosquito poison in time. Li looked at the baby's face. It was okay. He was sleeping soundly, not peacefully. Apply this thing again. Li stretched out his hand. Princess Yongmu handed over a small bamboo box that was made from small round pieces of bamboo. When the elder sister came over, she adjusted the direction of the box so that it was away from the wind. The baby felt cold. His muscles contracted, and he shivered twice. Li applied it on the baby's body with his hand, then covered it again. There's some on my legs too. The little girl rolled up her pants, revealing more than 20 small red spots. Why didn't you say anything? The father raised his arm to slap the little girl. Ha! Li looked over. Dad, I forgot. I secretly peed last night and this morning. The little girl lowered her head, tears falling down her cheeks. Slap! The man slapped his own face, grabbed his hair with both hands, and squatted on the ground. It's okay, don't cry. There's a lot left. I'll give them all to you. When it rains again in 2 days, the mosquitoes will be gone. Li squatted down to wipe the little girl's legs. Clearly, the little girl was sensible and didn't want to worry her parents, so she didn't say anything. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan also squatted down to help. Unless it was an emergency, Li squatted. The two of them couldn't stand. If it were Princess Yuzhen, she could stand, but Li Yi definitely wouldn't be the one squatting. There were ice chips in the medicine, so it was cool and comfortable when applied. The little girl took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears of her younger sister. Master was busy for a long time last night because of this matter. The little girl suddenly smiled. Li Dongzhu is indeed a genius doctor. A doctor has a benevolent heart. I'll teach you simple medical skills. It's easy to learn. The little girl wanted to impart medical knowledge. But I don't have money. I can't afford to buy it. The little girl was tempted, but she shook her head. I have money. I'll buy it and eat it together, okay? The little girl continued. Really? The little girl obviously didn't understand what a gift was. She only knew that she needed a gift to find her master. If her master could buy a gift, then she didn't have to, right? They could eat it together. If you don't believe me, you can ask my junior brother, Guizong. The little girl looked at her junior brother. Yes, I am. I don't have any gift. Master brought something to eat with me. Li Guizong had no other choice. He had to say this, otherwise he would have to jump and roll forward to avoid the Mandarin duck chain kick. Okay, I'm willing to learn from you. Is the gift good? The little girl agreed. It's okay. I'll get someone to fry it for us. Stir-fried green garlic. When the little girl thought of bacon, she felt that fresh meat was better. Master, can you arrange it? The little girl looked at Li Yi expectantly. Ask your master's wife. Li Yi gave her a look. Before the little girl could speak to Princess Yongmu spoke first. Arrange it. This family will work next to Zhuangzi. Master's wife, you're so nice. The little girl was happy. It's because you're good at taking pulses. Your nose is better than a dog's. Princess Yongmu smiled. When she was wearing the medicine ring, the little girl smelled it from afar. After taking her pulse and confirming that it wasn't her, she turned to other people. That day, the little girl performed exceptionally well. That was how she got to know her master and was accepted as a disciple. Yes. Dogs can't tell the medicinal properties. The little girl didn't think that her master's wife was scolding her. She was close to Princess Yongmu. When her master asked her to ask her master's wife, it meant that she was approved. The little girl's eyes lit up. Can I play with my elder sister in the future? Sure. Remember, try not to say anything like "let's play together" in the manner. The little girl turned her head to look at the disguised winged knights. Guazi nodded gratefully at the little girl. She was a good person with a kind heart. She was both intelligent and beautiful. Oh. I won't say it, I won't say it. Although the little girl didn't understand what she meant, she felt that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with it, something very serious. I'll tell you in the future. Eat. The little girl pushed the little girl back to the dining table. Chapter 2087. Qing Dai wants to take in a disciple. When everyone left for other places, Li Yi smiled and asked the little lass. No. I just saw that she was very willing to learn, so I taught her a little. She even left a handprint on the baby's body. The little lass shook her head and said. She jumped up and down as she walked, looking lively and mischievous. She saw you massaging the baby yesterday, so she tried it. She massaged for a long time. Li Yi explained the situation. There were fingerprints on the baby's body. Yesterday, when the little lass massaged the baby, the little girl saw it. Her little brother was itchy and uncomfortable, so she learned to massage it. She didn't know if she was pressing it right or wrong. After pressing it once, she looked at her little brother's reaction. If his reaction wasn't good, she would change the position and press it. The baby had been bitten by mosquitoes a lot. Under the histamine condition, the skin was slightly swollen. If she pressed it for a long time, there would be a handprint. The baby's metabolism was fast, so the handprint she pressed last night would disappear in the morning. The key was that she pressed it this morning. In some cases, interest is important. Just like when I was young. I forgot, it should be interest, right? The little lass said according to the theory she learned from her master. She used herself as an example and suddenly remembered that she was still young. You are inherited from genes. It is more terrifying than interest. You can't come into contact with things outside and don't go to school. You are a girl. Other than medicinal herbs, there are doctors around. Your toys are herbs or tools to concoct medicinal herbs. It should be, right? I remember a long time ago, there was a snake. Everyone caught it, and I was in the courtyard. The snake avoided the others and jumped towards me. They shouted for me to avoid it. But I saw how they caught it. I also took a dead snake. I squatted down and looked at the ants moving the worms. I stretched out my hand and pinched the snake. I know that it is called a 5-step snake. It opened its mouth. I picked up a stone and smashed its teeth. The little lass remembered some scenes very clearly. She remembered it. Li Guizong shrunk his neck. Senior sister is more ruthless than me. So cruel. Senior sister, I heard that after killing a snake, other snakes will come to take revenge. Li Guizong heard it from the adults. Really? The little lass looked at her master with bright eyes. How can there be such a good thing? Li shook his head. Sigh. The little girl sighed. She was considering killing this poisonous snake. When more poisonous snakes came knocking, she would capture them all. However, the female snake may leave behind a scent during the mating season, and the male snake will follow the scent and come here. From a scientific point of view, Li Yi understood why his second disciple had spread the rumor. The little girl nodded. During mating season, as long as you catch the female, you can catch the male. For those that have already mated, we can capture the female and wait for the baby snakes to grow up. Non-venomous snakes are not worth raising at the moment. Li Yi did not rear snakes for meat and skin, as the cost was high, and it was more convenient to rear pigs. Master, the preservation conditions of the antivenom are very strict. I promise to pay for it. Li Guizong knew that the governor's office in Guangzhou had sent the antivenom. Whether it was packaging or preservation, it was not easy. As technology improves, the cost gradually decreases. In the Tang dynasty, many people were bitten by poisonous snakes every year, and everyone treated them with traditional methods. Some medicines could indeed cure them, while others could only watch them die. The types of poisonous snakes were different, and it was obviously impossible to cure all the poisons with one medicine. If people survive, not only can they make money, but after being treated, their sense of support for the imperial court will also strengthen. Li Yi taught in a simple way, passing on knowledge, teaching, and dispelling doubts. Not only did he have to teach professional knowledge, but he also had to teach how to behave. One must have a righteous heart, and the means to deal with bad people must be diverse. Otherwise, one would be schemed to death. Dongzhu, Songda reported that all the advertising spots were sold. The voice of the little robot that was being pushed away came out. Only by luring them with benefits can you profit. Li Yi had practical cases when teaching his disciples. After that, buy their things. Li Guizong thought of the guaranteed profit of advertising. Buy, but the price is not determined by them. It's a bidding. The bidding process not only includes price and quality, but also includes service. In this way, if a small businessman can be selected, I will say that his service is good, even if other people's price and quality are better than his. Give him profits, his advertising will not be in vain, and he will continue to cooperate next time. Master, I understand. Li Guizong bowed slightly. The little girl smiled. It turned out that one could not only pursue one's own interests, but also had to consider more situations. Everyone talked as they walked. Li Yi made a new ointment and felt a sense of accomplishment, so he was not busy with other things. They walked, and at 10 o'clock, they strolled to the platform north of Zhuangzi, the path taken by the small train. The train was small, but the distance between the tracks was the same as outside, called the gauge. It could connect a section of the railway to let a big train in at any time, but the capacity of the railway track was slightly poor. The key was the roadbed. There was a shed on the small train, and there was no carriage wall, used for sightseeing. When the weather turned colder, everyone would wear thick clothes or use canvas walls. On the carriages, people carried baskets filled with steamed buns, pancakes, pomelos, oranges, hawthorns, dates. In addition, there was burning incense. No one knew where the incense came from, but it was probably from the temple. Li Yi looked and wanted to laugh, but he held back. Go to the cemetery of martyrs to make sacrificial fruits? On the same day, go, offer them, burn 3 sticks of incense, and bring them home to eat? It's not good to throw them away. Princess Yongmu felt that it was funny. It means that there are martyrs and heroic spirits in their hearts. Xiao Lan's words proved a fact. Regardless of how the people operated, they trusted them in the past. They believed that the martyrs died for the country, and their heroic spirits did not dissipate after death and continued to protect the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, why didn't they bring the things to other people's graves and bring them back? It would scare them to death. For example, if someone died in a memorial hall, they would get a cheap coffin and bury it in a place where there was no owner, but would the people go? If they went to the cemetery of martyrs, even if they brought back something, people would take a look and return to the cemetery of martyrs. If they went to the wild cemetery area, no, not to go, they would feel uncomfortable going home. Did anything follow them? If they had nightmares or felt uncomfortable at night, they would have to go to the cemetery of martyrs and ask the heroic spirits for help. Li Yi knew that in his time, not to mention the Tang dynasty, he would feel uncomfortable going to the crematorium and cemetery area. When he arrived at the hospital, the doctor told him to drink more water, rest more, and not to think too much. In the end, he still had nightmares. Someone told him to go to the cemetery of martyrs and see if he would go. Li Yi felt that if he were in his shoes, he would also go. There was no loss in going. The non-commissioned officer of the 16 guards stood on the platform of the station. Each of them had their chests out and looked up with solemn expressions. So many people went to worship the dead soldiers, and the incense kept burning. There are empty seats. Shall we go and take a look? Princess Yongmu found that the 6 carriages were not full. She wanted to take a look and have lunch there. Stop at the station. Add 4 carriages on the side track and bring food. Let the people wait for more than 10 minutes. Li Yi didn't want to find an empty seat. It was more convenient to hang the carriages. Chapter 2088. When the small train stopped, the people stopped. Li Dongzhu wanted to go with them. Happy. Wait for a while, there's no hurry. The carriages were hung up, and Li Yi and the others changed their clothes. Li Yi thought for a moment, then changed into the official robes of secondary class 1. When Sangguan, Li Yi Princess Yongmu changed into her own princess robe, and Xiaolan changed into a palace robe. She didn't want an official position. The little girl was a 3rd-rank official, and Li Guizong, tell the workshop to immediately make a set of golden-purple Guanglu's robes for Guizong to wear. Guizong should have a real position. He can't always be so pitiful. Secondary 8th-rank official, Guizong, do you want to be a left or right Shi? Li Yi saw his second disciple's envious expression and arranged for him to be a 3rd-rank official, just like his senior sister, and a real position above 8th-rank official. Zhang Jiuling had been a county magistrate before, and the one who took Cui Ryong down was a large group of people who said that they didn't know how to write. Because he didn't take down Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, Zhang Jiuling went home in a fit of anger. He stopped playing and went home to repair the road. Many fifth-rank officials couldn't get a second-rank official's robe even if they wanted it. This was because they could directly report to the emperor and bypass the prime ministers. In less than 6 minutes, a set of third-rank officials' robe was made. The quality wasn't very good. He used a sewing machine to make the sleeves and collar separately and simply tied them together. The pattern on the top was cut from the large robe and sewed on, adding an extra layer. Li Guizhong happily said that he had an official position. He could make new clothes when he came back. There was no hurry. 11 minutes later, the train left the station again and rumbled towards the cemetery of martyrs. The last carriage was filled with food. The winged knights sat in the back of the remaining 3 carriages, and the Li family Zhuangzi's guards sat in the front. In the middle were Li Yi and 2 groups of Tao Hong and some of Princess Yongmu's guards. The 6 carriages in front were full of people, and there were many people standing. The people who set up stalls near the Li family Zhuangzi actively participated. They were just like the stalls at the head of the Ba River Zhuangzi Bridge. The bodyguards on Zhuangzi each had a horizontal blade. They did not wear bows, crossbows, shields, or armors. Their bodies were the shields. As for killing people from afar, Dongzhu had a gun. The winged knights had the same weapon, a horizontal blade. Since everyone knew how to shoot, Dongzhu could just switch to the outside. Why is there an extra Zhuashi? So be it if you want to give him a dishonorable position, but how can you force him to take on the position of official? Bai Gu, who had received the news in the political affairs hall, grumbled to himself as he arranged for people to make seals and write down the official documents. The seal needed to be imprinted under the Hall of Secretaries and then handed over to Li Guizhong. Regardless of the clothes, the Li family Zhuangzi could make them. As for Li Yi's seal, if he didn't give it to him, he would use it at the last minute and then immediately quit it. There was no record at all. We can also add an extra right shi. Give it to us. Zhang Jiuling reminded Bai Gu. If there was an extra position in the Hall of Secretaries, everyone should fight for it. They couldn't get rid of the original Zhuashi, so there could only be one more. I'm worried about that kid. Bai Gu finally spoke the truth. He felt vexed whenever he saw Li Guizhong. He didn't have any good ideas. Other than forcibly increasing the number of positions, the rest of the procedures were correct. Li Yi was qualified to recommend talents to the emperor according to the position of the civil and military officials. Zhang Jiuling was recommended by Zhang Shua when Zhang Shua was the prime minister. Zhang Jiuling tattled on Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan because they did not handle things well enough. On the other hand, he wanted to avenge Zhang Shua. In history, the imperial court used to be very deep. Li Yi's appearance made it clear. It was useless for everyone to scheme against each other. They could not shake Li Yi's position. But you have good teeth. Everything you eat tastes good. Song Jing mocked. It was fine if the child was young. His master was powerful. Didn't the child usually interact with the emperor and the retired emperor? Bai Gu smacked his lips. I'll wash my teeth tomorrow. Who will be assigned to the right shi? With an extra position, the imperial court will pay an extra salary. Secondary class, rank 8 is also money. It's not the money of a secondary class, rank 8. No shi only has a real position and not a part-time official. Otherwise, they won't be able to survive in Chang'an and Luoyang. The money is too little. Su Yi reminded Bai Gu. If he added a part-time official, he would have to eat. Rank 5. Secondary class, rank 5, part-time official. This is really given. Bai Gu looked distressed. He did not give Li Guizhong his salary. He did not give Li Yi his standard rank 1. He only gave him a part-time official. He also did not give him any other benefits. Things like cars, horses, clothes, guards, and attendants. he did not give them. Would Li Yi use them if he gave them to him? He had an ambulance and could fly. If he traveled by water, he would have a yacht. Your Majesty, just now. Gao Lishe received a report from his subordinates and told Li Longji. Oh. Li Longji continued to look at the memorials sent by the prefectures. He took a look at them. If they were okay, he would agree. If they were not, they were all okay. At most, he would add a few more words. Gao Lishe stood back. He was only responsible for telling the emperor. Although Li Guizong was young, if he studied under Li Yi for 2 more years, he would probably be able to become an assistant minister. Tong Zik was under 10 years old. He would be given a small official position. Those who had passed the boy imperial exam had been at the same age as Li Guizong, but they had been crushed by Li Guizong. Li Longji finished approving all the memorials after a quarter of an hour. He had few things to worry about and could correct them at any time. If he made a mistake in one place, it would not affect a large area. The Tang dynasty was stable. Guizong was originally a wild boy. The Chao Tian Foundation gave him a chance. Now, he is polite, diligent, righteous, and has good character. Brother Yi worried a lot, and the little girl taught her junior brother all day long. If it were someone of the same age, they would not be able to suppress him. It is time, luck, and fate. When Li Longji thought of Li Guizong being bullied, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Without the little girl, there was only Li Guizong. Li Guizong defied the heavens. Unfortunately, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that Brother Yi adapted from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu were born as Yu and Liang respectively. Little Guizong was suppressed by the little girl in all aspects. The little girl spoke with her strength. Gao Lishe served tea. Next year, the 2 children will participate in the imperial examination. Will they be given the child imperial examination alone? Li Longji picked up the lid of the teacup. The child imperial examination needs to be interviewed on the spot. The little girl is sensible. If Guizong makes things difficult for the interviewees, what should we do? Ask Long Zhe, Guangping, Jiuling, and Tingshuo. Are the 4 of them willing to be the examiners of the child imperial examination for the little girl and Guizong? Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not possible. If they make things difficult for Guizong, the little girl will be angry. She and her junior brother will join forces to question the 4 chancellors. If the chancellors can't answer, I don't dare to think about it. Gao Lishe spoke up for Bai Gu and the others. It was not possible. Normal knowledge was not a problem. If the 4 chancellors joined forces, they could answer all questions. He was afraid that the little girl would use the contents of the medical books to push political and economic problems. There were dialectics in medicine. There were also the Buddhist and Taoist scriptures that Li Yi later translated and annotated. How could the chancellors have time to learn? The other senior sisters and junior brothers were flipping through tablets. The most frightening thing was that the news would be released now. Li Yi focused on teaching. There were still about 3 months. What others learned for a year, the 2 children learned in a few days. Not to mention the 4 chancellors, even the people in the group couldn't do it. Unless compared to poetry, the 2 children had little life experience. Chapter 2089. His pants are covered in mud, and his clothes are drenched in sweat. Who is he doing this for? For the harvest of autumn, for the return of spring geese, full of hot blood, singing without regrets, looking across the horizon, wondering when my comrades will return. On the train, Li Yi was not idle. He did not bring a musical instrument, but he brought a small robot. Small robots should not exist in the world of the Tang dynasty, just like him. Li Yi took the lead in singing a military song, accompanied by music. The village guards and winged knights all sang together, changing some of the words, for whom? Some people's voices were hoarse, some were out of tune. It was clearly the main melody, but they sang a harmony effect, including partial and low octaves, like the ninth chord of a harmonica. Who are you? For whom? The people in the front carriage sang along. They knew. From Pyongkong Square, it was a military song, a political mission. Luoyang Sigong Square had to learn. Any song from Chang and Pyongkong Square, Luoyang Sigong Square guaranteed to be able to play, sing, and dance. Songhai's Laughter, Xiao Hongqian, Shanghai Beach, Chaser of Dreams, One Arrow Plum Blossom, Half a Pot of Yarn, etc. Li Yi started, and everyone followed. The train did not move fast, and the mountains on both sides were written with red paint. Green Mountain is fortunate to bury loyal bones, why should the corpse be wrapped in horse hide? But Long Cheng's flying general is here, he will not let the horse pass the Yin Mountain. There were also murals, with simple strokes outlining the situation of the battlefield. The jumping wave army rushed forward, risking their lives to break through the enemy's defensive formation. The two sides of the formation breaker went straight for the strongest sword-shield soldiers in front of the enemy's army. They advanced fiercely, forcing the enemy's army to retreat. The cavalry on both sides rushed to help, and the army formation was lost. Hot air balloons rose into the air to warn, and the sky monkeys fired in rows. Packs of explosives were carried by horses to charge. There was also a painting of the winged knights setting out from Chang'an, accompanied by a poem, Vast and mighty sorrow of parting, the day sets, the whips point west to the horizon. Fallen flowers are not heartless, turning into spring mud to protect flowers. Li Yi changed it. Anyway, no one asked him for the copyright. Including the man in the emperor's clothes, who was looking through binoculars, the countless boats, the people carrying things, and the luggage behind him. There were also commoners from the capital magistrate who donated money. Women from Pyongkong Square lined up to deliver the jewelry to the Vermilion Bird Gate. Empress Wang led the women in the palace to make military uniforms. The chancellors issued orders under the dim oil lamps. The woman from Wantian Lan Xiang Pavilion sent people to buy countless things and piled them up at the dock. The young man was practicing with his sword, preparing to serve the Tang dynasty. Everyone's postures were drawn and accompanied by poems and essays, except for the Li family Zhuangzi. Not having it didn't mean that it had been forgotten. The commoners knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had pushed for the Battle of the Yellow River and the Battle of the North. The coupons they used were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's strongest force was logistics, the Ba Shui army. The train they were on now belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu was sitting behind. The Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi that was not drawn on the cliffs along the way was the strongest. The newspaper in their hands was printed by the Zhuangzi. They read and sang along the way. The small robots were changed one after another. The sound consumed a lot of electricity, and the backup battery was used. There were still people pushing small robots to charge in the aisle of the train. They could not wait for the power to run out, which would affect the battery life. Dongzhu, I don't want to nag you, but remember to bring a diesel generator next time. You've already built it. It looks scary now. It's going to run out of power. The small robot that was being pushed to charge talked to Li Yi when it passed by him. You'll save more power if you don't talk so much. In fact, adding a small thing on the train can help you charge. I'll go back and study it and make it. Li Yi looked at the 80% battery shown on the small robot's screen. He did not think that the other party's battery was low. Dongzhu, I don't know why, but I find that you've become more handsome. You have to believe in my judgment. The small robot's voice was gentle. I only believe that whoever has milk is my mother. Li Yi would not be fooled. Dongzhu, you're right. You're not only handsome, but also wise. As long as the small robot could be charged at any time, it would be easy to talk to and say good things. You're wasting your talent. You should be the prime minister. Li Yi curled his lips. Dongzhu, I don't care. I'm used to it. The master is among the people, and the clown sits in the palace. I'm saying that you're thick-skinned and have a future. My skin is also thick. It's made of titanium alloy. It's light and strong. He 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 he. Princess Yongmu laughed. The other guards could not help but laugh together. I was wrong. Push it down. Wait, don't. I've done meritorious deeds for the Dang nation. I've shed blood for the minister. Everyone, give me a hand. Ha 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 ha. Li Yi could not help but laugh. He did not expect the small robot to make such a joke. Amidst the small robot's miserable cries, it was pushed to continue charging. Li Yi looked at the small robot being pushed around and felt a sense of nostalgia. It should not be shouting something like the Dang nation. It should be shouting, instant noodles, melon seeds, ham sausages, beer, poker. Those in front, please make way. Just like the rumbling sound of the train at this moment, it seemed to have penetrated through thousands of years, including the salty and sweet smell of smelly feet. It did not dissipate for a long time. After experiencing a patriotic education, the train arrived at its destination, the Cemetery of Martyrs. Next to it was the new Tianshu and the Cemetery of a Few Puppies. The people got off the train and naturally waited on both sides. Li Yi adjusted his official hat and official uniform. He held a bright chrysanthemum in his hand and walked forward with a solemn expression. Next to him were Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, who were holding incense. Behind them were the women holding the flowers. Their two sides were the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi, who had various physical disabilities. The guards did not support each other and walked on their own. There were those with crutches, those with empty sleeves, those with one eye, those who walked with a limp. They only had a horizontal sword hanging on their bodies, but the people around them knew that they were stronger than the winged knights behind them. The provocation army was an existence that broke the deadlock when the two sides were in a deadlock. If you asked them whether they could still be provoked, you would know by assassinating Li Dongzhu. Li Yi walked forward, burned 3 sticks of incense, and bowed 3 times. The country's territory is protected by the border, and the soldiers will not retreat an inch. The heavens are indifferent to all living things, and the world is hot-blooded and the Tang dynasty is respected. Princess Yongmu, Xiao Lan, the little girl, and Li Guizong deliberately tidied their clothes, then went forward to burn incense and bow. The people waited for the ceremony to end, then put the things they brought in place and burned incense. They had to bring the things back for their families to eat. After eating, they would not have to worry about evil spirits. Let's eat here and go back. I won't go forward. There are only 2 days left. Let's see what else they have to arrange. Li Yi was not going to leave. He wanted to give the monks and Taoists some space. If he went over, the other party would be under a lot of pressure. What if the performance was not good? The businessmen had already advertised. The more lively the scene was, the more likely the advertising investment was to be reported. The team began to prepare the food. Most of the food was cooked, and the raw food was used to make cold dishes. Li found the mausoleum guard. Are there any monks and Taoists coming? Li Dongzhu, not yet, the guard replied. Chapter 2090. One by one, the smoked chickens were taken down and distributed to the commoners before being placed on the table as offerings. The cooking method was the same as the smoked chicken, except that the chickens chosen were hens, which were about 2 years old. The commoners raised chickens for at least half a year before they could lay eggs. After 2 years, the number of eggs laid would drop and they would be eliminated. Some hens would be kept to lead the flock and give them a chance to build a nest. The hatched chicks did not dare to eat insects and would run away when they saw insects. With the old hens leading, the flock dared to fight against the heavens and the earth. The Li family Zhuangzi collected poultry and pigs to provide the commoners with fat and protein. The commoners in Hunan province earned a sum of money and reduced the price conflict between them. Li Dongzhu. About 20 steps away, an old woman placed her hand on the back of the neck of a 6 or 7-year-old boy who was holding a smoked chicken. "Auntie, please come closer." Li Yi stood up. The old woman and the young boy came over. Someone beside them served the soup with chopped green onion and lard. The lard soup was boiled with water. After the water boiled, salt, pepper, chopped green onion, and lard paste were added. The fire was extinguished. Drinking boiled water always felt like something was missing. The staple food was bread. There was no oil and it was baked directly in the pot. "Dongzhu, you are indeed blessed by the heroic spirit. My third grandson went to the outhouse 2 nights ago and came back saying that someone was floating and calling his name. He started to have a fever at night and drank more water according to the instructions in the newspaper. He used a cold towel to reduce the fever for a while. Last night, he had a fever again and said that the person was calling his name. I had no choice but to bring him here. Look, he is much better now. Drink the soup slowly, it's hot." The old woman explained the situation to her grandson. "Oh." Li looked at the child and turned his head. The little girl had already stood up and sat in front of the child. She did not use a pillow and directly grabbed his wrist. "Master, he is still burning. He is very excited now and drinking soup is to replenish his water. But from the looks of his face and pulse, his mood has stabilized. Give him a prescription. It was raining the day before yesterday. He went out to play during the day and got wet, right? He started to have a fever at night and went to the outhouse. When the cold wind blew, he started to hallucinate. I didn't get a fever because I saw something. I've been having a fever for 2 days. It's okay, I didn't cough." Li Yi observed the situation and listened to the aunt's words. "Godly doctor, Li Dongzhu, you really are a godly doctor. This child is disobedient when it's raining and insists on running outside." The old woman's expression relaxed, and her eyes were filled with excitement. The little girl had someone send her something, so she wrote a prescription for 2 pills. "Li Dongzhu, you don't want to take the medicine, that?" The old woman's face was once again filled with embarrassment. "You have to take the medicine. When you go back, take the prescription to the Li family Zhuangzi to get the medicine. I'll print it. It's free." The little girl took out a small stamp. Laughing heartily, she pressed it on the stamp. It wasn't her official stamp, as it was too big. "How can I do that? How could he do that? Should I get off at the Zhuangzi station on the way back? Quick, kowtow to Li Dongzhu." The old woman had a complex expression. When she was embarrassed, she accepted it and urged him to kowtow. "Auntie, don't worry. I'll prepare everything when I get there. I didn't pay for the medicine. Qing Dai will pay for it." Li Yi waved his hand. The child was grabbed by the collar and could not kneel down. "Quick, kowtow to sister," the old woman said to her grandson who could not kneel down. Li Guizong frowned. "It's not much. 2 prescriptions per prescription, 3 prescriptions per prescription. It adds up to $8. Ah. $8? I have it. I'll pay for it. During the summer, my second grandson had a similar illness. I had to pay $3. The old woman was at a loss. The difference was too big. $3,000 versus $8. Has he been cured? The little girl was puzzled. What kind of medicine was prescribed for the same illness? Even the cinnabar pills with ginseng, pearls, musk and other expensive herbs did not cost this much. If the prescription was changed to a decoction, it could cure both illnesses. Even the fever could be cured. $200 was more than enough for the rich. It's been cured. That monk is very capable. Oh! I didn't buy the medicine. It's free. I paid for the medicine. The old woman nodded her head and explained the source of the herbs. Great! It's free to ask for medicine. The little girl was angry. When her family treated patients, they did not dare to ask for money like this. However, there were people who gave her golden beans that were worth $7 or $8. They were rich. Most importantly, they were gynecologists. The Feng family's daughter was very powerful. She even participated in it. Junior brother, you are now Zhuashi. Tell His Majesty to check if there are any medical books written by Master in the temple. The little girl looked for her junior brother. If there were any medical books written by Master in the temple, it would be a great sin to ask for money. You want money for the incense? Did you give Master money for the lamp? It's so tiring for Master to write medical books. Li looked at the sky and waved his hand to call Chingsong number 1 over. He ordered for ginger and pepper to be added to the child's soup. He turned his head and said, Li family Zhuangzi, go investigate. As the patrol inspector of the Tang dynasty, how can I tolerate this? Oh! Master, you got promoted again? The little girl was stunned for a moment before she understood. Her master's official position could be changed at will. My official position is useless. Li Guizhong realized that he had an official position but couldn't use it. That's why you have to study hard and be worthy of this position. Don't smear Master's face. Actually, if you want to take the children's exam next year, you will also have an official position. Why don't we take the children's exam next year and then take the normal exam after that? The little girl wasn't interested in being an official. If she passed the children's exam, she would be an official. She would be an internal official and not an external one. The exam topics were the Book of Songs, Book of History, Book of Rites, Book of Changes, and Spring and Autumn. She could choose which one she knew. She also knew the Book of Filial Piety and the Analects of Confucius. If she answered all 10 questions correctly, she would be given an official position. If she got 2 questions wrong and got 7 or more wrong, she would be given a certificate. For ordinary children, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven if they were under 10 years old. In front of the little girl and her junior brother, these were all questions to get marks. They could take the exam as they pleased. Master? Li Guizhong shrunk his neck and looked at Li Yi. That's fine. Master's inferior disciple can take the children's exam first and then get a scholar's exam. Make do. I'll mention it. Li Yi felt that he should give his 2 disciples a chance, just like their academic qualifications. At that time, he had a doctoral advisor in his 20s in the junior class. Thank you, Master. This disciple is stupid and has embarrassed Master. Li Guizhong was happy. Don't say this in front of Bai Zaifu. Li Yi glared at his second disciple. After the meal, everyone rushed back. The old woman didn't give her money. She was willing to take the little girl's medicine. It seemed that the medicine would be more effective. In the blink of an eye, it was October 15th. The moon should be round at night. It was quite round at the 14th last night. Early in the morning, people rushed to their destinations. The wealthier people stayed at the Pyongkong Square next to the Pear Garden last night. Li Yi took out several white coats. It looked like it was going to rain today. Others wore Taoist robes and monk's robes, but he couldn't wear an official's uniform. He was most willing to wear a white coat. The nurses and the little girl also wore white coats. Even the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department followed suit. Medical apprentices were not allowed to wear white coats outside. In the Tang dynasty, a white coat represented the height of technology and virtue. It was a pass for all occasions, such as holding poetry meetings, celebrating birthdays, getting married, and attending funerals, Shao Yi, the temples and monasteries all have your medical books or their own handwritten copies. What are you going to do? Bai Gu was in contact with Buddhism and Taoism. Now he didn't look very good. Chapter 2091. Let's think about it later. Every country has its laws and every profession has its rules. Li walked towards the river. That place belonged to the Crouching Bull Mountain. There was a river, and the yacht went there by water. The results of the investigation were that the monks and Taoists all learned it. Princess Jingxian helped to print it and send it to the temples of the capital government. The monks and Taoists of the capital government cooperated. The books would be sent through various channels, including the imperial court, to the local doctors to learn. Hunan Prefecture naturally had it too. Some of the local monks and Taoists who specialized in this field got it and some copied it. It was fine to learn, but why didn't they follow the rules? Li Yi was angry. Just like the Koreans, they said something about Han medicine, it was their own medicine. In such a small place, how could they get all the herbs? Without the herbs, how could they research medicine? It was just a small illness. It wasn't something they researched, so they didn't need to invest money. In terms of research and development costs, they could just copy it. So why did you ask for 3,000 yuan? Look at how frightened the people were. The people of Hunan Prefecture made money from farming, so they could afford it. In other places, the people could only wait for death. Of course, if the aunt was stupid, why would she go to the temple for treatment? It wasn't as if Hunan Prefecture didn't have medical centers and pharmacies. There were doctors in the pharmacies. She didn't go to a proper hospital but went to a temple instead. Sigh. Bai Gu didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but he was happy with Li Yi's attitude. Shao Yi. Don't worry, if someone accuses you of taking care of people, I'll keep it for you. If no one accuses me, his family will never be sick. Go and find the monks in the temple to treat him. Li Yi wasn't afraid of being criticized at all. He didn't do anything wrong. If you don't believe me, ask the aunt of his third grandson who was sick. See who she was on. Li Yi said as he boarded the yacht. They would go in the day and start the Tao discussion at night. It would be difficult for the monks and Taoists to use their methods at dawn. Because there were many people, the yacht tied a rope behind it to other boats. Going west was considered going against the current. It was difficult for other boats to sail. Wise and wise retired emperor and graceful and dignified empress dowager, please have some fruit juice. The little robot ran to Li Dan and noble consort Lu's cabin and served tea. Is it hot? If it's not hot, I won't drink it. Li Dan began to act tough. It's hot. You can't use a straw. It's hot, the little robot replied. I suddenly feel like drinking something cold. What should I do? Li Dan put on airs. Add ice. If you have a stomachache, my family's Dongzhu will treat you. You can drink without any worries. The little robot probably logically calculated that the other party was looking for trouble. I'm just kidding. It's good to be warm. It warms the body and the heart. You've worked hard. Li Dan tapped the little robot's head with her finger. To serve the people. The little robot replied. Noble consort Lu took the glass of juice and said, how about getting someone to push you to charge your battery? Thank you, Empress Dowager. I'm on the yacht, so there's no shortage of electricity. The little robot said as it slipped into the corner. It did not leave and stayed to guard noble consort Lu and Li Dan. On the other side, the commoners were riding a train. An old woman with a child was telling everyone the story of Sanjin and Ba Qian. Their hearts are black. They asked me for Sanjin for Ba Qian medicine. The girl taught by Li Dongzhu gave it to me for free. How much can she earn as an apprentice? Third aunt, that's Feng Qingdai. She's Li Dongzhu's eldest disciple. She's different from the other apprentices. Yes, she's an official. She's a third-rank official. Our Luoyang's county magistrate is only a fifth-rank official. That's right. There's no difference between the three ranks. There's only an official. The girl is 2 ranks higher than the county magistrate. It's not about the 2 ranks. It's about the actual position. The empress is the most powerful in the palace. The prime minister can't walk in the empress's palace. No wonder. Sigh. All monks should be killed. Don't judge them all. There's a good one. I'm just talking about my family. His bald donkey lied to my family's Sanjin, the old woman shouted. Everyone spread the news. Before the train arrived, it had already spread that 3 boxes of gold had been cheated by the monk and that the monk had pretended to be a ghost to scare the children. Continue writing. How much should I write? As I write, I realize that I don't recognize this word anymore. Then I recognize it again. The little girl who was mentioned was teaching her junior to write calligraphy. She only wrote 1 word. Yong. Every day, she had to write for at least half an hour. She could use different styles. Regular script, cursive script, semi-cursive script. Under normal circumstances, she would use regular script and write properly. It was like playing the piano once a day. Beginners couldn't play Hainan once a day. After that, their speed would be faster. It was equivalent to a warm-up. She had to persevere in singing operas. It was the same principle. Li Guizhong worked hard to write. It wasn't homework. He had to write his soul. After writing for a while, he was at a loss. What word was this? Senior sister, I only know that it should be called Yong. When I write, you've experienced it before, right? Li Guizhong was vexed. The more he wrote, the worse it got. The little girl nodded. When you write, you have to adjust yourself. It's related to acupuncture. You have to be responsible for every needle. Why isn't Master practicing? Li Guizhong wrote. Stop. Your state is gone. You didn't see it when Master was practicing. Come, write the word walk. You have to make it look like a person is walking. The little girl told him to stop and change the word. She taught him very seriously. Li Guizhong respected his senior sister not only because she was better than him in all aspects. His senior sister's family was different from his. He was an orphan and had little experience in society. He was just a child from a small place who schemed against each other. His senior sister came from a medical family. How could she not interact with people when she was treating patients? There were many people she interacted with. Some were poor and couldn't afford to buy medicine. Some were rich and didn't care about money. The most amazing thing was that his senior sister knew that she didn't have long to live. She only had a few years to live. What should she do when she faced death? His senior sister chose to work hard while she was still alive and try to save as many people as possible. Senior sister, what are you thinking when you practice the word Yong? I'm always distracted. Li Guizhong began to adjust his state of mind and write the word walk. How far is Yong? The little girl answered. The sound of the keyboard and mouse clicked on the keyboard. The boat moved towards its destination. Li Yi didn't pay attention to the monks and Taoists at all. He was remotely commanding Fan Fan's team. They had rushed through the snowstorm and finally calmed down. However, the temperature was getting lower and lower. In the beginning of the heavy snow, it was interesting to fall into a pile of snow and sink into it. Now that the sun was shining and the cold of the snow was released, it was like jumping on a rock. It was very painful. Li Yi gave technical support and confirmed the direction of travel. He coordinated the deployment of the reinforcement team and Fan Fan's team. It was much better than Li Yi's map navigation. The navigation only gave the route, and Li Yi was responsible for the details of life. The data was fed back. He made a map and a three-dimensional image was produced. The Bahui Legion's strongest point was logistics. The logistics now belonged to the military data system of Li Yi's time. When it came to the specifics, the people of the tribe could feel the power of the Li family's manner. "Li Lang, we're here. Someone wants to see you." Princess Yongmu received the report and whispered to Li Yi. "No, there's no time. They think they can play psychological warfare. If they see me, they'll disturb me. They're taking this too seriously. My heart is with Fan Fan and Jiang Gang. Tell the monks and Taoists in our team to check the humidity. It's going to rain." Li Yi refused. He could see that the other party was playing tricks, but it was useless against him. He was commanding the north and northeast. Chapter 2092. It's by Yunzi. Princess Yongmu revealed the other party's identity. "I can't do that either. I don't have time." Li Yi didn't care who it was. He asked, "What's up?" "Sima Qingzhen. He doesn't live in Henan. He just arrived the day before yesterday and wants to see you today after hearing about the matter." Princess Yongmu repeated. "Oh. I know who it is. Yi Fashion, go talk to him." Yi Fashion is older than Sima Qingzhen, 23 years older. Li Yi knew about Sima Qingzhen, but he just found out and checked the information. Otherwise, how would he know what Sima Qingzhen was doing? He didn't study Taoism. The information showed that Sima Qingzhen was recruited into the palace when Li Dan was the emperor. When asked about yin and yang, he said it was a heresy and useless. The rule of the country was based on inaction. His surname was Li and his name was Yi. Was he also a heresy? "I'll invite spiritual master Yi." Princess Yongmu turned around to find him. She had to invite him. He was 103 years old. Li Yi continued to arrange things. After busying himself for 15 minutes, he finally sorted out the general situation. Bai Gu came over. "Xiao Yi, Ziwei isn't on the side of Henan. What does it have to do with me? Does he think he's qualified to be a peacemaker? Can he mediate? In this world, the bigger fist is the truth. Strength speaks. Sima Qingzhen can't affect me in any way. Why should I give him face?" Li Yi spoke the truth. Sima Qingzhen had no value in his eyes. How dare he cause trouble? Destroyed. He's been to many places to study pills. He knows the quality of herbs. Bai Gu wasn't angry with Li Yi. "When this is over, I'll meet such a person." "No, I'll give you face. You're familiar with him." "Oh, and Jiu Ling." Li Yi immediately changed his words. If he was valuable, the pills didn't matter. What if he found something good after going through so many mountains? The information he was looking up now was all from his time. The climate and terrain had changed. Hunan province was also known as Yu, which meant that there were elephants and pandas in the Qinling Mountains. However, he was not sure if the specific animals in every place of the Tang dynasty had gone extinct. Bai Gu smiled. "If that's the case, this old man will accompany you then." After he finished speaking, he left to look for Zhang Jiuling. He would first deal with the matters of the imperial court and then talk about Sima Qingzhen. Li Yi looked at the computer screen and turned around to take a few grapes from the fruit bowl in front of the little girl. He found a needle and thread and began to practice suturing. The little girl hurriedly ate a few, then looked for scissors and tweezers. She cooperated with her master and kicked her junior brother while she was at it. Li Guizong was practicing his calligraphy, so he didn't dodge when he was kicked. He looked up and saw the situation, so he cooperated. Master, there won't be any more grapes left in 2 days. We'll make a lot of money. The little girl chatted. Her master had told her that she had to learn to relax during surgery. As long as it was not too difficult, he would let himself relax and talk. This was because when the time came, he would not be performing one surgery, but one surgery after another. The late maturing varieties haven't been cultivated yet. They can only be stored in the cold storage first and sold for another month. Skills are money, just like being a doctor. Li followed the topic. Being a doctor was rich and had to be good at skills. The little girl nodded her small head. Yes, our family doesn't lack money, but now it's less. How can it be less? Li Guizhong tried hard to keep up with the rhythm. After my family found out about my illness, they thought about the prescription and asked for money. They went to further places to treat the people. The consultation didn't cost money, and they even sent medicine. The medicine they sent was not cheap. Many diseases were prescribed cheap medicine, but they were actually gambling with their lives. It was good to give expensive medicine, but it might be good to give cheap medicine. The people didn't have money. Our family gave good medicine and wanted to use other people's lifespan to exchange for my life. I also worked hard to learn. If I treated it myself, I should have more good karma. It was indeed useful. It allowed me to meet my master. My medical skills were not good, so I missed it at that time. The little girl believed in this. If her family worked hard to help others, she would be able to live and would not die early. If she had not met her master's wife in the mountains that day, or if her medical skills were not good enough, how could she have become his disciple? If her family had mentioned it and she was stupid, would her master have found a bunch of death row prisoners to practice his skills on? Li Guizhong's hands slowed down and he quickly followed. Master, senior sister doesn't have the talent. Will you treat senior sister? Li paused and then continued to insert the needles. I don't know. It's probably a pity, right? After all, it's a life. However, everything in the world has value. It's difficult to find a living person to practice on for an ordinary person and avoid the crime of death. Just like how many people died of illness, the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't treat every one of them. The medical skills in the medical books were just spread out. Li Yi spoke with conscience. The treatment of a genius Feng Qingdai and an ordinary Feng Qingdai was guaranteed to be different. But he would remember that there was such a little girl. Before the little girl died of congenital heart disease, he studied hard. Maybe he could send someone to find the little girl in the future. He could even directly use the little girl to practice. He would take his time and insert the needles again and again. Using the death row prisoners to practice was not his idea alone. Third brother and the ministers all supported it. Who didn't have a female family member? When the little girl became powerful and the women in the family were sick, they could ask her to treat them. The little girl was quite calm. It's already very good. At least you have a chance to learn and can go to school. Yes, the Tang dynasty's sorrowful field square raised me. Someone taught me the pinyin in the newspaper. The official school had a lot of money, so I went to study there. Li Guizhong echoed. The Tang dynasty's Chaotian Foundation gave money to the Sorrowful Field Square and the local official school. The officials of the Sorrowful Field Square were good. The teachers, instructors, and headmasters of the official school were also very good. His first teacher didn't dare to be his master, but his master gave him a second chance. The second teacher's master also gave him a chance to find a minister. Thinking about it, Li Guizhong raised his head. Master, I will study hard and let every child in the Tang dynasty live a good life. There were young people selling fried chestnuts in Lantian County who promised me. At that time, I said, remember what you said today. Later, they really helped everyone to make money. Li Yi stopped what he was doing and looked at his second disciple. Princess Yongmu came back after inviting people. She stood at the door and heard the conversation. She smiled brightly. On the other side, Yi Fashion saw Sima Qingzhen and followed him. Everyone was polite. Yi Fashion made tea. He learned to make kung fu tea in Zhuangzi. It was more time-consuming, so it was also called kung fu tea. Is this tea a secondary second grade? Sima Qingzhen saw that the tea leaves were all small buds. Secondary first grade. Gongru said that he could afford to drink it occasionally. Yi Fashion said with a smile. His identity was special. In order to give face to His Majesty, Li Yi gave face to Princess Jingxian. He couldn't wait for her to ask before giving the tea. Secondary first grade is good. The higher the grade, the more elegant it is. It's not like little Yi who is too crafty and takes the gains and losses of karma too seriously. Sima Qingzhen looked at the teacup in front of him and said. Secondary first grade for oneself can be clear or light. Sitting in that position for the sake of the people of the Tang dynasty, it has to be important. Yi Fashion also talked about the tea and refuted Sima Qingzhen. Xiao Yi didn't do it for himself. Chapter 2093. Sima Qingzhen nodded slightly. I don't know how this tea was made, but it has a deep understanding of nature. The water and tea support each other, and the dense mist lingers. Good. Ziwei is right. The dense mist is like the art of guidance, and it regulates the body through breathing. Everything in the Tang dynasty is breathing. How can guiding a person and guiding a whole be better than guiding the world? Yi Fashion continued to refute. Inaction. You're learning the art of guidance, but you're doing nothing. Is it a coincidence that you came here today? As he spoke, Yi Fashion picked up the pumpkin seeds. There were not many of them, and he cracked one open. Ziwei is proficient in the art of baiting. This nameless pumpkin seed is also a medicinal ingredient. Those who seek the Tao and take bait look for materials in the world to make pills and medicines. Those who seek the good fortune of the people look for things in the world to make pills and medicines. Pumpkins are big and sweet when they grow. They can be stored for years and eaten at any time. They're like vegetables and grains. Yi Fashion specifically chose what Sima Qingzhen learned. He was against eating pills, but Sima Qingzhen loved refining pills. Sima Qingzhen picked up a pumpkin seed and cracked it open to taste it. He smacked his lips. It's dry and flat. It seems to be able to go back to the stomach channel. It goes back to the large intestine channel. It's better to use it with betel nut to kill intestinal worms. Shan Wuwei spoke from the side. He also read the medical book that Li Yi copied. When the medical book was copied before, there were no pumpkin seeds. Everyone knew what it looked like from the picture. Now, it could be planted. It was found overseas. Sima Qingzhen grabbed a few more seeds and cracked them open like a squirrel. Brother Daoyuan, is this easy to get? Sima Qingzhen thought it was delicious and was ready to try refining pills or making other medicines. Yi Fashion held the teacup. Yi is hard and soft. The great Qian Yuan, the origin of all things, is the unification of heaven. Clouds move and rain move, the product is formed. Did Li Yi get such an evaluation from you? Sima Qingzhen finally lost his composure. Li Yi could represent the Tao of heaven. Clouds move and rain. Nourish all things and change all things. Tao comes from heaven, virtue comes from Kuan. How many forms of mutual generation and restraint are formed? Tao of heaven's governance, the people's livelihood. Yi Fashion held the cup and drank tea. Sima Qingzhen was quite good at studying the Tao. Unfortunately, Li Yi had copied out the parts that should have been translated and summarized by him. Li Yi copied a bunch of notes from different places. If others were to look at it, he would think about it himself and choose whichever one he thought was right. In any case, Li Yi couldn't choose who was most correct. It was just like the Analects of Confucius. So, in the future, pumpkins will be like cucumbers? Sima Qingjin put aside the more important matters first. Dao brother said that it would not benefit the people. Pumpkins could be used as medicine, vegetables, and rice. Naturally, they could be planted in large quantities with many seeds. There are also kidney beans for cowpeas, rice beans and string beans. Shan Wuwei spoke again. He had planted a lot of seeds and wanted to find someone to send some back home. The seeds could not be preserved. The people of the Tang dynasty planted them and guaranteed that they could be sent out. Is it delicious? Sima Qingjin asked straightforwardly. It's so delicious, it smells so good. The little robot beside him suddenly said. How can you speak human language? Sima Qingjin was shocked. Look at how scared you are. A single house spirit. Look at my screen. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The mystery of mysteries, the door of all wonders. My understanding is macroscopic and microscopic, nameless macroscopic, nameless microscopic. Often without desire, to see the wonder, macroscopic, often with desire, to see the wonder, microscopic. Like yin and yang, like earth and heaven. Seeing the wonder of heaven and earth, the mystery of mysteries, seeing the intersection of earth and heaven, the mystery of mysteries. The sky is under people's feet, and the earth is in the universe. As the little robot spoke, it revealed the words on the screen. The words also had a dynamic background. The sun and moon interlocked, and the stars changed 4 seasons. Sima Qingjin's hand holding the teacup trembled. The teacup and the saucer collided. It's dangerous. After more than 20 seconds, Sima Qingjin spoke. There was sweat on his forehead. Lazy. They still want to fight with my Dongzhu? Humph. Do you want sweet potatoes? I have some in my drawer, the little robot replied. Let Ziwei taste it. Yi Fashion felt sorry for Sima Qingjin. You have never come into contact with it. You are now on the deck of the Tang dynasty's cruiser. Kacha. Take it. The second drawer popped open. Help me close it. This one doesn't allow me to close it by myself. I'm afraid it will pinch the customer's hand. The little robot popped open a drawer. It needed the customer to push it in. If it closed it by itself, if a child suddenly stretched out his small hand, it would be hurt. Yi Fashion held back his laughter and took out a handful of dried sweet potatoes. It was thin, and he pushed it closed. How much is this item worth? Sima Qingjin looked at the little robot. Like Princess Jinxian, he wanted to have it. How much did the monks of Hunan province pay you to lobby? The Li family Zhuangzi will pay double, the little robot replied. I am not a lobbyist. Sima Qingjin was angry. I am not for sale, the little robot retorted. Ha ha ha. Li Dan, who was watching through the yacht's surveillance, laughed. He was especially happy. He felt that if he lived such a life, he could live for more than 100 years, just like Yi Fashion. Li Longji, who was smashing walnuts for noble consort Lu to eat, did not dare to hammer, afraid that he would hit his hand. Noble consort Lu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. The little robot was too funny. It is indeed not for sale. You can't take it away. Princess Jinxian looked at the little robot beside her. She could not ask for it. The drizzle fell while many people were looking at the sky. Then, small snowflakes appeared. The snowflakes did not take shape. They mixed with the rain and quickly dissipated. All the people in the construction units of Hunan province ran to the nearest supply point. They put on bamboo hats and straw raincoats. The chants were shouted even louder. After wearing the bamboo hats, it affected their vision. They had to use the chants to greet them. The wind was blowing on all sides, but the shelter above started to cook chicken soup with a lot of ginger powder. The dry rice noodles that were originally prepared were taken away and replaced with flour to make big pancakes. Everything was so natural. No one panicked. They had a plan. This was the embodiment of strength. Ba Shui Army. They knew last night that it might rain today. They had to take countermeasures, even if it did not rain. They are in trouble now. They can't use many methods. Let's make it simple tonight. It will be 3 days in a row. Li Yi was worried about the monks and Taoists. Their scene had become ugly. If the audience relied on their arrangement, it was guaranteed that it would not be good enough. He had to make more on his side. People were advertising, and the rich had bought good seats. It's snowing a little. Let's have another round. We can sell roasted sweet potatoes. Princess Yongmu was looking forward to it. Her mind was not on the discussion of scriptures at all. Li Lang had written a lot of notes and translated scriptures. He was kind and fearless, wasn't he? His translation was not as good as Li Lang's, and there were not as many. Roasted sweet potatoes were more fragrant when the weather was cold. Let the children eat a few mouthfuls for free. You can also make sugar-coated haws. Xiao Lan reminded. Yes, set up a big stove for roasting sweet potatoes, put a bunch of sugar-coated haws on the side, and then give free chicken soup. Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi. Do you want chicken soup? The soup can be free. We can cook skewers inside. It will be cheaper for the children. Li Yi thought. This was what he needed to think about. Chapter 2094. It was early in the morning and the rain was getting heavier. The monks and Taoists at the end of the Funyo mountain range looked at the sky and were worried. They needed auxiliary tools for the Tao discussion at night. In the current weather, most of the tools would be ineffective. Also, if they flew in the sky, they would be drenched. How could they let others see them? Looking at the current situation, it seemed that the rain and snow would not stop. If there was no rain and only snow, it would be fine. An abbot stood under the shed and said to the outside. Does Li Yi have a better idea? Let's have a big shed and see what can be used in the shed. Another abbot thought that both sides were in the same trouble. One side had a big shed and the other side could use their methods in the shed. That's the only way. Li probably knows how to use a water curtain. Is it useful in a rainy day? Use water as a wall and light as a shadow. It's not useful in a rainy day. They said that Li family Zhuangzi's water curtain was based on the principle of light. As for how it was light, it was still unclear. A group of people began to look for people to build a shed and waited for night to come. Li Yi, who was mentioned by them, was bringing 2 disciples and nurses into the operating room. Today, he was going to operate on Wan Zhaoyuan. The swelling on Wan Zhaoyuan's leg had subsided. At this time, Li Yi's condition was the best. It was 9:00 in the morning. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife was watching from another room. She insisted on watching. The surgery process was actually not pleasant. It was like the work of a carpenter, but it was a human being who was being operated on. Most people were not willing to watch other people's wounds because of the psychological pressure. When they were injured and needed suturing or vaccination, they would turn their head away and not watch. It required courage to watch the needle pierce into the muscle. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife insisted on watching. She had been communicating well with the people in Zhuangzi recently. Sometimes, she would help arrange for the women in the new craftsman's family to work and learn from the female stewards in Zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan accompanied her to watch. At first, the 2 of them did not dare to watch like the others. Later on, they felt that they could not be a burden to Li Lang for some minor operations and forced themselves to watch. Don't be afraid later. It's all normal operations. When we were in Zhuangzi, the people working at the docks were seriously injured and would be sent to Zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu gave the other party a heads up. On the way to the source of the Yellow River, I helped carry the dead people when they died, Wan Zhaoyuan's wife replied. Sigh. The root of war lies in the disparity in strength and the contrast in living standards. Endless desires. Princess Yongmu lamented from another perspective. The soldiers at the front had passed away due to illness, and the accidents in the transportation process at the rear were all non-combat casualties. In the later stages of the battle, no one would die. With advanced weapons, it would be difficult for the enemy to deal with them. He had never heard of a scattered soldier winning against an army formation, unless they also had guns and skyscraping monkeys. However, Tubo didn't dare to set up a formation. If he did, a large number of people would die. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife laughed instead. We're not afraid of death. We can leave behind things for our descendants. The good things from the Yellow River grassland are being sent to us. Sheep were cheap, and with more horses, the number of medicinal herbs increased. The deceased would receive a sum of money as compensation, which would not be earned in 10 years. Later on, there would be money and goods sent to the family every month. How can we make Tubo surrender without sacrificing people? If they don't surrender, we're always afraid that they'll attack us. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. Tubo? Southwest? South of northwest? She began to think about which new path Tubo should belong to. The northwest region was actually the right path, and it could be roped in. In other words, the forces there needed to be roped in, and the Tang dynasty couldn't send troops from other places to guard it. When the time came, they would change their names. They didn't need to be roped in, and they would all belong to the Tang dynasty. Princess, are we really not going to fight again? Everything is with us. They can't organize with only their people. When the time comes, we'll fight again. We're the righteous army. Princess Yongmu wasn't worried that Tubo would make trouble again. They had the castle, and they couldn't fight. If they wanted to fight, they had to replace the generals guarding the border with incompetent ones. The usual strategy was to sow discord, bribe some people, impeach the generals there for embezzlement, and then the imperial court would arrest the generals. Previously, Zhang Shaosong accused them of embezzlement. Li Lang told his father to ask if the amount of embezzlement was enough. If it wasn't enough, he would continue to stay there. Let's see what Zhang Shaosong will do in the future. He wanted to sow discord with her Li Lang. Humph. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife frowned. It had nothing to do with Princess Yongmu's words. She cut. She cut again and again, layer by layer, as if she was cutting pork. She clenched her fists and diverted her attention. The generals guarding the border are powerful. What if they betray the Tang dynasty? The ship can't get your man in time. What about my man? Princess Yongmu asked. Fly. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife was stunned. Yes. Fly over and kill the generals who betray us. Don't worry about the others. Princess Yongmu said matter-of-factly. It was easy for her Li Lang to kill someone. Time passed. It was almost 12 o'clock. Li Yi gave Wan Zhaoyuan some medicine. Brother Wan, wake up. He was waking him up. After the surgery, the patient would not move under general anesthesia. Morning? Breakfast? Wan Zhaoyuan opened his eyes and asked. You're treating your leg. I gave you anesthesia. Li Yi reminded him. Ah! Where's my leg? It doesn't hurt. Wan Zhaoyuan blinked. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. There's also an analgesic needle. Next, I'll give you a special medicine. You can't move your leg for the time being. Anyway, you're used to it. Li Yi spoke slowly as if he was chatting. The main thing was to continue waking him up. Otherwise, there was no need to say this. Wan Zhaoyuan would do whatever he arranged and stay in Zhuangzi. Do I eat? Wan Zhaoyuan looked around. Did you eat in the morning? Li Yi asked. You said you were going to perform surgery in the morning. How can you eat? Something will happen if I eat under general anesthesia. Wan Zhaoyuan said to Li Yi. Very good. You're finally awake. You can't eat. Wait for the evening. Li Yi was very happy. He remembered that he could not eat under general anesthesia. Not bad. I won't eat. I don't know if I'm hungry now. Wan Zhaoyuan yawned. He was in a special state at the moment. The nurse pushed him out and stayed in the intensive care unit. He would be checked tomorrow and sent back to the inpatient department. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes. He smiled. Actually, it can be faster by 10 minutes. I'll be more careful when I suture. I'll try to make the scar as small as possible. It's good for the skin's pores to breathe. Master, would it be better to suture this kind of suture on a woman, especially on the face and exposed parts? The little girl moved her hands and imitated. It can be more than 100 times the price. There's a 3 centimeter wound on the arm that needs to be sutured. It's normal for $12. How many bucks do you want? It's not expensive. Li Yi was satisfied with his eldest disciple. He knew that the beauty array suture was actually a good price for some people's faces. They would be willing to pay $100. Not only women, but people like Ron wanted $500. Would Princess Yuzhen be willing to pay? She couldn't guarantee it. She was a princess. Dongzhu, they're building a bigger shed. They want to operate in the shed. Songde came over and reported the situation. Let's eat. At night, let them know that their methods are too weak. Li Yi waved his hand. It was very difficult for the other party to have light and shadow effects. Chapter 2095. The layout of monks and Taoists required light and shadow effects. At the same time, they would boast when recording. For example, Avatamsaka Sutra boasted at the beginning. The scene was awesome, just like a Xianxia movie or Journey to the West. The tall Bodhi tree had a body made of vajra and a trunk made of colored glass. A lot of treasures hung on the branches. The leaves were scattered and the shade was like clouds. Li Yi would have to spend a lot of money if he wanted to decorate such a scene, especially with the skills of the Li family Zhuangzi. Shan Wuwei was also amazing in the records, but when Li Yi saw him, he was nothing special. At least he couldn't fly. Li Yi dared to bet that Shan Wuwei had never flown in front of him, nor stayed in the water for a few days. He said he went to the Dragon Palace. There was also Yi Fashion, according to historical records. He said Li Longji went to Shanyang Palace, Lu Meili, and dragons. Yi Fashion told Li Longji that this place was okay, but Shiliang Prefecture was better. Li Longji asked, "Can I go and take a look?" Yi Fashion said, "Yes, close your eyes. I'll take you there." Li Longji closed his eyes. After a while, Yi Fashion said, "Okay." Li Longji opened his eyes and saw lights and shadows that stretched for dozens of miles. Carriages and horses were coming and going, and there was a sea of people. Li Yi also saw Yi Fashion. He didn't have the ability to take Li Longji with him. Or space jump. Unless Li Yi was willing to spend a lot of money to set up the scene, he didn't believe that Yi Fashion could do this. Oh, there was another way. Li Yi knew that he could do it. It was a 3D movie. This was simple. He exchanged for a set with an auxiliary full-angle power stand. Sitting on it, he could soar above the 9 heavens and catch turtles in the 5 oceans. If he didn't believe it, he would look at Yi Fashion. He was also eating in the cafeteria. Sima Qingzhen was also holding a plate. He curiously looked at the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth cafeteria of the Li family Zhuangzi in Luoyang. There were too many people, and one large cafeteria was not enough. Everyone had to walk from the other side to eat, and the journey took half an hour. The Li family Zhuangzi had many mountains. Instead of climbing a few mountains to eat, it was better to add a canteen on the other side of the mountain. The fourth and fifth canteens were built for the common people who worked. There were few dishes in there, but the quantity was sufficient. Usually, there were 8 of them. In summer, there would be 2 meat dishes, 4 vegetarian dishes, and 2 side dishes. There were several seats in the cafeteria. In winter, there were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and 2 side dishes. There were dried vegetables among the meat dishes. Then, he would adjust according to the situation. Maybe one day, all 8 of them would be meat dishes. There was only one type of soup, and that was to make whatever was cheap. Today's soup had a lot of ginger powder because it was raining and snowing outside. Today, 4 of the meat dishes that the commoners ate were fish. They were transported from Haizhou by train. 1 was stewed, 1 was braised, 1 was dry-fried, and 1 was stir-fried with fish and dried tofu. The vegetables were stir-fried with dried shrimps and tofu. The side dishes were celery leaves, coriander root, and shredded radish soup. The benefits of being connected to the train were revealed. The fish and dried shrimps from the sea were cheap, and they were shipped back one ship after another. The commoners were very satisfied. These dishes were fine since they couldn't make them at home. The staple food was steamed rice and whole wheat steamed buns. Because the buns were whole wheat, they were black in color. The commoners were satisfied, but Sima Qingzhen was in a daze. It wasn't that he hadn't eaten a big meal before. In the past, he had eaten in the palace, but the dishes were far from being comparable to the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. I've heard of it before, but seeing it today, it's true. Sima Qingzhen commented. He had heard that the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen was the best, but he thought it was false. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. There were dozens of dishes, 12 to 13 types of staple food, 6 types of soup, and side dishes that weren't considered dishes. It's noon, so breakfast is slightly less. Zhang Jiuling followed beside him and said. He admired the other party's literary talent and his skills were not ordinary. But now, he was more willing to read the content of Li Yi's newspaper, especially the ones that were written for the commoners. On the pages of the newspaper that concerned the people's livelihood, plain words were thrown out. It was as white as it could be, and there was even pinyin on it. Slightly less. Sima Qingzhen heard the key words. The side dishes are still the same. There are fewer dishes and more porridge. The main dishes are complicated. Bai Gu said from the other side. He had a good relationship with Sima Qingzhen, but they didn't meet many times. But every time they met, they chatted happily. Sima Qingzhen scooped a boneless pig trotter for himself. If there's leftovers, throw it away. There's no leftovers. The Li family Zhuangzi's canteen is open 24 hours a day. Look at the side dishes. There are leftovers from the morning, so eat it now. Look, there's a sign beside it that says the production time and tells the farmer. The farmer will choose to eat the older dishes first. The old dishes won't be reduced, and the new dishes won't be added. Yi Fashion was stewing a big goose in an iron pot. There was soy sauce in it, and the color was rich. It looked appetizing. Sima Qingzhen smacked his lips. He had a kind of hatred. His stomach was too small and couldn't hold it. He scooped it bit by bit. It didn't seem to be enough for each dish. Why were there so many dishes? He picked up an egg with meat inside and half an egg yolk on top. He asked, Li Yi is eating in the canteen? The retired emperor and her majesty are also here. Song Jing, who was scooping dishes at the side, said. He didn't like Buddhism. If there were officials who asked about Buddhism, he would remove them from the administrative position and give them a position related to Buddhism. On this point, he was opposed to Bai Gu. He had nothing to say to Zhang Jiuling, But he agreed with Li Yi. He didn't agree with Li Yi. In terms of military affairs, Li Yi insisted on giving the generals good treatment and support. Su Yi was the same as him. He pulled Su Yi over to prevent the small circle from targeting Li Yi. He could target him later. The relationship between love and hate was very complicated. I specially asked them to make it. Everyone, try it. Li Yi, who was mentioned to eat in the canteen, recommended pumpkin stewed pork ribs. He didn't eat in the canteen. The little guy wanted to eat pork ribs today. There were braised ones outside. Li Yi considered his age and physical condition and asked the kitchen to stew the pumpkin alone. The staple food was roasted steamed buns. The middle part was cut into an inch square. The outside was taken to the big pot and fried with other ingredients. The outer layer of the roasted steamed buns was hard and could easily hurt the mouth. It was taken out as a snack. It was obviously harder, but it didn't hurt the mouth. When eating, people were in a different state. The little guy scooped up the pumpkin and blew on it. He touched it with his tongue and continued to blow. When he felt it was about time, he fed it to the little girl next to him. His sister, Dudu, who had the same father and mother. The pumpkin was smooth and sweet. Dudu chewed and swallowed while drooling. Her big eyes were bright. Brother Yi, what do you think of Buddhism? Li Longji watched his son feed his sister. He saw Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian next to him. These two were his sisters. Li Yi knew at a glance, Taoism is better than Buddhism. What Buddhism says, Confucianism also says. The Avatamsaka Sutra is nothing more than another Analects. The Diamond Sutra is recorded in history. The Chinese historical records are called sutras. The historical records say that there are exaggerated words. Most of them are based on biographies and are extremely unrealistic. They are based on the mind and not the material. They are not solid. Li Yi didn't want to let various Buddhist sutras have the advantage. They were too good at bragging. Was the content useful? It was useful. It taught people to be good and to do things. But did it have to be taught by outsiders? He already had it. When Chinese civilization and culture were done well, he would find that all the foreign sects were a joke. Chapter 2096. Li Yi never denied the power of religion. No matter which mainstream religion it was, as long as one understood it, they could use it to build a country. For example, in the Avatamsaka Sutra, it first described the situation, who was going to say something, and then exaggerated the scene and the many characters. Why did the Tang dynasty use Buddhism and Taoism? Balance of Confucianism. Many things mentioned in Buddhism were also mentioned in Confucianism and Taoism. Li Shimin did not value Buddhism that much. Tang Xuanzang went abroad illegally, so Li Shimin did not let him go. Journey to the West wrote about Li Shimin, but in fact, it was not the case at all. When Tang Xuanzang came back, Li Shimin happened to have to deal with the problem of Confucianism. When it came to Wu Zetian, she was under a lot of pressure. Her sons were used by various families one by one. She caught one and killed one. She told her sons not to be used as tools, or die. At the same time, she cleaned up the aristocratic families and established the Zhou dynasty. She told others that their methods were not good, so don't use them on her. Later, when she was old, she compromised, and the remaining aristocratic families also compromised. Therefore, even if she abdicated, she was not cleaned up. This was the result of the compromise between the enemy and her. But she left behind a root of trouble. Women could be emperors, but later, emperors were poisoned by women. Like her, including Princess Taiping. The women's rights in her era were the real women's rights. Li Yi's women's rights were given by men to women. The difference was that Li Yi's women's rights were women's rights, saying that they could find a better man, so they did not like him. Wu Zetian's women's rights were women's rights, saying that they were the best, and there was no man for them to rely on. Li Yi understood and learned these. He had not graduated yet, so maybe there were other things to learn. But now, he did not need external beliefs to balance. He had his own theories and beliefs. He did not know whether his ideas were right or wrong. At least his situation at that time proved that everyone loved the party and the country, and they loved Chinese civilization even more. Li Yi's thoughts were unfathomable. Li Longji put a piece of pork rib on Li Yi's plate. "Brother Yi, eat more. This pork rib is delicious." Li Yi lowered his head and ate the ribs. "Don't worry, third brother. The bones are like a beam. I can handle it." Li Yi understood that Li Longji was telling him that no one could shake his position and that he was the pillar of support. Whoever dared to touch him would be offending the backbone of the Tang dynasty. Not only the backbone, but also the backbone. It was a pity that the dishes were all clean ribs. If there was a spine, third brother would probably put it on his plate. Third brother was really generous. If he could fight tonight, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would kill those people. "Brother Yi, it's still raining and snowing." Li Longji reminded him. "What about the rain? Are your methods effective?" In any case, they couldn't use it anymore. Life must go through snow and rain, and then it will become even more magnificent. Li Yi expressed his stance. "No problem. I'll bully them to death at times like this." After the exchange, everyone present, including Princess Yongmu, actually understood everything. Everyone's eating posture changed. They were very happy. Li Yi sighed inwardly. It's not easy to transmigrate. I can't have less foundation in any aspect. I don't have literary literacy, I'm not good at interpersonal relationships. I'm also useless after transmigrating. Fortunately, I have the system. After dinner, Li Yi went to sleep. It was raining outside, so sleeping was the most comfortable. Sima Qingzhen ate slowly. He thought about things while eating, mainly chatting. "Do you know the situation over there?" Sima Qingzhen looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. "You and I know, and Xiao Yi knows even more." Bai Gu gave an answer. He was gnawing on pig trotters. It was good to eat more. There was a lot of collagen. It didn't matter if it was useful or not, it tasted good anyway. They have a big plan. Sima Qingzhen reminded again. He was on the Li family Zhuangzi's side. The Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were living too well. He also asked the other villagers who worked in the Li family Zhuangzi about their meals. No matter how much he prayed, he knew that it was better for the people to live well than to suffer. He kept saying Wu Wei, but in fact, he was also willing to see the people eat meat and wear fitting clothes. People like him couldn't speak against their will. His identity and status required him to be shameless, unless he was the president or secretary of state of a country in North America. Not to mention Luoyang Palace or Hunan Province, the lives of the people in the entire Hunan Province had improved. It was not because of the Buddhist temple, but because of one person's virtue and behavior. Blessed immeasurable deity. Namo Amitabha. Yi Fashion and Shan Wuwei spoke at the same time. Shan Wuwei was a tantric, but he also followed some rules. Big plan? Ha! Song Jing laughed, bigger than the battle at the source of the Yellow River? After that, the Turks were forced to survive the battle at Shaohai. Xiao Yi's attack was like the waves hitting the shore, layer upon layer, like the sails sailing west, the river flowing in reverse. If Buddhism has so many abilities, why would it only seek to live in prosperous and stable places? The extension of Buddhism has no interest in the country. Protect the people and look forward to the Baishui army. Song Jing now recognized the Baishui army. He was in a different position from before. Now that he was facing Buddhism, he was especially disgusted, even more so than Li Yi. At least he could communicate with Li Yi, but Song Jing directly through the officials who believed in Buddhism to an idle position. This included Wang Han. Wang Han was regarded highly by Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiajin in history, but he met Song Jing and was done for. Song Jing always found fault with Li Yi because of his work, just like Bai Gu. He was not doing it for Li Yi, but he wanted to defend his rights. Of course, he felt that it was nothing to protect Li Yi. At least Li Yi was trustworthy and had never harmed him, because there was no need for him to do so. It was all Li Yi's doing. Sima Qingzhen probably did not have access to the internet for a long time. He knew some things, but he did not know who was behind it. In the morning, he was busy instructing some tribes to pick pine nuts and about the 70,000 people who returned from the northeast to surrender to the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu did not talk about money now, so he had to stand on Li Yi's side. When it came to money, he usually chose to stand on the opposite side of Li Yi, the capitalist. Isn't he preparing for tonight's speech? Sima Qingzhen was even more surprised. Li Yi was really free. In the morning, he performed an operation. Someone's leg bone was broken. It has been broken for a long time. Xiao Yi flew over to Sichuan to treat it. Yao Chong came out of nowhere and said sarcastically. He was also a pragmatist. Otherwise, he would not have found a group of craftsmen to compete with the Li family Zhuangzi. In history, Bai Gu did not do anything to the locusts, but he asked to kill them. He approved of Li Yi's action of killing the locusts. This was the knowledge of the imperial court. Li Yi was the same at that time. The officials in a village, town, township, county, were all maintaining a dynamic balance. They were based on interests, then supported each other and attacked each other. Once they had the opportunity, they would hit him when he was down or exchange more benefits for themselves. He can really fly. Sima Qingzhen asked another thing he had heard. Chapter 2097. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and the sky gradually darkened. Li Yi went to see Wan Zhaoyuan and gave him a prescription. What is the reason for Tathagata's praise? Or praise for the observance of precepts? Or praise for endurance? Or praise for improvement? Or praise for meditation? Or praise for wisdom? Or praise for compassion, sorrow, joy, and sacrifice? But in the end, there is no one who can attain Anyatara Samyak Sambodhi with only one method. A voice sounded, asking questions. Li Yi's eyes seemed to be in a daze. He furrowed his brows and then relaxed. In the past, in the future, and in the present, there is no one who can speak of the Tao. Buddha knows the hearts of all living beings. Everyone's nature is different, and so he said according to their needs. The weak are praised, and in this way, one can gradually attain the Dharma of Buddhism. A group of eminent monks and Taoists from the capital government were preparing and practicing. Li put an invisible earpiece in his ear, and the others had small microphones by their mouths that were wirelessly transmitted. It was like cheating in an exam, but the other party didn't have any interference tools. Someone was in charge of asking questions during practice. Li checked the information and found that there were some digressions in the information. Just as he was trying to find the key words, a voice sounded in his ear. He said it, and this was considered the end of the lecture. He read according to the information, and suddenly a question came up. He had to go straight to the point and avoid the nonsense in the sutras. It took him a lot of effort to find the answer. But he wasn't fighting alone. The group of relatives and friends was strong, and there was someone who didn't need to check and immediately gave the answer. Everyone, practice, and don't make any mistakes when the time comes. Sima Qingzhen looked on and didn't feel that Li Yi's skills were low. He was scared to death when he used such celestial methods. Subhuti repeated the sutras, and even the four gathas. The four gathas, what is the position of the Tao? Someone asked Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes went blank again. The one just now was the Avatamsaka Sutra, and this, he found it. The Diamond Sutra. What for Gathas? What did Subhuti say? At the critical moment, a voice sounded in his ear again. He read, emptiness of body, emptiness of nature, emptiness of dharma. Here, all the gods and asuras in the world, to achieve the most precious dharma. After Li Yi finished speaking, he turned his head and gave a thumbs up. Who told me that? Amazing. Like. You're so awesome, my support group. It was a waste of time to look for him. Later on, he would have to give some benefits to the temple of the imperial government. Print more books? He had a lot of peanuts for them to eat. Peanut oil was not bad either. Li Yi felt that since someone had helped him earn money from the monks of Hunan province, he should give them a bonus. The monks and Taoists were equally excited. This was simply too fun. If they had this item in their internal exams, they could cheat. No, they couldn't think of it that way. Everyone tried another 20 or so and became familiar with each other. Sigh. They can bully them to death. Bai Gu sighed. Who could learn all the Buddhist scriptures? Even if he was fearless, he couldn't do it. His tantra was powerful. If he caught someone and asked them what they didn't know, they would definitely not be able to answer. I can't see the moon today. Zhang Jiuling looked out from under the deck's retractable shed. It was the 15th day of the month, and it was raining. Let's see tomorrow. Someone said that there would be no rain tomorrow, and it would stop in the afternoon. Su Yi was very happy. Li Yi had acquired half of the temple's assets, and would use it to improve the people's livelihood. That kind of thing. Song Deek will pass the exam next year. Song Jing brought up an unpleasant topic when everyone was happy. It's just the Analects of Confucius, why is there a need to cheat? I will take the exam next year too. Sun Xian was standing beside him. He wasn't afraid of Song Jing. Song Jing couldn't control him. I said that I will wear it next year. In case Steward Song's heart is set on Zhuangzi and can't memorize it, I will have a way to deal with it. Song Jing saw that he had spoken ill of Song Jing and tried to smooth things over. Who asked you to cheat? It's fine. Can you become an official? Bai Gu looked at Song Jing in astonishment. How could such untrue words come out from your mouth? He opened his mouth and suddenly thought of something, that ignorant and incompetent child might want to use it. He was talking about Li Guizhang. Even now, he still hadn't let go of him. Not far away, the small robot's light flickered. 10 seconds later, Li Guizhang's voice was heard, "Thank you, Bai Zhongshu, for your praise." When did I praise you? Bai Gu looked at the small robot. Are you telling on me? Don't learn means don't learn. Incompetent refers to useless methods. You said that I don't learn useless things. Thank you. Li Guizhang translated what ignorant and incompetent meant. The original, don't learn, was used as a noun, but he changed it to a verb. I see that your master didn't teach you well. Humph. Bai Gu was angry with the child. The little girl's voice was heard again from the small robot, so Bai Zaifu was saying that my master didn't learn the art of death and was hiding in the dark. As a fellow disciple, I have to be careful when I treat people in the future. Otherwise, if I treat the wrong person and people mention Lady Su's death, it will be a crime to exterminate my family. Sigh. Master just came to Li family Zhuangzi and is a relative. My junior brother can't even compare to General Tsubing. I don't know who his parents are. Ah. Bai Gu was stunned, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say that Xiao Yi is Huguang? Qingdai, you are so kind and cute. You definitely wouldn't poison people. Bai Gu was shocked. Huguang's wife bribed the female doctor's child, Lady Su, and Huguang hid it. When Huguang died, his entire family would be killed. How did his words lead to such a thing? As for Hua Tsubing, he was a bastard. When Li Yi went to Li family Zhuangzi, he said that he was found outside and was all alone. Li Guizong came out of sorrowful Field Square. The little girl was too vicious. If her words were spread out, he would be accused of saying that Li Yi was Hua Guang and judging people based on their family background. Hua Tsubing didn't come from a good background, but he was good at fighting and had many achievements. Then what does ignorant and incompetent mean? The little girl asked. If you don't learn, you won't be able to do well. Bai Gu followed the meaning of true and said. Junior brother, look, Bai Zaifu is indeed praising you. The little girl's voice was heard. I already said that Bai Zhongshu is a good person and should learn from him. When 3 people walk together, there will be one who can learn from me. Li Guizong's voice was heard. When 3 people walk together, there will be one who can learn from me. How can I say that there are 3 surnames? Shut up. Bai Go roared at the little robot that spoke behind him. Preventing people from talking is more important than stopping rivers. The little robot replied stubbornly, turned its wheels, and ran away with a whoosh. Where's the oxygen bag? Find the oxygen bag. It's raining and the air pressure is low. I can't do it. Bai Gu rubbed his temples and called for the oxygen bag. Children nowadays weren't easy to deal with. Not long later, Li Yi came over with the oxygen bag, stethoscope, blood pressure monitor, and a pulse pillow. First, he gave the oxygen bag, then looked at the blood pressure and pulse. Old Bai, are you suddenly not feeling well? Li Yi's fingers moved up and down. The 2 good disciples you taught are infuriating this old man to death. When I say 1 sentence, they have 10 sentences waiting for me. Bai Gu breathed in the oxygen and felt much better, so he started to complain. Old Bai, why are you arguing with them? The 2 of them are ignorant and incompetent. Don't mention ignorant and incompetent. Bai Gu's expression changed again and again as he interrupted Li Yi's words. Li Yi's face was blank. Didn't you say that you shouldn't mention that when 3 people walk together, there will be, if you say any more, this old man will die for you to see. Bai Gu's face was filled with determination. What a sin! Sui shook his head and said from the side. Chapter 2098. It was getting late. Only the rain could be seen under the lights. There were no stars or moon. The people were in their places. The surrounding stands were built along the mountain. There were canopies on the stands. The canopies were slightly slanted so that the rainwater would flow to the back. There were bamboo troughs at the back. The rainwater flowed into the bamboo troughs and continued to flow into the half-foot wide open channel. There were words written in paint in front of each step of the stands. There were advertisements, such as a grocery store. Herbal tea eggs. Anyone want herbal tea eggs? Burrito, choose 3 of the 6 dishes. Hot jianbing fruits. Set up in advance. 2 eggs. 1 coin per set. Anyone want roast chicken? 6 months old tender chicken. Popcorn. Li family Zhuangzi's popcorn. Buy 1, get 1 free. Rice cakes. Rice cakes with honey. 1 big piece is only 30 cents. Excuse me. Bamboo instant noodles. Free hot water. Ah. You don't want noodles but only water? What are you going to drink? Borrow my bamboo tube. Go get it from the side. Li family Zhuangzi has it. You're too lazy. Here. Remember to put it in the big basket outside. I still need it. Buy another set of noodles. Thank you. I can see that you're a good person. You won't bully an honest person like me. The peddlers wore bamboo hats and carried poles as they walked on the horizontal and vertical aisles. They didn't dare to push their carts for fear of scalding people. They didn't wear straw raincoats. If they got wet, they would get wet. If they didn't get wet, it was unlikely that they would get sick. After selling one round, there was a big aisle outside. There was ginger soup provided by Li family Zhuangzi. They just needed to drink a bamboo tube to warm their bodies. The things they sold were cheap and were subsidized. Li family Zhuangzi subsidized a part of it, and the monks subsidized another part. For example, jianbing fruits. There were 2 eggs, 5 pork sausages, chopped green onions, coriander, fruit, and sauce inside. 1 coin per set was guaranteed to make a loss. The subsidy was 50 cents. They made 3 coins. 1 set was 3 coins. 100 sets was 30 cents. It was quite a lot. The key was not to get a subsidy based on how much they sold, but on how much they produced. If they couldn't sell, the Li family Zhuangzi would take away the rest. If they had the ability to sell 10,000 sets, the Li family Zhuangzi would buy them without hesitation. The instant noodle seller also went to Zhuangzi's service station to get hot water. The tin kettle was provided by Zhuangzi. The commoners did not need to buy tickets for the ordinary seats. The VIP rooms with good seats were priced from 1 to 100 taels. Yu Huaid and the other tycoons of the capital government all chose the Baiyi room. It was agreed that the money from the ticket sales would be used to make extra warm clothes for the people of Grief Field Square and the children of the school. The money given by the Chaotian Fund of the Tang dynasty did not count because it was delayed. If there was any leftovers, they would add more dishes to Grief Tianfang. If there wasn't enough, the Li family Zhuangzi would make up for it. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion booked a good private room for the guests, and it was free of charge. The monks and Taoists who participated in the construction and did not participate in the activities retreated outside, leaving no space for them. They also built a shed, and there were no water curtains around it. Instead, they replaced them with big screens. During the lectures and discussions, there would be images and surrounding sound, and people sitting far away would be able to see it. Brother Yi, did you invest a lot this time? Li Longji asked on the yacht. The yacht was docked on the bank of the river. It can still be used in the future. When His Majesty holds a big court meeting, the scope can be bigger. Li Yi did not care. It was practical. It could be used for teaching students, showing cartoons for children, and holding large-scale entertainment activities. He found someone to make the cartoons and a group of people to draw. According to the requirements, 8 frames per second was enough. The first cartoon was about the brave soldiers at the border fighting the enemy. In the future, when the movie was made, it could be broadcast all over the Tang dynasty. Li Longji took a deep breath. It's too rushed. Then we have more time to prepare than them. There are monks and Taoists who have good memory. They can remember it after watching it twice. Amazing. Li Yi sighed. As a senior monk and a Taoist, their knowledge was not bad. It was a pity that they studied religion and learned how to be an official to benefit the people. He printed out a pile of books at the last minute. He did not have time to copy books from the later period of this era. Including the Song dynasty translations of various tantric scriptures, such as human skulls, and the sacrificial offerings of boys and girls, he did not give any. His group of friends and family members were cramming at the last minute, reading books. When the situation reached a stalemate, he would choose to ask the other party about tantric Buddhism. Once he asked, he would be stumped. There are still 3 hours left. Brother Yi, why don't you rest for a while? Li Longji had slept before, so he was still energetic. I'll go check on Fan Fan and the others. Jiang Gang will return in a few days. There should be no problems on the way. Also, the steam engine sent to Liangyu Road should be arriving soon. I'll ask. Tell them not to operate it recklessly. If there's anything they don't understand, send me a report. I'll guide them. Li Yi turned and went in. He found a computer and a small robot to contact Fan Fan in the northeast. This matter is not over. Li Longji looked at Li Yi's busy figure and gritted his teeth. It's all my fault for being useless. Bai Gu was sad. The other party had initially looked for him, making things difficult for him. What does it have to do with you, Longze? I haven't been to Luoyang for a long time. There are people in the area who are up to no good. The monks and Taoists are also being used. Li Longji saw clearly. Hunan had always been the base of many big families. Another place was Hedong. Previously, it was a part of Hedong that schemed against Lu Chong. Now, a part of Hunan was not reconciled. If I had been more decisive at that time, I would have just been cursed. Xiao Yi wouldn't have needed to worry about it. Bai Gu hated some of the people he knew when he was the magistrate of Hunan. They were actually being used, and it was also because of their own selfish thoughts. Look at what they were doing recently. Look at what Xiao Yi was busy with. The difference was obvious. Killing a group of monks and Taoists in the Tang dynasty did not affect anything. If the Tang dynasty did not have Xiao Yi, it was simply unimaginable. I heard that you don't even dare to listen to ignorant and incompetent now. Li Longji saw Bai Gu's guilty look and mentioned this matter. Your Majesty, why do you have to be like this? The two children are smart and quick-witted. If they are passed down in history, it will be a beautiful story. This old man is willing to be a supporting character. Bai Gu smiled. He was schemed against by the children. Very good. The little girl was much more powerful than her junior brother. With just a few words, she pushed him against the wall. Next year, the two of them will take the Tongzi exam first. Longze, you will be responsible for it. Revenge. Li Longji told the four ministers and the people in the group that the two children were going to take the Tongzi exam. It would be difficult for them to make things difficult for them. Assistant minister is enough for such a small matter. Su Yi was the first to retreat. Senior minister is enough, right? Zhang Jiuling asked. Even an assistant minister would be at a disadvantage. Why don't little Qingdai take our pulse and we will consider it a pass? Song Jing suggested. Everyone nodded. This was a good idea. That's settled. Everyone, take the exam. Li Longji insisted. This way, the history books would write that the little girl and Li Guizong were powerful. Asking two 9-year-old children what the Tongzi exam was about. It was more difficult than being a scholar. The exam was difficult, but the exam was also difficult. 3.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yi took a shower and changed into a new white coat. Both sides prepared to go on stage. The stage was 33 feet high. There was a small shed on the stage and a big shed below the stage. Li Yi's had nothing. Master Jitsong, come on stage and preach the Avatamsaka Sutra. Someone shouted with a microphone. The other party came on stage. I'm going up. This is new. The sound is small, but it can't carry 2 people. Li Yi stepped on the new aircraft and waved to everyone. Chapter 2099. Sima Qingzhen squatted down to take a look. This thing could fly people? It was different from hot balls and hang gliders. Why could it fly? The surrounding screens lit up. The smart camera was aimed at Hunan's platform, which was 10 meters high. It was usually better to use diving, the kind that did not splash. The key technique was to jump down suddenly when the water was not paying attention and not let the water react. If one was afraid of being stared at by the water, one could do a series of dazzling movements to affect the water's judgment. For example, one could do 2.5 somersaults forward, turn 720 degrees, and put one's head down before landing. let the water see how clear one's eyes were. There was a flash of light around Master Zhikong. It was dazzling. Smoke appeared and could be seen on the big screen. They stole the matches from our factory, didn't they? Some of the audience were from the match factory. The matches were still being produced. She raised her doubts. Just now, at least 50 boxes of matches had been burned up. They were all money. Then she told others about the matches. The people around her listened. Master Ji Tsong suddenly retracted his legs after the flash of light. He sat in the lotus position in the air as if his body was floating. Then, light shone on his body and he rose up. The camera is very good. The angle is good. The rope can't be seen on the big screen. It's a silk rope. If it's not good, change the angle and the rope can be seen. Also, the people below are using mirrors to reflect the light from the torches. It will be exposed. When Ji Tsong rose up, a thin smoke appeared behind him. Then, there were spots of light in the smoke. It was dazzling. There is a support behind this. A pile of glass is hung. The people below are using mirrors to reflect light. The smoke is used to cover the hanging frame so that people can't see clearly. Anyway, there are reflections from different angles when moving. The little robot explained, telling the people here how the other party played. Master Ji Tsong went up to the stage and continued to sit in the lotus position. Whoosh! There was something like a thin veil covering the top of his head. The rain could not fall on him. The people watched with wide eyes. Some even put their hands together. So powerful. The Dharma was indeed boundless. Should I go back and burn some incense? I stole their incense before. Ba Shui Li Dongzhu, come up to the stage and preach the Avatamsaka Sutra. The voice sounded again. Li Yi touched his stuffed ears and nodded to everyone. Whoosh, he flew away. Once he was in the air, he also sat in the lotus position. He was just as nimble as before. Soon after, his aircraft turned into a lotus flower. At least, that was what it looked like. Then, a Buddhist halo appeared behind him. At the same time, it was accompanied by the sound of Buddhist chanting. The lotus throne didn't float very fast. It moved slowly, and the big screen showed close-up shots from all angles. If one took a closer look at the lotus flower, they would see dewdrops rolling on its surface. And within the dewdrops, there were outstanding Buddhist chants and the shadow of a wooden fish being struck. Li Yi was wearing a white coat and looked solemn. Namo Amitabha. Buddha Buddha Buddha. Then, the sound suddenly became louder. Countless Buddhas of various sizes sitting on lotuses appeared in the air around them. They were of different shapes, but they kept chanting Namo Amitabha. They flew towards Li Yi and turned into specks of light when they reached Li Yi's side. Then, there was an ethereal chanting, there are no images in the 10 directions, the 6 absolute tracks. Jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. One higher than the other, one step wider than the other. Sitting on the broken gate of Buddha, lost the way. 10,000. Buddha. Dynasty. Sect. Namo Amitabha, 10,000 Buddhas, Namo Amitabha, 10,000 Buddhas, Namo Amitabha. The sound was mixed, suddenly far and near, and it came from all directions. Some of the monks in the support group on the yacht were about to kneel. Sima Chengzhen swallowed hard and didn't dare to breathe. Wake up, it's almost time for you to contribute. It's fake, it's all fake. Hurry up, don't fall into it. I'll let you see enough later. A group of small robots ran around and called out to the monks. Don't be in a daze, my Dongzhu needs you. Namo Amitabha. An eminent monk from the Hunan Prefecture representative team sat on the ground in the lotus position. Following that, the monks sat down one after another. Some even knelt down. Li Dongzhu is the true God. They dare to say bad things about Li Dongzhu. Let's see if they'll still burn incense when they get back. If they burn incense, they'll snatch it. The people who thought that it was wrong to snatch the incense changed their minds again. Li Dongzhu's appearance was more impressive than that Ji Tsong's. Ji Tsong, who was sitting on the platform, trembled. He looked at Li Yi flying slowly in the sky and couldn't figure out how he did it. He flew so far away, and it was impossible to tie a rope to his body. There was also the lotus platform and a bunch of Buddhas. Ji Tsong was trembling. He glanced at the river not far away and wondered if he would splash some water if he fell in. He didn't know that he was thinking too much. If he fell, there would be a big splash, the kind where the tide hit the shore. Li Yi continued to float in the sky. He couldn't fall down so easily. He had to show off to the fullest. After all, he had already exchanged for the equipment. The monks sitting on the lotus platform gradually disappeared, leaving only the lotus platform floating. The lotus platform shrank in size and danced around Li Yi like stars in the sky. In an instant, all the small lotuses scattered and formed a star chart in the air. It was a spoon that could see the Big Dipper. It revolved around the North Star. After that, Li Yi landed on the platform. He didn't want to fall into the river. It was 10 meters high. If he didn't adjust his posture well, he could knock himself out. The lotus stars descended again and drifted slowly. Li Yi chanted, "All things have their own way, like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Like mist and like lightning, this is how it should be observed." As soon as he finished speaking, he landed. The lotus platform became more beautiful. The lotuses floating in the sky fell down. Most of them fell from the VIP seats, and there were also lotuses from the monks opposite. The other lotuses fell on the children, the elderly, the couples who were secretly holding hands, and the couples in the audience. Ouch! What's that? Fuck, lotuses. There are lotuses in this season. A man in a couple was hit on the head. He picked it up and found that it was a lotus. The lotuses were in the sky before, but now they fell. At the Pyongkong Square and Sigong Square, a large pile of lotuses fell. They picked them up and gave 2 to the sisters next to them. After a short while, everyone counted and found that there was 1 lotus per person. On the opposite platform, a few lotuses fell in front of Zhikong. He had one in his hand. He wanted to go down now. He wanted to go home and bleed the turtles one by one. No, he wanted to go back to the temple and hand over the title deed. On the yacht, Li Longji held a lotus in his hand. The little robots were busy shouting for people. Wake up, wake up. It's fake. It's all fake. No, the lotuses are real. They were planted in the wrong season. They were planted in the imperial plantation behind the Li family Zhuangzi. There are many flowers in the wrong season there. Don't sit. Get up and recall the scriptures you memorized. Dongzhu needs you. It's too big. It's over. The hummingbird aircraft, coupled with the light and shadow effects, confused the support group. Help! Puff! 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 Tao Hong and the others poured ice water to wake the monks and Taoists up. The Taoists were all kneeling. This was the first time in the Tang dynasty that the illusion and reality changed. How am I supposed to watch this happen? Is it really planted in the imperial plantation above the Ba River? Princess Jinxian held a lotus in her hand. She found that her Taoist heart was unstable. Chapter 2100. Xiaolon, have you made a plan? Princess Yongmu was also holding a lotus flower in her hand. We'll start selling it tomorrow. There are paths and leaves at the bottom that can be used to arrange flowers. There are other flowers that will be sold together. The money will go to His Majesty. Xiaolon didn't take the flowers. She took the tablet. The flowers sent from Wang Xing's imperial plantation had no paths and leaves, so they couldn't be grown. The money will only be given to the imperial plantation at the selling price. We bought it from father's hands. The profit from the selling price will go to us. We are considered to have purchased it. Li Lang used his life to exchange for it. Princess Yongmu took the purchase price from her father and sold it for money so that she could live with Li Lang. Li Longji turned his head to look and shook his head. Empress Wang hugged Du Du and smiled. Du Du's little hand grabbed the petals and squeezed them. Flower, flower, flower. The flowers can be kept until tomorrow. You said you didn't have much money. There's nothing delicious to eat. Empress Wang said to her daughter. Du Du was stunned for a moment. She buried her face in Empress Wang's arms and shook her head. Flower, flower. Sima Qingjin pulled off a petal and put it in his mouth. It's a real flower. I'm sorry for being rude. He regretted it. He came to mediate some things, but he met Yi Fashion, who was even more powerful. At this moment, he felt that he was not qualified to mediate. Li Yi's clothes were not wet when he was flying. When he sat there, there was no cover and his clothes were not stained by the rain. Not only was it not wet, the places on the high platform that were wet by the rain quickly dried after he sat down. On the screen, it could be seen that the ordinary wooden platform was wet on the opposite side. The opposite side used thin silk and glue to block the rain. Li Yi had nothing and was still sitting on the lotus platform. The gorgeous monk's robe on the opposite side was so eye-catching compared to Li Yi's white gown. He was wearing jewelry and shining glass behind him, but it was not as good as Li Yi's white robe. The white robe was a doctor. He was a doctor. He was a doctor. Sima Qingjin finally understood his insignificance. No wonder Li Yi could casually get an official position and resign the next day. Furthermore, His Majesty had agreed to give his disciple an official position. The disciples he taught would also help the Tang dynasty bring peace to the world in the future. Tomorrow morning, we'll have lotus seed porridge. I want Job's tears, jujube, and wolfberry. Is that okay? Bai Gu did not take the lotus flower. The lotus flower could be eaten, but it was not tasty and bitter. It was suitable for making flower tea. He asked the little girl instead of Li Guizong. Li Guizong had only been studying for a short period of time. The little girl looked at junior martial brother. Li Guizong didn't show any special expression to Bai Gu. It's too sweet. Put some millet in it and eat it in the morning. I won't add yellow rice. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything wrong. I've been studying. As the saying goes, one of the three must be among me. Stop. That's not a common saying, but this old man is gratified. Learn well. Bai Gu interrupted Li Guizong. Why do you keep mentioning this? Little Hai. You have a very bad conscience. The little girl was kind-hearted. She apologized to Bai Gu. Bai Zaifu, don't lower yourself to my junior martial brother's level. He used to grow up in sorrowful Tianfang. How many people could he come into contact with? He doesn't learn anything. Qingdai, this old man treats you well. Bai Gu pointed at the little girl's eyebrows. The little girl did not avoid it. That's why I dare to joke with you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say anything. That's true. Bai Gu's mood suddenly became better. It was not in vain that he supported using prisoners on death row as practice. On the other side, Li Yi was not as lively as the people on the yacht. He was worried as he looked at his opponent who was more than 100 meters away. He could not see clearly. It was too far away. It was raining. Looking at the screen, his opponent did not seem to be in a good state. He thought for a moment and asked, a benevolent person, using wisdom to debate, acting in all the realms of the Buddha. What is the realm of Buddha? Ji Tsong responded reflexively, all the reasons for victory are often announced by billions of tribulations, and cannot be explained. Following the wisdom of one's heart, one can lure in salty benefits and deliver all living beings. Li Yi saw that he did not get the answer. He quickly thought of something else. Even this method did not work. His opponent's basic skills were too strong. Without waiting for him to think, there was a voice in his ear. He smiled slightly, the realm of Buddha, the realm of man. The wisdom of man, the wisdom of Buddha. The first wisdom, the highest wisdom, the most superior wisdom, the limitless wisdom, the innumerable wisdom, the incomparable wisdom, the immeasurable wisdom, the indescribable wisdom. As he spoke, the sound of Sanskrit lingered around him. Light and shadow flashed. Just as his opponent was about to speak and answer instinctively, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the air. Crack! There was only the sound of thunder. There was no lightning. Ji Tsong was shocked. There was a close-up on the screen. There was another crack. There seemed to be lightning falling. However, Li Yi felt that the lightning was a little fake. The canopy above Ji Tsong's head fell down and landed directly on his head. Li Yi was stunned. There was a voice in his ear again. He repeated, "If the bodhisattvas put their hearts into it, they will obtain all the wonderful merit, and all the hearing and awareness that cannot be moved." If the canopy does not move, the heart will not move. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 rays of brilliance shot out from his platform. On the screen, as the brilliance flickered, the canopy that fell stood up again. This was the so-called, "if the canopy does not move, the heart will not move." Was he moved just now? Even if you beat Li Yi to death, Li Yi would not believe it. What kind of joke was this? The system had made a move, right? The sounds he heard just now were not normal people speaking. This confrontation was Li Yi asking and answering his own question. His opponent was struck by lightning, and he even saved him. The onlookers did not know that someone was cheating. They only saw on the big screen, no, there was lightning in the sky. Then, Li Dongzhu's light of Buddha flashed and saved him. Li Dongzhu even saved him. He's clearly an enemy. Anyway, I think he's an enemy, said a commoner. Dongzhu's realm is high. Even if he's not good at preaching the scriptures and discussing the Dharma, he can't just watch as a monk is killed by the heavens. I know that. Back then, Yu Huaid, who lived in the room next door, was crazy. He said that he wanted Li Dongzhu to kneel and treat his illness. Later, when he went to Pyongkong Square, people all despised him. He was so anxious that he lost his soul. His loyal servant brought him to beg Li Dongzhu to save him. As he wished, Li Dongzhu knelt and saved him. Then is he still human? Was Li Dongzhu afraid? Forget it. I changed later on. I was obedient. In the room next door, Yu Huaid heard it. He explained himself in a low voice, even if the people outside could not hear. On the platform, Ji Tsong's ears were buzzing. The rumbling thunder just now seemed to be right next to his ears. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation in the lotus position. Even if he was asleep, he could still sit up. Otherwise, he would have fallen head first. Always study the scriptures, not first or last, and there's no winner or loser. Is that right? Li Yi spoke at this time. Let's fight to a draw, okay? Ji Tsong opened his mouth to say, okay. Crack, crash, the platform he was sitting on collapsed. Several rays of light shot out from Li Yi again, connecting to Ji Tsong's body. His falling momentum slowed instantly. A lotus flower bloomed and he slowly landed. Boom, the rest of the platform completely collapsed. Li Yi wanted to look, but the platform was too big. He could only look at the screen. On the screen, Ji Tsong sat on the lotus flower and slowly descended. When he was 2 feet from the ground, the lotus flower turned into a ray of light and scattered to the surroundings. The light that connected to Li Yi's body turned into fireflies and gradually disappeared in the rainy night. Chapter 2101. On the other side, Ji Tsong was sitting in the rain, 2 feet above the ground. The sudden removal of the support made him unable to put down his legs in time. He was scared silly. The monks and Taoists of Hunan Prefecture were all dumbfounded. Li Yi said that he would use the water screen to show people the miracle. Why would there be a water screen tonight? He used to fly and it was said that there was a piercing sound. That was why he flew silently. Where did the Buddhas come from and where did they go? The lotus was real. Were there lotuses in this season? Is he a real Buddha? Someone said with a trembling voice. There is no such thing as real Buddha. Humans are future Buddhas and Buddhas are future people. Why don't we go find Li Yi? Someone had a firm Buddhist heart and wanted to ask Li Yi how he became a Buddha. Especially the 1,000 Buddhas, many Buddhas flew over. Li Yi sat on the high platform. It was windy and cold. There was a transparent film above his head to block the rain. The platform around him was dried by the hot air blower. There was no shelter around him. The wind was blowing, which reminded him of a song. The cool breeze blew gently into my clothes. Summer stole away without a sound. Should he continue? The system had destroyed the platform. Should he build another one in the rain? Could he go down and wait? Li Yi was afraid that he would catch a cold. He chose to go back and check on the situation. There was hot soup there. He started the program and chanted, all sentient beings into one body into all sentient beings. All Dharma into one body into all Dharma. The flying device continued to perform the lotus. It lifted him up and flew to the yacht. The Sanskrit chanting was still the background music. There were auspicious clouds in the sky and the buildings of the palace were faintly visible. The people were mesmerized. As for listening, they did not understand. Anyway, it sounded amazing. Is Li Dongzhu the reincarnation of Buddha? Shopkeeper Chow, who was sitting in the same room with Yu Huaid, wiped his sweat. They used to work together to bully the Li family Zhuangzi, although they were bullied in the end. You won't say that when Li Dongzhu and the Taoists discuss again. Shopkeeper Feng didn't believe that Li Yi was a Buddha. Today, the other party had sent out a monk first. Li Yi was a Buddha. This can still be carried out? Shopkeeper Liang wanted to take a closer look. It was too shocking. It's only been less than an hour. The people are still here. It's not good to ask them to leave, right? Shopkeeper Yu was worried. Now, he was once again afraid. Back then, fortunately, Li Dongzhu did not stoop to his level. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill him, would he have died peacefully? Normal. On the other side, Li landed on the yacht. Everything had disappeared. He sat on the aircraft, still in the lotus position. Li Lang, will start selling lotuses tomorrow. Do you still need them? If you want to use it, wait a little longer. Princess Yongmu skipped over with a lotus in her hand and placed it under Li Yi's nose. Wait, help me up, my legs are numb. Li Yi wanted to get up, but he didn't have the strength. Oh! Princess Yongmu threw the flower away and helped Li Yi up with Xiaolan. The two of them were not weak women. They always exercised their bodies. They carried 100 kilograms of rice up to the 6th floor without resting. If necessary, they could also carry 20 kilograms of soybean oil. Shan Wuwei leaned forward. Li Dongzhu, then, where are those Buddhas? In my heart. With the world in mind, all Buddhas will come. Li Yi himself was confused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Shan Wuwei was slightly stunned. She bowed but didn't say anything else. She probably understood. Bai Gu watched anxiously from the side. Xiao Yi, are you leaving? Leaving? Where to? Li Yi held the lotus that Princess Yongmu put down in his hand. Go home. Go back to your previous home. Bai Gu looked at the flower. He didn't like it. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like he was picking flowers. Ba Shui? I'll be back next year. There are still many things to do in Hunan province this year. I can't not be there. Li Yi shook his head. I'll go back to Ba Shui and Zhuangzi. I can rest assured. Immortal Palace? You're not going back to the Immortal Palace? Bai Gu's anxiety hadn't disappeared. The Jade Immortal Palace is built with gold and jade. The mortal world is not inferior to the immortal realm. Qing Dai, take a look at old Bai. He probably caught a cold and started talking nonsense. Okay, master. Master, do you need to take any medicine? The little girl saw that her master's complexion wasn't very good. It's too cold up there. Drink some hot soup. Li Yi nodded. He was indeed about to fall sick from the wind. Hurry up and give it to master, brother Yi, I'll bring you some soup. Li Longji came over with a tray with soup bowls on it. Thank you, third brother. Li Yi moved his legs and pulled out his arm. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon took the tray from the side. Li Yi scooped up the soup with a spoon and drank it. It seems that we can't preach the scriptures today. Save some. Li Longji waited for Li Yi to drink 2 mouthfuls before asking. Pear Garden, Pyongkong Square, and Sigong Square are here. The things can't be exchanged for free. The people can't come for free. Use it. Li Yi thought it through. The other party was frightened and needed time to calm down. If he let the other party go on his stage and preach the scriptures while flying, the other party probably wouldn't be able to speak. The impact would be too great. That's good. Li Longji nodded. Gao Lisher went to make the arrangements. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a part of the Pyongkong Square's Nanchu's group went up first. They knew how to use the microphone and weren't afraid of the rain. The girls in Sigong Square got up and prepared. The opportunity had come. At this time, whoever said that they didn't know how to dance with an umbrella would not be able to appear on His Majesty's list in the future. This was probably how the umbrella dance came about. At the crucial moment, everyone was performing and it suddenly rained. What should they do? Dance with an umbrella and try to do as much as possible. If not, they would be drenched. The people were happy. Aya! So many beautiful women sang, danced, and played. As for the monks and Taoists, they should rest for a while and come back tomorrow. Li Dongzhu was too awesome. The girls in the 2 squares were equally happy. They had a chance to perform. They didn't have to care about the sky and their surroundings. The girls in Sigong Square only knew about the light. They were familiar with Pyongkong Square. When the Li family Zhuangzi performed, there were lights and other supplementary lights. At that time, there was a water screen. Now, there was a big screen. He was the one saving the show. He couldn't let Li Dongzhu lose face. Let's eat skewers. Boil some rice wine for me. I can't sleep now. I'm too excited. Li Yi drank a few mouthfuls of soup. He felt comfortable and wanted to eat. He threw away the rest of the soup in his bowl. The farmers were preparing. Li Longji looked at the singing and dancing. He looked left and right. Brother Yi, can the sound of the musical instruments blend in? Yes. Third brother's hands are itchy. Li Yi waved his hand and asked someone to bring the musical instruments over. It was obvious that his brothers were going to perform. They were all very good. They didn't think it was shameful for others to perform. When Tao Hong and the other palace maids heard this, they quickly ran to change. They had to cooperate. This included Qing Song and the other eunuchs. They needed them to form a band. I'll grill skewers for everyone. Li Yi stepped back. Brother Yi, let's eat together. Li Longji pulled Li Yi. Don't hide. Li Yi, Okay, I'll use a synthesizer. See what kind of musical instrument you need. I'll give it to you. He had no choice. A synthesizer was the most suitable instrument for the performance. The synthesizer he exchanged for had all kinds of musical instruments. Chapter 2102. The camera switched back and forth on the big screen, giving Li Longji relatively more. Moreover, there was no need to specifically look for beauties on the stands. There were enough beauties on the stage. Even Bai Gu, Yao Chong, Li Riji, Lu Youqiu, Song Jing, and the other ministers all looked for their best instruments to cooperate. Li Dan got a guqin, and noble consort Lu played the guqin with him. The requirements were even higher than 4 hands on the piano. Empress Wang, Lu Jieyu, Wu Jieyu, and the other concubines also joined in. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan joined the dance team and danced on the deck sheltered from the rain. Li guarded the synthesizer and switched quickly. The people went crazy. Being able to see Li Dongzhu's 10,000 Buddhas today was enough to brag about for a lifetime. They didn't expect that the Emperor Emeritus, His Majesty, the kings, and the ministers would play, and the Empress and concubines would dance. Oh my God! Will my lifespan be shortened? The people who bought the tickets felt that they spent too little money and should at least add a zero, no, add 2 zeros. These people were happy and willing to participate. If they wanted them to perform for them alone, the appearance fee would probably be exchanged with the lives of their entire family. If they suggested it, their entire family would be wiped out. Even the aristocratic families would punish whoever dared to make the first move. My son from the Chui family of Qinghe is getting married. Li Dan, Li Longji, the 2 of you bring your women, daughters, sons, and all the civil and military officials to perform for me. Let's have a happy and joyous day. The consequences. Qinghe will no longer have the surname Chui. After the song ended, the pear garden went on stage. Li finally had time to grill skewers. After this, he found that his cold symptoms disappeared. Xiao Yi, I don't need to take medicine. Little girl, you can prescribe medicine for me. No wonder I like to have fun when I'm sick. That's great. Bai Gu was very happy. He hadn't participated like this for many years. What's so great about it? You're sick and want to have fun. Do you want to infect others? You have to drink the medicine that Qing Dai prescribed for you. It's to calm your nerves, not to treat your possible typhoid fever. You blame yourself for this matter and bury it in your heart. Today, after I finish the first battle, you are most likely to fall sick because you are relaxed. Do you think that Qing Dai would casually give prescriptions to others? Medical skills focused on treating the root of the problem. If you have a headache, treat your head. If your feet hurt, treat your feet. That's called supportive treatment. Li Yi had seen the prescription given to Bai Gu by the eldest disciple. It was not for treating colds at all. The little girl had been with everyone all day, so she knew where Bai Gu's pressure came from. The illness comes from the heart and shows on the outside. Therefore, it is mainly used to calm the nerves and reduce internal heat. How could a little girl be so kind? She always makes me angry. Bai Gu picked up a skewer. If she doesn't play with you, who else can talk to you like that? You can continue to keep your emotions bottled up in your heart. Li Yi continued to talk about why a little girl was always fighting with Bai Gu, including Li Guizong. Li Guizong listened to his senior martial sister. Bai Gu raised the skewer and stopped in front of his mouth. Sure enough, a great doctor is sincere and nourishes things silently. Xiao Yi, you have to teach them well. No, I'll teach them badly. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu provocatively. Are they as bad as you? Bai Gu retorted. No, they're worse than you. Li Yi retorted. The meat you roast is not good. It's not tender at all. I can't bite it. Bai Gu took a bite and found that it was difficult to bite it with his good teeth. You took meat tendons. I ate them when I was drinking wine. Li Yi pointed at a few similar skewers at the side. They were all meat tendons. I don't eat meat tendons. Here, take it. Bai Gu returned the skewer that he took a bite of to Li Yi. Li Yi took it and took a piece. There's nothing wrong with your teeth. Chew it slowly. Xiao Yi, you don't dislike me. I've decided. In the future, when you do business in Zhuangzi, you have to file your taxes properly. You can't just waive them. Bai Gu said as he picked up another skewer with a touched expression. Li Yi, in the future, Zhuangzi, won't sell anything. I'll just farm. Li Yi said as he chewed the meat tendon. This meat tendon was indeed hard to chew. That means you have to pay rent? Your rent is different from other people's. It's more than 10 times. Old Bai, where's the prescription that Qing Dai gave you? There's the wrong medicine in it. Give it to me, I'll change it for you. Don't even think about poisoning me. I'll find them to eat meat tendons and let them stuff their teeth. Bai Gu said as he grabbed the meat tendons. His feet seemed to be stepping on the 8 trigram steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He changed positions and ran away. The camera isn't here, right? Li Yi was stunned and suddenly remembered something. The little robot's light flickered. No! Don't let others see. The people love to watch singing and dancing. Good. That's good. Dongzhu, I brought you tools. Tools? What tools? Tools to penetrate teeth. Bai Zaifu will find others to eat meat tendons and stuff their teeth. If they can't penetrate it themselves, they will find you. Type the words on your screen. Penetrate teeth, pick teeth, find the imperial physician. Wander around and let them see. Okay, Dongzhu, I'll tell them. I won't go. I'll be by your side. Where's my future wife? I'm penetrating noble consort Lu's teeth. Why is noble consort Lu eating meat tendons? Sigh. No, she's eating beef tendons. Ask her if she can penetrate it. If she can't, I'll wash her teeth. Li picked up a handful of meat tendons and roasted them. At the same time, he ate the skewer that Bai Gu had taken a bite out of. On the other side, the monks and Taoists began to retreat. They went back to discuss. The scene they saw today was too grand. It was different from what they had prepared. On the way back, there were people who left from time to time. They couldn't continue to follow. Regardless of whether Li Yi was a true Buddha or Tathagata, at least he was able to create such a grand scene. It showed his strength. In the beginning, it was just a 10% tax. Why couldn't he be willing to give up 10% of the wealth? Now, it wasn't 10% tax, but no tax. He still had to leave behind ordinary property. Looking at the monks and Taoists of the capital office, why didn't they say anything? You and I are neither Buddhists nor Taoists. Since we are in the mortal world, there will naturally be worldly affairs. Outside of the 5 elements, how can there be a root of the 3 realms? Some people left and didn't want to participate anymore. Among them, the Buddhists knew how to avoid danger. Most of the Taoists stayed behind. They stayed here and didn't stay in the group. They were curious and wanted to see how Li Yi would handle the Taoists during the Taoists' discussion. They had fewer properties than the Buddhists, but they healed more people than the Buddhists. When Taoists studied pills, they first had to study medicine. Then, they would collect medicinal herbs. When people asked for medicine, they would show them. They also raised livestock and poultry for their own consumption. When it came to Taoists, they rode cranes, pandas, deer, and donkeys. How could they ride if they didn't know how to raise them? Some places in Taoists had good environments and medicinal gardens. The Buddhists let others worship them. Sometimes, when Taoists hunted wild animals, they would send them down the mountain to trade with others. They would even act as temporary woodcutters. Under normal circumstances, Taoists would sell charcoal. Alchemy required fire and stewed charcoal. If there was too much to use, they would sell it. The people were also willing to trade with old Taoists and young Taoists. Some Taoists would think of ways to solve the problem when there was a tiger or a tiger. The Taoists said that they didn't do anything, but they always participated in the affairs of the people. The Buddhists said that they would save all living things and were high and mighty. Therefore, some Taoists felt cold and took out their exchange coupons to buy pancakes from peddlers. They took the pancakes to the place where the Li family Zhuangzi provided hot soup and ate them. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The soup was chicken soup and there was also plain water. Chapter 2103. Gangro, it seems like they have given up today. I wonder what will happen tomorrow. Zhang Jiuling had found him from somewhere. He had a deep understanding of Buddhism, but he did not reveal it in court. Those who could become prime ministers knew several foreign languages, including Khitan, Turkic, Tubo, and Sanskrit. Even minor languages were included. When they became local officials, they would not be unable to do so. When foreign merchants came in and offered tributes, he could not do so before, but after that, he had to. Even Li Longji knew more than 10 languages. It was easy for them to learn foreign languages. If I were them, I would hold the speech at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow should be sunny. Even if it was drizzling or cloudy, the sky would not be so dark. Li Yi handed Zhang Jiuling a skewer of roasted egg yolks. They were a little hard to chew. He did not eat the chicken yolks. There was no meat, so he just chewed on the bones. It was a completely different feeling from gnawing on chicken legs. Zhang Jiuling took a small bite, chewed, and nodded. It tastes better than boiled eggs. It's not as good as eggs. It's an incubation failure. If it's not cooked, you'll get sick. At the very least, you'll have a stomachache. Li Yi continued to roast the meat tendons. The people said that this was very nutritious. In fact, wasn't it better to eat eggs and chickens? When the hatched chicks died in the eggs, it was guaranteed that it was due to the temperature and bacteria. The reason why the people ate it was because they could not bear to throw it away. The newspapers could only repeat over and over again that it should be cooked more. If it was not cooked properly, it should not be eaten. Zhang Jiuling ate a large piece of yolk. I still think this is better. In the future, I'll make it with fresh eggs and roast it. Li Yi knew that Zhang Jiuling only thought that it tasted good if it was a little hard. That was simple. He could make a small hole in the egg, pour out the yolk, add something else, and pour it back. He could even make a mold of an egg, pour the yolk into the mold, steam it, and open the mold. The yolk with the yolk inside had the same texture as a boiled egg. He sold them in the past, but they did not put eggs in them. They replaced them with other things, such as agar and starch. Good, good. Zhang Jiuling believed in Li Yi's cooking skills. He took a sip of wine. Tomorrow is just as you said. They chose to do it during the day, so your methods won't work. Naturally, their methods won't work either. Zhang Jiuling was worried. At night, Li Yi's lighting effect was good. During the day, he could see small and big drones. Since the other party couldn't beat Li Yi's methods at night, they might as well not play. It's the same during the day, but the equipment has changed. On the first day of the competition, I didn't dare to use my trump card. Li Yi followed suit and drank. Tonight, he had only used a portion of his skills. Who said that magic couldn't be performed during the day? The mountain, the tree, the river, and the clouds were all good places to hide items. Zhang Jiuling, you only took out a little tonight? He stuttered. Looking at the scene, it was frightening. He kept telling himself that everything was fake and that only Gang Rou and Gang Rou's exchange of lifespan was real. Only then would they be able to stop kneeling. Otherwise, who wouldn't be afraid of a sky full of gods and Buddhas, all kinds of lights and shadows, and the sound of wooden fish and sutras being chanted from who knows where? Some monks left the other party's team without seeing it. It was still raining. They ran to the outside of the yacht and sat down, muttering sutras. They didn't know to wear bamboo hats and straw raincoats. They sent people to put large umbrellas on the ground and put them on a tall wooden frame to let them leave the wet ground. They also took out radish tofu soup made with vegetable oil and asked them to drink it. Who knew which one of them was a vegetarian and which one was a carnivore? Monks were different from each other. They were all vegetarian. The radish tofu soup was quite delicious with some shredded ginger. Thinking of this, he asked Li Yi, "How are you going to deal with the monks outside? Some of them think that I'm Buddha. This is rare. Most new monks are like this. Some are not sure. This is the most. They want to have a good chat with me. The last kind thinks that my methods are powerful. They want to know, but at the same time, they can't leave on their own." Li Yi analyzed and introduced the monks sitting under the umbrella drinking soup. Each had their own judgment. Zhang Jiuling put down the empty stick. "I know this. I'm asking you what to do. Everything has its own way, like a dream bubble. Stop. You don't have to be like this when we're talking. I don't believe in Buddha." Zhang Jiuling interrupted Li Yi. "It's fine if you're trying to fool others. How can you say this when we're face to face? Don't care about them, but give them food and things to use. They can't starve or fall ill. They actually have some strength and can work. It's not a problem for them to go back and plant a fruit tree. Moreover, they're smart and meticulous. It's like raising silkworms. If they're willing to do it, they won't be worse than a silkworm woman. Unfortunately, many monks who are certified want others to provide for them. Can't they be officials and lead the people to live a good life?" Li Yi chose not to meet them. He didn't have the time and gave them the things. He sighed. Monks who could write sutras were more powerful than ordinary officials. Many officials only needed to read a little. Some didn't know how to write. This was a problem left behind by history. Back then, it was possible to buy an official. With 300,000 yuan, which was 30 taels, one could get an official through the side door. Along the way, some people could write a few words. At least, they had to write their names. If they continued to bribe, they could become a county magistrate. What would the scribes think? Zhang Jiuling, who was in front of him, revealed this matter. As for monks, when they reached a certain position, they had to read a lot of books. Even they had to look at the sutras with their eyes, let alone ordinary officials. How could a 20-year-old minor official be more powerful than them? How many years had they studied? But monks who got a degree were awesome. They had exams. For example, they had to memorize the sutras they learned in primary school and understand them thoroughly. They could answer questions well and would be given a primary school diploma. Those who continued to study in secondary school had to memorize and understand a bunch of sutras. After they learned them well, they would be given a graduation certificate. After that, there were master's students, doctoral students, and so on. For example, Shan Wuwei rose level by level. In the end, he became a doctoral advisor and a double academician. He had obtained a degree certificate in several subjects. He had crossed several subjects in Tantra. He even knew a little about non-Tantra. For example, Mahayana, Hinayana, Superior, Middle, and other Buddhist systems. It was similar to electromagnetism, mechanics, quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, and other branches of physics. Li Yi felt that these eminent monks were a waste. What a good human resource. Thinking, he mumbled, why should I study the Diamond Sutra, Avatamsaka Sutra, Prajna Sutra? I have the physics and chemistry from secondary school. After you have learned it well, I will teach you high school. I don't know much about the branches after that, but I have the information. Everyone can study it together. In 10 or 20 years, we can launch a man-made satellite. When that time comes, everyone will have a cell phone. It will be very convenient for communication. Hard and soft, what is a star? A man-made satellite is a star made by humans. Zhang Jiuling was chatting with Li Yi. When he heard Li Yi's voice, he knew that he had to learn something and shoot a star into the sky. Small stars. Li Yi thought for a moment and answered. Smaller than the stars in the sky? Zhang Jiuling asked. The stars in the sky are small. Li Yi asked in surprise, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.